viewers, unfortunately for Ayatollah Khamenei, the first visuals that are coming out from Iran are of his own decapitation. These, viewers, are the IRGC headquarters. This is where somehow, God knows how, Ayatollah was present in the most expected location. He was not supposed to be there, viewers. Anyone else would have decided not to be at the most obvious site, the site where perhaps the Americans and the Israelis would target first. Why he was there, we don't know. Did someone give him away? We don't know. But the fact is, viewers, in the first wave, in what was being called the preemptory attack by the United States and Israel, Ayatollah Khamenei's end came. For about 8 hours, Iran refused to confirm. It took President Trump on Truth Social to come out and say that Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, had been decapitated in a strike that had been conducted by Israeli and American forces. 40 bunker busters pummeled this headquarters. It's in the heart of Tehran. As I said, viewers, it was the most obvious site. Why the Ayatollah chose to be there, we don't know. But we do know that with him went a number of other senior leaders. And you can see these buildings basically being reduced to rubble within seconds. The impact was so devastating that for a mile around this building, viewers, you can see that road there. All those cars zipping past, but within minutes, seconds, entire area was covered in a pall of smoke. Nothing was left, viewers, of that site. And with him went Ayatollah Khamenei. 40 years he had been ruling Iran. His hold was a stranglehold. The people of Iran feared him. 50% of the population hated him. But he hung on there, viewers. He hung on only to be removed in this unseemly fashion by multiple strikes that were conducted in what was described as a preemptive.
Yeah, this is a really new and big step by the Crown Prince here to authorize the possibility of Saudi response if Iran attacks Saudi Arabia again. He called their attacks yesterday and in the early hours of today cowardly. Attacks by Iran were cowardly because Iran knew, the Crown Prince said, Iran knew that Saudi airspace was not being used to attack Iran, and this has incensed him. There have been attacks around the capital here that have been intercepted. There was an attack near a military airfield in the north of the country. There have been attacks further east, much closer to the Persian Gulf, much closer to Iran. They've been repelled so far, but the Crown Prince has said that because of Iran's actions, he is putting the country, Saudi Arabia's security first, the safety of its territory, the safety of its citizens, the safety of its residents. He's putting those things first. And for that reason, he says, he is authorizing the right and the military here to respond if they are attacked by Iran. And also we heard from the Foreign Ministry here on their Twitter feed last night that the Crown Prince had a telephone conversation with President Trump, and in that conversation the Crown Prince had full support from President Trump. This is how the Saudis were reporting it. Full support from President Trump for how they should respond. And this is yet another example of how Iran has turned these Gulf states here, these very powerful, militarily strong Gulf states, from being bystanders in Israel and the United States attacks on Iran into now potential participants. It ratchets up the fluidity of the situation here, the dynamic of what is happening. People here in Saudi Arabia are concerned about what happens next, but not as worried and not as under as much threat as some of the Gulf neighbours that are closer to Iran. And the Crown Prince has spoken with them and promised those countries like Qatar, like Bahrain, like the United Arab Emirates of support as they go through, all these countries go through this together.
Viewers, the war is on. The war is on in the Middle East, and it is only widening by the minute. And it was expected that the Iranian regime would fold, but it hasn't. It has decided to dig its heels deep into the ground, and it is fighting with its back to the wall. Unprecedented visuals coming out from the Middle East, viewers, today. We will first begin with the most emblematic picture that we were expecting to see, or we would have expected to see, but perhaps not today, in the next few days. But viewers, unfortunately for Ayatollah Khamenei, the first visuals that are coming out from Iran are of his own decapitation. These, viewers, are the IRGC headquarters. This is where somehow, God knows how, Ayatollah was present in the most expected location. He was not supposed to be there, viewers. Anyone else would have decided not to be at the most obvious site, the site where perhaps the Americans and the Israelis would target first. Why he was there, we don't know. Did someone give him away? We don't know. But the fact is, viewers, in the first wave, in what was being called the preemptory attack by the United States and Israel, Ayatollah Khamenei's end came. For about 8 hours, Iran refused to confirm. It took President Trump on Truth Social to come out and say that Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, had been decapitated in a strike that had been conducted by Israeli and American forces. 40 bunker busters pummeled this headquarters. It's in the heart of Tehran. As I said, viewers, it was the most obvious site. Why the Ayatollah chose to be there, we don't know. But we do know that with him went a number of other senior leaders. And you can see these buildings basically being reduced to rubble within seconds. The impact was so devastating that for a mile around this building, viewers, you can see that road there. All those cars zipping past, but within minutes, seconds, entire area was covered in a pall of smoke. Nothing was left, viewers, of that site. And with him went Ayatollah Khamenei. 40 years he had been ruling Iran. His hold was a stranglehold. The people of Iran feared him. 50% of the population hated him. But he hung on there, viewers. He hung on only to be removed in this unseemly fashion by multiple strikes that were conducted in what was described as a preemptory strike, but it could turn out to be, viewers, the end strike. Because now Trump can legitimately go back to the people. He gets an off-ramp and he says, I've done what no other US president since Jimmy Carter could do, which is to eliminate and sever the head of the snake, the Ayatollah. Of course, viewers, Ayatollah Khamenei's predecessor was the founder of the Islamic Republic of Iran. He died a natural death, succession happens, and in that succession, it took 40 years, viewers. 40 years. Ayatollah Khamenei held on. No more, viewers. He's been reduced to ashes, dust to dust, ashes to ashes, as they say. That story, that chapter closes. We now know that others have begun to succeed him, viewers, and there is a whole succession plan. It's going to be run, the country is going to be run by an interim authority of 3 leaders. And over a period of time, these leaders are expected to either give shape to a turn in Iran, or viewers, continue down the radical path and continue down the paths to war. Now, viewers, what we didn't expect were these scenes. Right after that attack, which took out the Iranian leadership, the Iranians, as I said, battened down the hatches and they hit back. And they have hit back, viewers, across the
Namaste and thank you for staying with us here at CNN News 18 as we have been on a rolling coverage right since America and Israel decided to launch Operation Epic Fury or Operation Lion's Roar against Iran, and Iran decided that revenge is their duty after their supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was assassinated. The Middle East is now engulfed in a full-scale regional war. In a stunning development, Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has been eliminated in a joint US-Israeli strike on Tehran. The operation, codenamed Epic Fury by America, is targeting Iran's nuclear sites and also their ballistics missiles and manufacturing stations. In retaliation, Tehran has unleashed waves of ballistic missiles launched at Tel Aviv and also American bases across the Gulf. US has rejected Iranian claims that US aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln was attacked by Iran. Meanwhile, the conflict has also spilled on into the heart of the Gulf, with Dubai under direct attack. Flights at the Dubai International Airport are halted as missile debris has fallen near the Palm Jumeirah area and also Burj Al Arab. And also other Gulf nations, including Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia and Oman are also under fire. And more importantly, viewers, there is activity in the Strait of Hormuz, despite Iran saying they have no intent to close the Strait of Hormuz. But a tanker belonging to Oman and an Emirati ship has also been, merchant vessel, has also been bombed by the Iranians. One in the Strait of Hormuz, whilst it was trying to enter it, the other one in the Persian Gulf. Saudi Arabia is very, very upset and it's warned Iran. UAE is now coming together. The Omanis, the Bahrainis, all of them are looking at Iran and saying, what are you trying to do? Because we may now just combine ranks and push all our might against you. When we say you, the IRGC and of course the remaining leadership of the current regime. Regime change is what everybody is asking for. Let's try and understand how the top leadership of Iran has been eliminated so far. And that's the full list. It's all from the top. The Americans and the Israelis seem to have planned it, that this is how they're going to create a leadership vacuum or a hole for the people of Iran to finally perhaps come back and take control. Let's look at this. The supreme leadership, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. In the defense sector, National Head of Defense Council, Ali Shamkhani, very close to Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the Supreme Leader. Ali Larjiani, Secretary of Supreme National Council. Masoud Pezeshkian, the President, he is now holed up in a bunker. There is Cholam Hussein Mohseni, the Head of the Judiciary. Aziz Nazardeh, the Defense Minister. Then you have the Abdul Rahim Musavi, Chief of Staff of Iran's Armed Forces, Mohammad Pakpor, and then you have Ghalibaf, the Parliament Speaker. In fact, this entire straight line has been wiped out. He is still alive, the Parliament Speaker. That's what they are coming out and saying. Masoud Pezeshkian is still alive, and the Head of Judiciary and Head of the National Security Council. So the sides, the wings are still alive. But the center, the core of their entire defense command and leadership has been wiped out, has been eliminated. That's what we are given to understand. And now let's try and also tell you how this was choreographed or orchestrated by the Americans and the Israelis. Let's try and understand this. Let's tell you how Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed. The inside story of the entire decapitation strike, that's what the USS Israeli Combine is calling it. There was a strategic build-up. There was weeks of US force mobilization in the Middle East that signaled imminent escalation. June 2025, there was a precursor because there were strikes that were conducted earlier, and they tried to see how deep and how well established are the Iranian installations, establishment. And after that, it's been continuous painstaking intelligence gathering on ground and also from the skies. Earlier Israeli attacks were They actually degraded Iran's air defenses. Key IRGC commanders and also their nuclear scientists were systematically eliminated. Then, as part of the entire decapitation doctrine, Israel's operations also, organized its overall long-hair, operationalizing its long-held strategy against Israel. It actually went ahead and dismantled the command and control before a broader regime as destabilization. Joint targeting grid was created. US-Israeli grid was the intel actually fused satellite, cyber and human intelligence. That's how it was done. Then to map the hardened, several joint resources to map hardened leadership bunkers. Where were they being moved? Which were the bunkers? And of course, the opening salvo, dozens of precision strikes hitting the nuclear facilities, missile depots, IRGC command nodes also were hit. Air defense suppression was done. Iranian radar and SAMS batteries were neutralized in the first wave. And then, after the first wave of strikes blinded Tehran's response capability, communications blackout came into play. Cyber ops were also conducted to disrupt secure military communications and internal channels. Internet was blocked and disrupted so that there could be no communication or dissemination of information. And the moment you have communication breaks, there is darkness. In terms of darkness and communication, you have the opportunity to move in for the kill in terms of the kinetic action. Target lock, Supreme Leader's compound, and of course then intel pinpointing Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's location with the family. There was a conference, and within a fortified command complex, precision strikes. There was bunker busters were used, but deep underground. So the first one blows, creates a hole, another one comes, creates a deeper hole, and the final one goes right through and then causes maximum damage. So they targeted subterranean structures, the structures designed to withstand conventional assault, hit, and also command collapse. Of course, the entire senior military leadership has already been weakened. The moment there's a leadership vacuum, then you know that the foot soldiers don't know what to do, and there will be absolute chaos and confusion. This created a vacuum at the apex of power, despite Iran trying to democratize the leadership and create at least 3-4, shadow leaders, so that one goes, the other one comes in, that goes, another one comes in. They've still tried to put somebody there, but beyond how many layers can you create? And if I wipe out all the layers, then there is a rookie and somebody who does not know who's there, or there may be somebody who's pliant and does not actually hold the kind of anti-US, anti-Israeli sentiment like the top three and the top leadership did. So we have to wait and watch if that's been achieved. US President Trump publicly announcing Ali Khamenei's death after multiple indications from Bibi Netanyahu and also from other sources. Finally, President Trump confirming that that's what's happened. And then Iranian state media later confirmed Khamenei's death. Psychological shockwave that was sent across. And then, of course, there is anger. There is this promise that revenge is now our duty. You've killed the supreme leader. We'll not let this lying down. But it may take us a few days, a few months, a few years. But be rest assured that that radical group that believed that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is the one who's the supreme leader, they will be eyeing revenge. So that's what they would do. And finally, the Iranians coming back and saying, we are going to fight back. Emily Francis, host of I-24 News, is with us. Emily, and you are Shemesh. So can we ask you, what's the situation on ground, and is it true that the Iranians did fire a hypersonic missile there? Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Hi. Thank you, Anas. Thanks for having us. Listen, this is a very mountainous area that is very hard to get to. It has been a very, very difficult scene with a lot of moving parts. Yes, it was a direct ballistic missile hit shot from Iran. It happened in the late morning hours today. This after overnight direct missile hit in Tel Aviv, where a woman who was actually a caretaker, not from Israel, was taking care of an elderly woman. She passed away. But here in broad daylight, Bet Shemesh was rocked by a missile with a warhead said to be about 500 kilograms. The area is behind me. I can try to move this. I hope not to have a technical issue. But up on this hill is a big crater. But because there were other potential incoming missiles, they had to ask us to leave. But there are hundreds of people there on the scene. There are 9 that are confirmed dead. Reports of more, also more than a dozen are unaccounted for. And what we understand, even though you see high rises here with some damage, this was residual ricocheting damage from the missile itself. That is how neighbors describe what happened. But the small houses on the hill is where the direct hit was, because everybody was sheltering in a synagogue in the shelters people go to. But because these buildings and shelters are old, it's not enough to withstand a ballistic missile. So that is what happened. It's quite tragic. Also, a 4-year-old was in pretty severe condition, but we're told now that he has undergone surgery and is expected to be okay. But a very grisly scene here right now in Bet Shemesh.
We're told that at least 8 people are dead, and condolences. Now, what's happened is civilians being targeted is never good, either ways, whichever side faces the brunt of war or conflict. But Emily, what was the epicenter of this target? Was it an electronics facility? Was it a civilian area? What was the intended target?
This is a civilian area. Yes, they are, pointing directly to civilian areas. I mean, the ones that hit in Tel Aviv was next to Habima, which is the cultural center and the famous Rothschild Avenue. I have a friend that lives there, and all of her windows broke. So they are targeting areas where civilians live. Here in Bet Shemesh, actually, is a very popular neighborhood for Anglos that move to Israel, make aliyah to Israel. There's a large English-speaking community here with English schools. Most people tend to be more observant. So this children, parks, kids' activities. I mean, this is what they're doing. They're not targeting, special intelligence facilities. They're targeting human beings, including myself. I spent the weekend yesterday with my own kids going up and down about 10 times. You could hear Air Force jet. Could you hear that?
Yes.
Yeah, we hear jets flying overhead. You can't see because it's cloudy. But, aside from the tragedy that's happening here, it is, it's something, unfortunately, that those of us here in Israel have gotten used to in the past 2.5 years. But they're purposely, every 15 minutes, you have children. If you don't have a safe room in your home, which the more modern apartments have, all your neighbors are in a basement, kids, dogs, waking children up in the middle of the night. It's quite disturbing. We're just hoping that this doesn't continue to happen. I don't know how to answer what that is. It does sound like an Air Force plane. We are we're near Jerusalem, so we're in the middle of the country, southern middle. Yes.
But, do they sound like aircraft?
Very unfortunate.
Do they sound like aircraft? Do they sound like missiles?
It sounds like, it's a military aircraft. No, it's a military aircraft. It sounds like an Israeli aircraft, not a missile.
Okay.
Famous last words.
No, not last words. Before we go across to other guests, Bibi Netanyahu has also now reacted, saying that there's going to be more in the coming days. What is Israel's expectation here? Because the world is also looking at Israel as a warmonger. Would you agree with that? Would you agree with the position that's been taken by US, Israel, and Saudi Arabia vis-a-vis the Khamenei regime in Iran?
No, Israel is not. Listen, the people are divided in the country, about the prime minister and the way of handling the war. But I think that the world, as we've seen, likes to blame, everything on Israel. This is the United States. This is a threat on the United States. The world, we know how the narrative has been framed. Clearly, not everything is perfect here, and the country itself is divided. But what I think everybody agrees, I imagine those of you in India as well, whether you're political or you're right or left, we don't want to have to live in fear of having to continue to go into bomb shelters and continue to send our children to fight in the army. Everybody wants to have peace here, and I think that the people of Iran, no one, a lot of times you see more focus on what Israel's doing. Versus you don't see the alarms of people in many parts of the world about all of the Iranians that want their country back as well that are being killed. So we can't forget about how the people on the ground who have been very supportive. The Iranian people reach out to me. Somehow they're able to see I-24, many of them, and they say, we're with you. And I think that civilians on both sides wish to have a relationship again without this regime.
Well, if regime changes the intent, will that be achieved as a goal? We'll have to say. Emily, thank you very, thank you very much, Emily. Stay safe, and thank you for joining us here. Good to have you with us.
Thank you. And we love you. We love India, and your Prime Minister came to see us.
Well, the sentiment is very, very mutual, Emily. So, and you could see that the warmth was flowing on both ends, both between the leaders and also its people. May these bonds only strengthen further. We've just got more news. Have to move on to that quickly. Viewers, Prime Minister Netanyahu on the rooftop of the IDF headquarters in Tel Aviv. And he's come out and said that the strikes on Iran will only intensify in the coming days. And he's further said, we are in a battle in which we are mobilizing every force of the Israeli army as never before to ensure our existence and our future. So, Tom Cooper, Adrian Fontanella is with me in the studio, and they've been tirelessly working with us. We've just perhaps understood how a newsroom in Bharat actually functions round the clock, spending the whole day with us. Very different from YouTube, very different from writing, Tom, but thank you for your time. We also introduce our other guests before I get your comments in. Professor Danny Orbach, author and military historian from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, is also with us. Ambassador Ashok Sajjanar with us, and Sushant Sareen stays on. Thank you, gents. Namaste. But Tom, you heard what Emily had to say. They're saying civilian establishments, and Netanyahu has come out and said this is going to only intensify in the coming days. Just as we have confirmation from the Americans that the B-52 bombers did a full round trip and they dropped a heavy payload at a ballistic missile manufacturing site and storage site not so long ago. Yes, your thoughts?
Well, on one side I must, for example, observe Beit Shemesh is right next to Sdot Micha, which is the main Israeli base for ballistic missiles and nuclear weapons.
Oh, is that the case? So let's look at this. Let's put it in perspective. I'm going to bring up the mic. Let's understand. So there is more to it than meets the eye, viewers. So let's just shake things up, wake things up a little, and also, and then dive in here. Okay, so this is Iraq, Iran, and then you go up to Sana'a. And there you go. That's Israel.
Just a second to turn it around.
Yes. Okay. Just some patience. Yeah. Okay. This is Beit Shemesh. Yes. Okay. Okay. We got the pen. And now you can write.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you want to increase the size? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Delete it. Yeah.
Right here is Dot Micha.
Okay. Should we just open it a little?
Yeah.
Yeah. We open. That's Beit Shemesh.
And this complex here.
Okay. Now you can draw.
So this complex here is Dot Micha.
Dot Micha. It's called DOT?
SDOT.
SDOT.
Yes.
And MI?
MICH.
CH.
Yes. A.
So Dot Micha. Dot Micha, what is this? This is there?
This is
their ballistic
missile base, 140th Squadron of the Israeli Air Force with nuclear warheads and similar equipment.
So 140th
Squadron.
140 Squadron. Okay.
Yes.
This is the space. And this is where the ballistic missile the Iranians have tried to launch.
I guess that they were trying either to hit electronic industry in the town or arrow batteries, anti-ballistic missile battery protecting Beit Shemesh and Dot Micha or the base itself.
Okay, because what they said is that it was on top of a hilly area. That's where. So, this is S. Dot Micha. This is where it is. You've got S. Dot Micha.
Complex. I'm pointing at the complex. This is the place called S. Dot Micha.
S. Dot Micha.
But it is known outside of Israel. It is known as Dot Micha.
Dot Micha. So that's the place. So that's what was being targeted. And there's a reason why I asked Tom Cooper this, because when Emily said it's a civilian area that's being targeted, Tom Cooper had a wry smile on his face. And I said, there's more to it than meets the eye. So the Israelis are targeting ballistic missile facilities of the Iranians.
And the Americans as well.
And the Americans as well.
Yes.
The Americans of the Iranians. So the Iranians are saying, hey, we also know where your depots are, so we're going to start this. So this is the real dimension of war. It's not that Iran is targeting civilian facilities. It's targeting, or its aim is to try and hit those facilities that are actually, viewers, very close to military installations, which are also close to civilian establishments. And that's where sometimes on both sides there is collateral damage. But you have to understand what's the real point of view, the real inside story. And that's why we're getting you the details from inside the bunker with Tom Cooper. But Adrian, let's just play out Bibi Netanyahu and then bring in our other guests. Let's listen into what the Israel Prime Minister had to say.
Just finished a meeting with the Defense Minister, the Chief of Staff, and the head of the Mossad. I have given instructions for the continuation of the campaign. Yesterday, we eliminated the tyrant Khamenei. Along with him, we eliminated dozens of senior officials of the oppressive regime. Our forces are now striking in the heart of Tehran with increasing intensity, and this will only continue to intensify even more over the coming days. And yet, these are painful days. Yesterday here in Tel Aviv and now in Beit Shemesh, we have lost dear people. My heart goes out to the families, and I send, on behalf of all of you, citizens of Israel, wishes for a speedy recovery to the wounded. We are in a campaign in which we are bringing the full force of the IDF as never before to this campaign to ensure our existence and our future. But we are also bringing to this campaign the assistance of the United States, my friend, the President of the United States, Donald Trump, the United States military, and this combination of forces allows us to do what I have been wishing to do for 40 years, to strike the terror regime hip and thigh. This is what I promised, and this is what we will do.
So, Bibi Netanyahu says, I've been wanting to do this for 40 years. And finally, I'm able to do that, to hit this regime hip and thigh. And the regime, now, Donald Trump turns around and says that 48 Iranian leaders are gone in one shot. That's what President Trump is saying. America knows how many targets are left. But the Iranians are saying, we also know where your weak points are and where we want to hit you. And no matter what happens to us, we will hit you too. That's what they are saying, Fatah Khabar, the Iranians. We've got one more thing. German Chancellor has come out and said Iran's mullah regime is coming to an end. Germany's Chancellor is saying after the killing of the Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. Now, is this going to escalate further, or if there is a leadership vacuum in the Iranian leadership, the regime, will the people now want a turn? Now, if that turn happens, who's next? Because there is nobody, no other alternative. Or will America say, oh, listen, our job was just to move the regime. We've moved them out. Now you decide what you want to do. And then we have a whole new mess in Iran. Adrian.
I think it is absolutely the weak point of the American and Israeli strategy, because it is roughly hoping for the best. So if they manage to weaken the regime, and if the population revolt, it is two big ifs. But even so, there is no one who can predict what will happen after a while, because the Islamic Republic was a dictatorship, so there was no organized opposition political party. So you are basically not knowing what you are going into. And we have precedents about such circumstances. It was Syria and it was Libya. Let's say it didn't end very well.
Yeah.
Or at least not before a decade of civil war. So normally, and it is what the Indians did during Operation Sindoor. The political leadership has to set clear political goals, and then the armed forces are operating on the operational, tactical level, and they use violence, they use force to pursue this political strategic objective. But in these circumstances, I'm sorry, but the political objective is unclear. And if the political objective is unclear, there is no way the use of force can give precise and determined results.
So you're comparing this with Op Sindoor, and viewers, this is very interesting. Let's get Professor Danny Obak to respond on this, and then we'll bring in Ambassador Sajjan Har and also Sushant Sareen, Tom Cooper too. But Professor Danny Obak, the comparison with Op Sindoor is that Bharat knew exactly what the objective was, what the goal was. When that goal was achieved, the pause button was pressed. We backed off. In this case, there is no clarity what is the political objective. And when that happens, there is no defining the military activity behind it. Professor Obak.
You know, I'd like to challenge your assumptions and the assumptions of my colleague here. Usually the imagination that every war has a close-knitted strategy and political plan behind it for the day after, this is nonsense. This is the illusion and the myth of armchair strategists. Usually wars are being conducted under a lot of uncertainty. Give you one example. In the Second World War, nobody knew what the day after would be until 44, 45. I'm making a complicated story simple. In this case, though, what the operation is set to achieve is A, to weaken the regime enough that there will be an option for a popular uprising. The popular uprising is not the goal. Maybe it will be, maybe it will not be. But the main goal is to destroy the assets of the Iranian regime, the Navy, the remnants of the nuclear program and the ballistic missiles program that threaten the region. That's the main issue. Revolution in Iran, who knows?
So the idea is to wipe out the nuclear capabilities and also the ballistic missile capability.
In the Navy, the Iranian Navy.
And the Iranian Navy. So that's why the corvette has been sunk. But armchair strategists will not understand this, Tom Cooper, that you cannot have a political objective.
During the Second World War,
things are evolving.
Perfectly clear. During the Second World War, things were perfectly clear as early as 1941, when Roosevelt and Churchill sat down together and started building up the future United Nations. And there was never a discussion about the beyond the fact that they are aiming to destroy the Nazi regime in Germany and remove the one in Italy, but especially to destroy the one in Germany and to replace it with one which is then peaceful. In this case, there is no such clarity.
In this case, there's no such clarity. Let's bring in our other guests and ask them. Ambassador Sajjan Har, which side are you on? Adrian and Tom Cooper or Professor Obak?
You know, thank you very much, Anand. I have always been saying that the game plan, the strategy for the day after is very unclear, is very unknown. And that is very critical, that is very crucial, you know, because you have to know, how do you end it? There is the comparison that was given with Op Sindoor. You know, we were completely dominating the escalation ladder. We knew how it was going, we were controlling it, and we knew when to stop it, when our objectives have been achieved. But as far as this is concerned, you know, the idea that was given was regime change. Okay, fine, if you get this regime out, what comes in its place? You know, it has not been articulated. We have heard Mr. Trump saying, I know exactly, you know, who is going to sort of, you know, take over. But the only person who has been on the scene, on the horizon, who has said, you know, that I would like to come back and take over the reins, that is Reza Pahlavi. But he has received no endorsement whatsoever from the American side or from any of the others. The second point is, you know, maybe what the Americans and the Israelis thought that there would be a huge upsurge of support for, you know, removing this regime from there, the Islamic regime from there. But that doesn't seem to have come. And the reason, if you permit, I'll say in 2 words. Number one, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has been killed. He's a religious leader, so all there is this uprising in terms of the religious support for him. You know, the opposition to this regime is economic, is much more economic because of the hardships that they have been subjected to. Of course, it's been political also. But as far as religious aspect is concerned, you know, that is where you see all these people coming out. And the last point here is any people, and the Iranians are proud people, you know, if you try to engineer something from the outside, then it will be difficult to get people to sort of, subscribe to that point of view. That is why maybe to an extent what the Americans and the Israelis are saying, let them decide what they want to do. But without a leader, it becomes very, very difficult, if not absolutely impossible, to see where things are going.
True, but the fact is that there is no internal leadership. What are you going to leave Iran back with and for the rest of the people in Iran? Sushant Sareen, which side are you on? Is there a clear objective? End the regime, finish the nuclear weapons program, damage the entire ballistics missile program, job done? Or should there be a larger, clearer objective? Ji, you're on mute.
I would imagine that's a very clear objective. If those are your three objectives, even if you don't get regime change, but you denuclearize Iran and you, like I said earlier, you emasculate it so that it's not a threat to any of the other countries around, then I think the purpose of this conflict has been served.
Right.
And if in the process you can also effect a regime change, then yes, that's the icing on the cake. But I think we should be careful when we say about the role of the supreme leader as the religious head. Look, there are many surveys from Iran which claim that 30 to 40, maybe even a larger number of people are actually atheists. They don't subscribe to the mullahs in Iran. They, in fact, they despise them, they abhor them. Among the rest of the people, I think there would again be a split of people who might be religious, but do not subscribe to the mullahcracy in Iran. And then, of course, there would be a substantial number of people who would be entirely with the current regime and back it and actually benefit from it and support it wholeheartedly. So, in that sense, would be a split society. For anyone to claim that Khamenei was some kind of an imam and that everybody will genuflect before him, even in the Shia in the Shia hierarchy of spiritual leaders, he doesn't really stack up to the guy from Iraq, Ali Sistani.
Yeah.
So I think we need to be careful on that count. Secondly, I agree that there is no visible leadership, alternate leadership available outside the current regime. Now, frankly, I think anybody who thinks that you're going to bring in Raza Pahlavi and install him out there, he will be as big a disaster as that fly-by-night operator that the Americans had got convinced by and who took them for a royal ride in Iraq, a man by the name of Ahmed Chalabi.
Yeah.
Right? You want to repeat that kind of a thing? Yeah, go ahead, be my guest. But I don't think Raza Pahlavi is a credible figure. And we saw even in Afghanistan, after the Taliban had been deposed in 2001, the king came back, but the king never became the king. Right? The world had moved on, the country had moved on. The king might have been a very respected person, but he was no longer acceptable as king. I would imagine something similar would happen in Iran, where yes, a bunch of people who would be royalists, but I think by and large, I don't see the acceptability of Raza Pahlavi.
So if there are perhaps a situation where there will be free and fair elections, why did you say that you agreed with Sushant there, Tom, when he talked about the clerical leadership not being the supreme leader, not having the kind of position?
Because there were significant doubts about qualification of late Ayatollah, Grand Ayatollah Khamenei, his religious qualifications. And several of his opponents within the clergy landed in a, well, not directly in a prison, but under similar circumstances because they were opposing him.
Right.
And he de facto capped himself to power.
Right. We're just getting to understand there's a fresh wave of airstrikes. There's a larger, this one, of course. Okay, now there is some welcome news to those who are stuck in Abu Dhabi, in Dubai. The Emirati government has come out and said the Department of Culture and Tourism has directed hotels to extend the stay of guests unable to travel due to current restrictions. The authority has said the cost of extended stays will be covered by the Department of Culture and Tourism Abu Dhabi, and hotels have been asked to send related invoices to the department. So that is something which is critical, imperative, and for us to put out. We put that out. I've just read out because it's just come into the system, viewers. I've read it even before our team at the back end has been ready to even put that out. They will put it out. You'll see the notice. We'll also call out the notice here on our screens if we can, on the big screen, and I'll go across and read it just as when they're ready. Quickly, just taking 30 seconds to thank our team at the back end. There are people behind the cameras, behind the scenes, who've been working non-stop for 14 to 16 hours, if not more, ever since this development happened, to get you this kind of coverage. So I'm proud to be part of a team that is News 18, and we got two fresh additions through the day who've seen what we are going through when a situation like this. That's in Adrian and Tom. But coming back to this, there is a fresh wave of strikes in Tehran. So that means there's going to be much more activity that's going to happen. Let's just broad base this conversation if we can. And I'll read out the news, the Abu Dhabi update in a bit. Let's go back to what we said, viewers, a short while ago. We are going to look at the larger picture. So let's zoom out a little more and look at this entire region and understand from a strategic point of view what this activity means to, let's say, an Ankara. And further down, I'm just going to come back and just roll this back and roll this out a little more. And let's bring out some of the other countries that we wanted to speak about. There you go. All right. This is Google, the Google map. Yeah, Russia. And this entire region. So I wanted to bring in Russia. There had to be Ankara. There is China. Now let's look at this region and what's happening here, and then try and understand from everybody, each of our guests, starting with them in the studio, what does it mean for a Turkey? What does it mean for Afghanistan, Pakistan, all that's happening here, this entire construct. And then there is Beijing, that's China, and then of course there is Moscow or Russia here. So what does it mean for this entire region and the developments here?
And the window, one window, shattered. And I'm lucky that the other one didn't. So in instinctive mood, I took the blanket, the thick blanket, and covered my face. So the glasses, the remains of the glasses won't fly away over my face. And,
take a look behind. Tell us behind what is here, what was here. If you speak with me, and just tell us what was here.
Here was a synagogue that I remember as a child. It used to be like small synagogue, and after renovation, it became a really big one and impressive one. And as you can see, nothing remains, just debris. It looks like a war zone, like just nothing. You cannot recognize that was anything here. Just tons of rubbish and plastic, and you can see the crane over there. There was the shelter that the people were hiding.
And the people who took shelter here, they of course live here. What kind of work do they do? I mean, do they work for the government, or are they just local civilian people?
No, Bet Shemesh is it's a city of normal people, regular people. You know, white collars, blue collars people, day-to-day job, or some of them like. Do most of their day in praying, in study the Torah, study the Talmud, and I personally know one casualty of the incident that was happening yesterday. A young guy named Gabriel Reva. He's 16 years old. He's really close by, living really close by to my house. He's my neighbor. I know him since he was a baby. And he went here at the afternoon just for a study with the rabbi.
Synagogue? Because there's
Yes.
a synagogue?
Sometimes in the synagogue you don't necessarily go for the time of the prayer. You go to enrich yourself by studying, by reading Talmud, by reading the Bible, and that's what they've done. And going and do a lesson with the rabbi and a bunch of students. And unfortunately, this is where he's lost his life at such a young age.
This is tragic, and this is a small area, so everyone would know everyone. It's like a large extended family, is it?
Yes. This neighborhood is People live here from the 60s. The first one came to this area. It used to be a neighborhood of really small houses, and over the years, people brought more and more children. They renovated the houses. The houses went bigger. For example, this house I know very well. This house over there, because this house belonged to my uncle. He passed away 1.5 years ago. His name was Isaac, and as you can see, you already have one platform missing. It used to be 3 floors private house. One has just been demolished down.
We will take a closer look at that. But
yes.
Tell me, the people who died here, they had gone to the synagogue. Underneath the synagogue is a dedicated shelter.
Yes.
They took shelter, they went into the shelter, and
yes.
still they were killed. So a shelter is not necessarily safe.
That's true what you said. The statistics in this case is really, really cruel, because the chance of that is less than 1%, I believe. But the problem, it was a direct hit. Where they went is perfectly fine. They did everything that they could do. They didn't neglect the situation. They didn't disrespect to the safe place underneath. But the problem, the missile was directly hit the synagogue.
So finally, not even a shelter is safe from a direct hit?
Yes, from a direct hit. And people like the military department who are responsible on the civil life, it's called Pikuda Oref, they say that if it's a direct hit, it's a big problem. It's basically you need to trust on your luck.
We are hearing planes overhead, and there are no civilian flights certainly in this airspace anymore. So would this be a military aircraft?
For sure. This is a military aircraft jet. It could be F-15, F-16, F-35. That options, especially when you hear this kind of sound, which means it goes really fast. It's not helicopter, it's not something like that. It's a pilot shot.
And it would be in air to seek to intercept a missile?
Sorry?
It would be in the air to seek to intercept a missile?
No, the airplane, the jets doesn't intercept missiles. The system that we have to intercept missiles, the first one...
Sanjay, we'll come back to you in just a bit. Keep going on with that conversation. We'll come back to you in just a bit. Dr. Fouad Azadi, Associate Professor, University of Tehran, joins us on the broadcast as well. Good morning, Professor. Over to you. Give us a real-time update on what you're seeing. Has there been any sort of a de-escalation, any reduction in explosions, anything that you can tell us is indicative of what the situation looks like this morning?
No de-escalation. The Israelis and Americans are attacking Iranian cities on hourly basis. Last night, they killed some of your colleagues. They attacked television stations in Tehran. A couple of days ago, they attacked a school. We lost 160 girls, primary school girls. We are dealing with the Epstein class, people who rape little girls in America and bomb and kill little girls in Iran. This is a very sad situation. They attacked us in June in the middle of negotiations. They attacked us again in the middle of negotiations. Unfortunately, they are on a rampage. They want to change Iran's government. I think you saw the interview of the Omani foreign minister. He went to Washington. He had an interview with CBS News saying that an agreement was very close in 24 hours. And Trump attacked Iran less than 24 hours after that interview.
Right.
He said that he was giving concessions that Iran was not able to give before. So we have a very sad situation. These are warmongers, and hopefully they stop this type of attacks on independent countries.
Dr. Azadi, I'm glad that you highlighted that civilian targets in Iran have also borne the brunt of this, because the popular perception that's currently being established is that Iran has been attacking civilian targets as far as the US allies in the Middle East are concerned, but you highlighted that the school was also targeted. I want to quickly bring you in on the aspect in terms of, is there any scope of negotiation left now, given that it's not the first time we are seeing conflict happen, that too at the time when peace talks were on. This time around they were on in Geneva. Last time around in June also, when that first set of strikes took place, you were in the middle of negotiations. Is there any scope left for negotiations? The second question I also would want you to weigh in on, is Iran in a situation, in a position of strength to retaliate against all of these US allies in the Middle East? Many critics are highlighting how this could very well backfire for your country.
Iran is attacking US bases. Unfortunately, these US bases are located in these countries. And Iran is attacking the US and Israeli assets. For example, they evacuated American soldiers from the US base. They put these soldiers into a hotel, and Iran attacked that hotel, which is legitimate military target when you emptied the hotel and fill it with US soldiers. Iran attacked CIA headquarters in a number of these countries. They're not located in military bases, they're offices within the city. Legitimate targets. We have CIA working with the US military, killing civilians on daily basis as we speak. So the attack, and this is what Iranian foreign minister has, he has called the foreign ministers of these countries, assuring them that Iran wants to have good relations with these countries. But what Iran has learned is that unless there is a price for attacking Iran, then these type of attacks continue. They killed Iran's leader a couple of days ago. Iran will be electing a new leader. They will kill the new leader if attacking Iran is cost-free. And we cannot run a country like that being attacked by nuclear regimes every few months. As you said, Iran was in the middle of negotiations last time in June. Trump attacked. They called it Operation Midnight Hammer. Trump took that hammer, smashed the negotiation table. Iran was generous enough to provide Trump with another negotiation table. He smashed the second one. They're using negotiations as deception operations, wanting to think the Iranian side is negotiating, and then they attack him. They want to change Iran's government. And this is not an Iranian professor's analysis. This is what Trump said on the first day of attacks. He's asking Iranians to go and take over government buildings, and he's attacking police stations and hospitals.
So Dr. Azadi, you're saying the primary objective here was regime change. That said, Donald Trump, statement after statement, has come out to say that at the end of the day, when the firing stops, when the conflict is over, all this is going to benefit Iranians. So what's the common perception, the sentiment on ground when Donald Trump says, look, not too long ago, there was a heavy crackdown on demonstrators across the country, and eventually Iranians are going to be able to decide who runs the government?
They call that color revolution. They had a coup d'etat in Iran in 1953, which was successful. They tried to do this in January again with Mossad agents. This is not an Iranian professor analysis. This is Mike Pompeo, the former head of CIA, the former Secretary of State, sending New Year greetings. His tweet is still available. He hasn't taken it down. He sent New Year greetings to Mossad agents on Iranian streets. This is his wordings, not mine. They want to change Iran's government. They think that they can use Iranians to achieve that goal. Iranian IQ is no less than average IQ internationally. People know who Trump is. People know who Netanyahu is. They know these are genocidal people. And they're not going to be foot soldiers for genocidal people. They know they have no respect for human rights. They killed over 70,000 women and children in Gaza just a few months ago. So it's a pipe dream if they think that they can change Iran's government in this manner.
Dr. Izadi, questions are now being raised in terms of for how long will this new transition government be able to operate, given that there's a conflict which is already brewing out in terms of even the US allies now seem to be joining in as far as the overall conflict is concerned. More importantly, for how long will Iran be able to use the Strait of Hormuz as a choke point, given that Iran's own supplies go through this entire choke point? Are you in a position to, in fact, hold on to the Strait of Hormuz? For how long is the question?
You know, Iran did not want to have this war. Iran wanted to reach an agreement. This is the statement from the Omani foreign minister that was facilitating new negotiations. Now that the U.S. Decided to attack Iran, then the Strait of Hormuz has become a war zone. You know, the school in city of Minab, you can Google this. The Strait of Hormuz is just a few kilometers from that city, the city that lost 165 schoolgirls a few days ago. And I hope you show some of those pictures of parents of the schoolgirls, people who have lost children. In a war zone, the missiles fly. It would not be advisable for ships to go through a war zone. And the hope that Iran has is that the U.S. and Israel stop their attacks. They're attacking Tehran every few hours.
Dr. Izadi, I'm afraid we'll have to leave it at that because I'm running short of time. But please stay safe. We are praying for peace to prevail back in Iran. Our hearts, in fact, go out to all of those casualties that have been taking place. But I'm afraid we'll have to leave it at that as it's a quick wrap from my end.
Right now, there's already a traffic jam, if I can say that, a ship jam as far as the Strait of Hormuz is concerned. Let's go across to our guest, Angie Wong, who's also continuing to be with us. So how do you look at this? How long can Iran officially said it's not going to block the Strait of Hormuz, but we're seeing that it's not operating. There is a backlog now that is now piling up of ships there in the region as well. How long can they do this? And how long can other world powers allow this to happen?
Well, I think a lot of this is by design. I mean, anyone entering a war in the regions knows that the Strait of Hormuz was going to be one of the very first things that was going to get shut, if not disrupted. Already here in the U.S., we're seeing gas lines because those who are watching the news understands that there's going to be some sort of disruptions. Even though we have plenty of reserves, the consumer here is feeling that there might be some disruptions and therefore gas prices may go up. Now, the reason why I say that some of it is by design is because later this month, President Trump meets with Xi Jinping over U.S.-China trade relations. And it seems as though the strategy with the Trump administration has been to cut off the oil supply for both China and for Russia for the purposes of ending world conflicts. So this could go on for some time if President Trump chooses to. Now, if politically here in the U.S., it doesn't look very good for him. If Americans are paying upwards of $7 per gallon for gas, like we did back in the Biden administration, well, he might not like that very much and try to reverse a few things. But I would not discount this as being a short-term situation. I would definitely say that, I don't believe that the Trump administration minds if gas prices and other disruptions to energy remains this way for at least some time.
I'll come back to you with more on that because that's an interesting comment you made. A lot of others suggesting to that point as well. But Vinny Motiwala, my colleague from CNBC TV 18, is now joining us on the market situation as far as India is concerned. Vinny, your thoughts on what we're witnessing?
Hi, absolutely. So what we're seeing in terms of the markets today, as expected, we're seeing red on the screen for the Indian markets. Nifty is down more than 200 points, 1%, more than 1% decline. Actually, now it's down 300 points, the Nifty 50. So down 1.2% in the trading session. The Sensex is down more than 1,000 points. That is also down 1.3%. Broader end of the market, that's when you look at the Nifty mid cap and small cap, also is seeing a more than 1% decline in the trading session. As of now, all the sectors, whether you look at, are trading in the red. Obviously, leading the decline today is going to be the realty pack. That's down more than 2%. We have energy, auto, PSU banks, all of them seeing a decline of more than 1% in the trading session. Now, obviously, because of the issues that were there and the concerns that are going on and the war going on in US, Israel, Iran, the conflicts over there, that has led to a decline in a lot of stock names, whether you look at something like an L&T, KC, International, all of them are seeing a bit of a pressure. Aviation, tourism names, all of them under pressure as well. We check Wabagam and some of them. While some bit of a green coming in on the screen, silver prices have gone up, so that's why we're seeing Hinzing, that's in focus. Oil India, ONGC, that is seeing a bit of a green on the screen, but apart from that, it's red across the screen as of now for the Indian markets.
Yes. What is the kind of indication do you think the market would be looking at if we talk about the trading day today or, the coming days, because this conflict could last at least a week?
Welcome back. We return with another breaking news update coming in. These are visuals from Srinagar that you see right behind me. Visuals from Srinagar, clashes taking place between protesters and security forces. You see a significant security deployment here in Srinagar. Now, these are protests that are taking place once again against the killing of Khamenei is what we're learning. Now, what we're being told is at the moment that the situation did go out of hand is why security forces were called in. Now, the story is the same. Khamenei, remembers, not just a political figure, also followed by millions of Shia Muslims across the world. And that seems to be repeating itself here in Srinagar as well. These are visuals coming in from Srinagar. Ishan Mani joins us with more details. Ishan, what really happened here? Give us more details.
Well, it seems like the protesters were trying to march towards the Srinagar streets, and that's why, to prevent them from going towards, Lal Chowk or city centre, which witnessed a massive protest yesterday, and to ensure there's a peaceful atmosphere, J&K police tried to prevent them. But there were some, agitated people who were part of the protest who tried to march ahead, so police had to resort to tear smoke shelling to disperse them. They are now being pulled back, and the police is requesting them to go back to their houses because there's a restriction and prohibitory order that's in place to ensure law and order remains peaceful. As you already know, that MHA has already issued directives to the state governments and UTs in wake of the developments in the Middle East that they need to be careful about dealing with the situation at the moment, and that's why police had to swing into action. They had to lob tear smoke shells. So the protesters are saying that they want to be peaceful, but there is restriction and there is prohibitory orders at the Srinagar. Several roads and bylanes have been closed for any such protest to take place because Kashmir has been one of such places which has been fragile in terms of peace, and that's why law and order needs to be maintained. We saw that IGP Kashmir VK Birdi was also present on the spot to ensure that protesters are dealt carefully and there is no room for any miscreant to create trouble, and that's why now police is trying to, after firing tear smoke shells, trying to pacify the people and telling them that they should go back and they should not stay back and they should go back to their houses because there are restrictions that have been imposed in Kashmir Valley. Ever since yesterday, ever since the assassination has taken place, there was a large crowd that had gathered at the Lal Chowk, the city centre. Such crowd was not seen for several decades at Lal Chowk, and that's why government had to be careful when dealing with them. You will see a lot of these Shia Muslims are coming out of their houses. As you see, they are holding the placards and banners of Ayatollah Khamenei and are raising slogans against the US and Israel. These are essentially anti-Israel and anti-US protests. But several of them, you will see there's a crowd of hundreds. So if they march towards the Srinagar city, this can create a law and order trouble. So that's why the police is saying that they want to ensure that law and order remains
the massive security
there,
deployment that we're seeing in Srinagar. So far, the situation is in control, but nonetheless, these are large-scale protests that are slowly taking place in different parts of the world, including Kashmir, including Srinagar in the latest. That's all we could pack for you in this edition of News. Thanks for watching. We'll be right back with our rolling coverage with top experts in just a few seconds. Stay tuned.
Right now, there's already a traffic jam, if I can say that, a ship jam as far as the Strait of Hormuz is concerned. Let's go across to our guest, Angie Wong, who's also continuing to be with us. So how do you look at this? How long can Iran officially said it's not going to block the Strait of Hormuz, but we're seeing that it's not operating. There is a backlog now that is now piling up of ships there in the region as well. How long can they do this, and how long can other world powers allow this to happen?
Well, I think a lot of this is by design. I mean, anyone entering a war in the regions knows that the Strait of Hormuz was going to be one of the very first things that was going to get shut, if not disrupted. Already here in the U.S., we're seeing gas lines because those who are watching the news understands that there's going to be some sort of disruptions. Even though we have plenty of reserves, the consumer here is feeling that there might be some disruptions and therefore gas prices may go up. Now, the reason why I say that some of it is by design is because later this month, President Trump meets with Xi Jinping over U.S.-China trade relations. And it seems as though the strategy with the Trump administration has been to cut off the oil supply for both China and for Russia for the purposes of ending world conflicts. So this could go on for some time if President Trump chooses to. Now, if politically here in the U.S., it doesn't look very good for him, if Americans are paying upwards of $7 per gallon for gas like we did back in the Biden administration, well, he might not like that very much and try to reverse a few things. But I would not discount this as being a short-term situation. I would definitely say that, I don't believe that the Trump administration minds if gas prices and other disruptions to energy remains this way for at least
I'll come back to you with more on that, because that's an interesting comment you made. A lot of others suggesting to that point as well. But Vinny Motiwala, my colleague from CNBC TV 18, is now joining us on the market situation as far as India is concerned. Vinny, your thoughts on what we're witnessing?
Hi, absolutely. So what we're seeing in terms of the markets today, as expected, we're seeing red on the screen for the Indian markets. Nifty is down more than 200 points, 1%, more than 1% decline. Actually, now it's down 300 points, the Nifty 50. So down 1.2% in the trading session. The Sensex is down more than 1,000 points. That is also down 1.3%. Broader end of the market, that's when you look at the Nifty mid cap and small cap, also is seeing a more than 1% decline in the trading session. As of now, all the sectors, whether you look at, are trading in the red. Obviously, leading the decline today is going to be the realty pack. That's down more than 2%. We have energy, auto, PSU banks, all of them seeing a decline of more than 1% in the trading session. Now, obviously, because of the issues that were there and the concerns that are going on and the war going on in US, Israel, Iran, the conflicts over there, that has led to a decline in a lot of stock names, whether you look at something like an L&T, KC, International, all of them are seeing a bit of a pressure. Aviation, tourism names, all of them under pressure as well. Viatech, Wabagam, some of them. While some bit of a green coming in on the screen, silver prices have gone up, so that's why we're seeing Hinzing, that's in focus. Oil India, ONGC, that is seeing a bit of a green on the screen, but apart from that, it's red across the screen as of now for the Indian markets.
Yes. What is the kind of indication do you think the market would be looking at if we talk about the trading day today or, the coming days, because this conflict could last at least a week? What are the assurances, if any, from, the oil companies, from other big trading companies, shipping companies, that the market would be looking at in the hours and days to come?
So actually, maybe, everyone is going to keep an eye out on in terms of the Strait of Hormuz, what is going to be happening on that, whether there is a continuation, what are the conversations they are having with their clients, because everyone is passing through the Strait.
Bunker, come. Hello and welcome to Inside the Bunker with the one and only #1 military historian in the world, Tom Cooper. We are very, very lucky viewers here at CNN News 18 that he is with us in the studio. He came for Rising Bharat Summit 2026 and then we said, Tom, we're not letting you go. So now what we're going to do with Tom, and we also have Ambassador Rajiv Dogra here inside the bunker, what we're going to do is to try and recreate and understand what's happening in this entire conflict. So Rajiv Dogra ji is here. We've got Tom, and he's going to do his magic here on this entire region and explain to us the various dynamics. But let's start, Tom, with the focus area, which is here. Where is Israel for us? Yeah, there it is.
Sorry,
we've just called this down. We'll call the map back up.
We killed the map.
No, we didn't kill the map. The map's right here. and that's the reason why the map is going to be very important. It's Israel that we'll focus on. We've got a man on ground, Tom. And let's go to him first and understand Bet Shemesh. Now, there are multiple angles to Bet Shemesh. Tom here, Sanjay Suri pops up here on the inside the bunker for us and tells us what's happening at Bet Shemesh. Oh, you're standing right at the spot where it seems like the missile landed. Sanjay, take us through.
Well, right behind me is what was a synagogue, and this is Bet Shemesh. It's a small town about halfway between Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. And this is a civilian population here. People do just basic work here. They do clerical work. There are teachers, there are scholars, students there. It's just a normal little small town. And this here is a synagogue, or was a synagogue behind right here. There's no sign left of it anymore. And what happened was that 10 people sought shelter. Some of them were in the synagogue already. There was a siren, and of course there's a pre-alarm that was followed by a siren that went off, and they went and sought shelter in the dedicated shelter that is located below the synagogue. What happened next, clearly, was a direct hit from a missile. The estimates are that it carried a 500 kilogram, a half-ton warhead. It was a direct hit. There was nothing left of the synagogue, and that direct hit penetrated right into the bunker there. Almost everyone was killed. 9 people confirmed killed already. And this has spread devastation, that impact spread devastation all around. You can see the entire area around here looks flattened. If I just step aside a bit, you have more of a look and see exactly what is behind us here. This is a flattened area. This was a synagogue. There was nothing left of it. And people here are quite shaken. And we just spoke with a gentleman who lives right next door, and he was telling us he was asleep and he heard a bang like he'd never heard before. His glass panes shattered, and that is a...
Sanjay, I'm going to interrupt you there. Why? Because viewers, Inside the Bunker is going to tell you the story which is not visible here, or what the Israelis will not actually tell you, why the Iranians hit Bet Shemesh. And that's why Tom Cooper is going to take us through the inside story here. So let's zoom into, and you do your thing, you do your magic. Let's find out Bet Shemesh. And viewers, bear with us. We're going to pinpoint this area, go deep in.
This is Bet Shemesh.
Yeah.
In central eastern, let's say, Israel. Israel is very small. It's very hard to explain. This is now east or south or north. Jerusalem is here. Tel Aviv is here. Bet Shemesh is here. Bet Shemesh.
Okay.
Bet Shemesh in Arabic.
Yeah. We can keep zooming in.
This is not the town itself.
Okay, this is not the town itself. This is Bet Shemesh. Yeah, you've got the pencil here. There you go. Yeah.
So, this is the town of Bet Shemesh. Then there is a hill.
Yeah.
Up here.
So this is the hill.
Yes.
Okay. This line or this area, this is the hilly region. This is where the missile seems to have landed.
This is all hilly. This is all very hilly, broken terrain.
Okay.
It really goes down, up and down, left and right. You can see that not one road is straight.
Right.
So, right behind that hill, let me mark the Bet Shemesh again.
Yeah.
No, where is it? No. Here.
Yeah, that's Bet Shemesh.
So, now we have a place called Sdot Micha.
Sdot Micha. You see Sdot Micha? Yeah.
Okay. And north of Sdot Micha is a big military complex.
Oh.
It is,
okay, you'll have to.
Sorry, yes.
Yeah, just go back to the arrow and now stretch it. Yeah. Oh, this is you're saying this is a military complex.
This is one of the 3 military complexes with Israeli ballistic missiles.
Okay.
And these ballistic missiles like Jericho 2 and Jericho 3.
Okay. Now we've got that. Sdot Micha. Okay.
It's named after the place nearby town.
Okay. Okay. So you're saying, now viewers listen to this very carefully. What he's saying is, if we zoom into this area, this place now,
what we can see here, for example, are hardened shelters and underground facilities here.
Yeah, so you can draw. So this is underground facility. This is hardened facility.
This is and we can see also launch ramps. These are pre-constructed ramps made of gravel, and then you drive your trailer and launcher outside, pull it out, load the missile, of course, on it, raise the missile, and launch the missile.
And what missiles here? These are the Jerichos.
Jericho, yes.
Jericho, yeah.
Or Jericho, yes.
Yeah,
Jericho 2 and Jericho 3.
Jericho
these are
2 and 3. Both are to be launched here. Now, this is the hilly area. This is where the Iranian ballistic missile actually landed. It fell. And this is all civilian area.
Yes.
So what
you see the synagogue here?
Yeah, the synagogue. So this is where it landed. So the distance between the synagogue and this facility here is less than about what?
9 kilometers. 9 kilometers.
9
kilometers.
9 kilometers.
Sorry, 1 kilometer.
1 kilometer. So the distance, viewers, is just 1 kilometer. This is just 1 kilometer away from Israel's. Yeah. So this is just 1 kilometer away from Israel's ballistic missile facility. So was Iran targeting a synagogue, or were they actually, like the Israelis were targeting, the Iranian ballistic missile facilities? Were the Iranians targeting the Israeli ballistic missile launch facility in Bet Shemesh?
And sadly, it's really tragic, and this is one of the most saddest aspects of doing what I'm doing, is when something like this happens, and the missile came in with such a speed, such force, that it went into the underground bunker and killed so many people.
No, but the point is, do the Iranians lack precision? Because if I were to compare this with Operation Sindoor, the BrahMos landed with precision right on top of the intended target.
Yes.
Why is it not happening with the Israeli and the Iranians? So let me ask you that.
There are several reasons for this. First, yes, Iranian missiles lack precision. They are not as precise as BrahMos, for example. The second reason is they are under pressure. They are under constant airstrikes. That means that crews launch them up. They have to work very, very quickly under pressure. Perhaps it was one of the trailer erector launchers we have seen hit by Israeli Air Force. We are not going to know. Matter of fact is they have been under severe pressure and they have had to work quickly, and then mistakes happen. And if you enter just one digit wrong, boom, it goes into the wrong place. And the third possible reason is that because this is hugely important for Israel. Therefore, they have somewhere nearby, don't get me wrong now, I don't recall exactly, one of their Arrow 3 anti-ballistic missile batteries, which is protecting this base. Of course, it's protecting nearby settlements as well.
Yeah.
So it can easily happen that this base, that this Arrow battery has returned fire, attempted to shut down the missile. There was a narrow miss, and then it's enough just
to even deflect and for it to miss its trajectory.
It goes wrong. Yes, exactly.
So what Tom is saying here is that clearly it's a commonsensical question. If I've got a missile base here, if I've got a ballistic launch system, and if there are civilians, I will have an anti-ballistic facility that will perhaps protect this range. So what if the interceptors fired and somewhere just deflected the ballistic missile sent by the Iranians and it landed here, rather than its intended target that is here? And that's why there are civilian casualties. And this entire thing of weaving narratives. The Iranians say, oh, Israelis are killing civilians. The Israelis say, oh, Iranians are killing civilians. But the reality is it's collateral damage, sadly, but truly.
It's tragic. Especially, for example, when we see Israelis striking intelligence headquarters in Tehran, Iranians are striking intelligence headquarters in Tel Aviv or in Haifa or in Bahrain CIA office. So it is mutual. Both are striking targets which are within densely populated areas. Both are causing civilian casualties through this.
Well, Ambassador Rajiv Dogra is with us in the studio. Group Captain MJ Vinod is also with us. Burzin Wagmar is also with us. My namaste to everybody. But I'm going to just come back to this. Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, this entire game of narratives. Now, this is something which we have to tell the world, that there is a ballistic facility that the Iranians are targeting. The Iranians are not just firing blindly at civilians, as the Israelis claim to say.
Well, firstly, I'm glad that you pointed this out, because there is a lot of censorship going on, especially from the Israeli end. They do not want the actual casualty or actual strike figures to come out, because it exposes the lack of their interception capabilities, which had not happened earlier. This is the first time the Iranian missiles have a free passage. I'm exaggerating perhaps, but this is what is happening. Otherwise, they wouldn't have hit wherever they wanted to hit. And most of the hypersonic missiles, for instance, despite Israeli claims that they've shot down 3, have also gone through. So there is time for Israel to reflect on what has gone wrong. And a lot seems to have gone wrong.
Right. We've got Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conicus, former IDF spokesperson, also joining us here inside the bunker on CNN News 18. Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Conicus. Thank you for your time. And if I may call Jonathan, this is what the Iranian target was. That's what Tom Cooper here is saying. Your ballistic missile facility, which houses the Jerichos 2 and 3 in Bet Shemesh, but sadly it's landed in a civilian area.
Yes, hello to you from Israel. With respect to the esteemed colleagues in the studio, not entirely sure that they know what they're talking about. The bottom line here and the facts on the ground is that the Iranians are killing civilians all over the Middle East. They have killed 11 Israeli civilians so far, 2 women in Tel Aviv, in separate incidents of civilian buildings that were hit with Iranian ballistic missiles, and they unfortunately were murdered, and 9 in Beit Shemesh, outskirts of Jerusalem. You know, the Iranians may say, their propaganda machine may say, and your people in the studio may fall for those lies, that they are aiming for military targets. And you know what? That may even be the case. But the weapons that they're using, unlike what Israel is doing, are still imperfect weapons with relatively limited accuracy. So when they fire an objective that is around the size of a school bus, about 1,000 kilometers away, that has massive implications, and the chances of them hitting a specific small target are extremely low. But guess what? The Iranians don't burden themselves with whether or not they will hit civilians. They're hitting civilians all over Israel, and they're doing it in Kuwait, in Qatar, in the United Arab Emirates, in Saudi Arabia. They are killing civilians everywhere. So I would respectfully...
Sir, your own spokesperson has told clearly in October 2023, you are not searching for precision, you are searching for destruction. It's as simple as that.
This is Tom Cooper, military historian, who's with us in the studio. I think you gentlemen know each other, but his submission is that this is something that the Israeli spokesperson, IDF spokesperson themselves have said, that you're not searching for precision, but
for destruction.
I don't know who you are.
What is his name?
I don't know who you are and what agenda you represent, but what you say is utterly wrong. What Israel is doing, and that, you know, to bring up some misquote from 2.5 years ago, I think is highly unprofessional.
And he has said, we are not searching for precision, we are searching for destruction.
You said something and I'm responding to it. To bring up a misquote from 2 years ago from a different conflict, different location, I think is highly unprofessional and misleading and wrong and libelous. What Israel is doing is striking precision targets based on accurate intel, focusing on military targets all across Iran, missile launchers, depots of where the missiles are, military infrastructure, of course, senior regime officials, headquarters of military locations. And I'll just finish the point.
Yes, please.
And I think we see a very stark contrast here between what the Iranians are doing, wanton aggression across all of the Middle East, but focusing more on Israel, and what Israel and the US are doing, which is precision, high-quality military strikes on intended targets.
But Ambassador Rajiv Dogra is also with us, and he had a point to make, and what he was trying to say, Jonathan, we'll see if we can call him here. He's right behind us. So if we can, he is saying that how is it that the Iranians are able to penetrate the Israeli Iron Dome, arrows, and also David Sling? Yeah.
Another point, no offense and no provocation to your Israeli guest, but the reports coming out of Iran from first day was that Israeli missiles had targeted a school where around 100 children died. Whether that is a fact or not, later events will reveal. But Iranians have repeatedly said that. So I think every human life is important, as is the life of those school children.
Jonathan?
Yes. Yeah. So respectfully to the ambassador, I would advise extreme caution with any information disseminated by Iranian authorities. These are the same authorities that claim that they only murdered 3,000 Iranian protesters, when in fact we know that the amount is between 32,000 and 40,000 Iranians that were murdered by the Iranian regime. So I would advise the honorable diplomat to be very careful when listening to a terrorist regime that has a long and proven track record of blatant lying. That's one thing. Second thing, I know for sure that Israel is targeting military targets and military targets only. I know also for sure that that specific location was a location that belonged to the IRGC, to the military part of the IRGC. And at this stage, I actually don't know if it was the US or Israel that struck it. But at the end of the day, you know, what Israel is doing, what the US are doing, is striking military targets. I don't think it should come to a surprise to anybody here, if you've been watching events in Western Asia for the last 50 years, that bad guys like the Iranian regime, like Hezbollah, like Hamas, and like many others, they have this ugly tendency of hiding behind civilians and using civilians as human shields. So again, you can believe what you want, and if you want to peddle Iranian propaganda, free speech, you're a democracy,
Jonathan,
you can do that.
There's also Israeli propaganda.
Yeah, that's what Tom is also saying, that if there can be a school on the Iranian side near the IRGC headquarters, there could be a synagogue near the ballistic missile site in Bet Shemesh on the Israeli side. So what we are trying to say is that both sides will want to carve a narrative which suits them. And there will be propaganda from both ends.
Yeah, of course there's propaganda from both ends, but I think the facts on the ground, when you do just a small analysis, a lazy analysis, not very detailed, but when you do a quick analysis, when you look at where these Israeli civilians were murdered, 9 Israeli civilians were murdered and more than 20 were wounded, far from, I'm talking more than a kilometer from any military installation. So, you know, you can do a map of Israel. Israel is a small country with lots of military installations all over the country. And you could, after the fact, claim that you were trying to hit some other location, some military location, but that wouldn't be truthful. But I suggest, you know, again, people will believe what they want to believe. And if you want to propagate Iranian propaganda, by all means.
But we need not buying Israeli propaganda either.
No, I can understand from your accent.
We're just trying to put out, with no disrespect to anybody. With no disrespect to anybody. And Jonathan, I'm going to thank you for joining us. No disrespect to anybody at all. What the Israelis say, what the Iranians say, we're going to put that out. But we're also trying to here deep dive and say, what's the story behind the story? Unfortunate that there is a synagogue here, and this is where the target happened, not so far away from the synagogue. Is Israeli military installation. So the Iranians were targeting this, that's the intent, but they ended up hitting this, that's the result. So, yeah, tragically so, that's the reality. We're going to move on. Thank you, Jonathan, for joining us. Master Ajit Dogra stays on. Burzine, before I come across to you, let's now take the next question. Now, how is this surveillance happening? Let's understand. There is one that was brought down yesterday, the MQ-9 Reaper. We've got a picture, we've got a visual, and this is the MQ-9 Reaper. What is the speciality of this MQ-9 Reaper, and why is it that the Israelis were so happy they brought one down? This is seen on the skies over Iran. Yeah.
Well, it has a stealthy shape, as you can see. It is made to reflect radar signals in all different directions, just not back to the antenna.
Yeah.
So therefore, it is supposed to operate relatively close to its potential targets, very high, very slow. It has a long endurance. It can remain airborne up to 27 hours, yes. Or if equipped with fuel tanks, up to 34 hours, sorry. And additionally, it can be armed with small guided ammunition.
How high can it, send pictures from how high above the ground?
It is usually flying at between depends on the mission, between 6,000 and 12,000 meters.
6,000 and 12,000 meters.
Yes.
So if I say 12,000, that's about 36 to 40,000 feet?
Something like this, yes.
Yeah.
So what is the point about it? It enables monitoring or surveillance of an area over extended period of time, which is particularly important for such cases like when Israelis are trying to assassinate one or another president or supreme leader or prime minister or Hezbollah leader. Why? Because in this fashion, they can constantly monitor their movements, even over months, of course, by successful UAVs, by successful drones.
They used this in Afghanistan also, didn't they?
The Americans have used this in Afghanistan, yes. The Israelis have a little bit different models. They are using them in Israel, in Syria, in Iran, in Iraq, all the way to Yemen.
So, and it's a remote pilot, so the
pilot is sitting in a command and control container at home, so to say, at his home base, very far away, and everything is done via satellite.
It's done via satellite, yes. What?
Earlier reports.
Yeah.
The Houthis had brought down one of the Reapers, and another Reaper was brought down some time back around Iranian territory. Right. So this is not the first time that a Reaper has been brought down.
On the contrary, the Houthis have shot down some 7 or 8 of them.
So
what's the cost of each Reaper, MQ-9 Reaper?
I don't know exactly by heart, but it goes into about a dozen of million. When so fully equipped with all of the latest.
At least $12 to $15 million is the cost per drone. And the Houthis have down about 8 to 9.
Command system.
Command systems, based on the command system and what it's equipped with. And that's been brought down by the Iranians. And it's big because this is sending real-time intelligence. There are multiple ways that the Israelis and the US are actually gathering intelligence by hovering over Iran. We'll show you some of those pictures also of stealth drones in a bit. But there is also what the Iranians are using. Okay, we've got the RA-01 stealth. So let's try and look at the RA-01 stealth. That was a visual. We had the pictures. We'll see if we can call out those pictures also as we put out the details about the RA-01. Can we have a look at that, please? Can we call that? After the MQ-9 Reaper, can we move to the next graphic?
Yes. Yeah. This is particularly spectacular take. This was taken over Tehran. And it's showing one of Israeli-made RA-01 UAVs. They are relatively small. They are perhaps 1.5 meters long.
Okay, so that's why difficult to spot. They look like a bird actually floating in the sky.
Exactly. And also stealth-shaped, so very hard to detect by radar. And this one, the Iranians have already shot down several. They have shot down at least 2 last June. They have already shot down 2 this year. And this is very hard to track, very hard to detect and track, and very hard to shot down. Nevertheless, it works as well. So, but the point is now the following. Such UAVs are collecting information, intelligence, for hours and hours on day. Then the next one comes in, tracks the same target and so on. They are collecting so much information. There are so many such UAVs that the Israelis and the Americans need separate aircraft carrying processors which are processing all of this information, so this can be integrated into the overall picture for the commanders on the, in command centers.
And what are they doing? They're hovering all over Iran.
Yes.
To watch every single move. Also, can they send real-time information when a ballistic missile is fired? The silos, the location, etc.?
They are following commanders, they are following troop movements, they are following major bases, or actually tracking major bases, and then reporting about whatever their optical systems see, whatever their infrared systems can detect, to the headquarters.
And what is their hang time, if I may ask, if they can stay up?
For this one, it is unknown, but probably, I wouldn't say less than 12 hours, so it is probably longer.
It's longer than 12 hours. So that means real-time intelligence, continuous intelligence, and by the time one is running out of battery or fuel, the other one is already up to take its place. Again, remote control from a very, very far distance, and also via satellite. Now, this use of satellites to try and manage your information systems and equipment becomes very, very potent, especially for somebody like the Israelis and also the Americans, because they are past masters at it. Ambassador Rajiv Dogra?
Well, so too are the Chinese, Anand and Tom. And in fact, Chinese are sending real-time information, not while the war was on, but even before that.
Yes.
And Chinese have been telling them exactly the position of every ship, every missile launch station in Israel, and every aircraft carrier that Americans have.
Yes. This is how the Iranians have staged this attempted to attack one of the US Navy's aircraft carriers. almost certainly thanks to Chinese intelligence, or Chinese intelligence provided by the Chinese.
Let's now move the conversation and talk a little more about Iran. Now, how much has, oh, that's Egypt. I've come to Egypt.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is the disputed Persian Gulf and of course the Strait of Hormuz. So we will talk about that at length in a bit. But viewers, let's try and understand what is the Shahid 136. The Shahid 136 yesterday in this Persian Gulf, Tom, actually downed an Emirati tanker. It was also has been used to try and destroy, as the Iranians claim, certain US air bases. Now, what are the Shahid 136? Why is it so potent and important?
It is a relatively simple flying bomb, de facto. Slowly flying, not jet propelled, except for latest versions developed in Russia. It's propelled by an engine like on a scooter. So, and it has a very good range. It can have, some variants have range of 2,000 kilometers. So it is flying slowly, between 70 and 120 kilometers per hour, which is making it hard to detect. Additionally, its shape is also stealthy, which is making it additionally hard to detect. So it is a perfect weapon for well, as we have seen, striking selected targets very deep behind the enemy lines or well away from Iran in this case. Let's say this way. The Iranian attempts to strike Israel with Shahids were so far not that successful. Why? Because the Israelis and Americans are flying combat air patrols over Jordan. This is here, over this area, over Syria. So their fighter jets have built a sort of a wall, and they're intercepting anything, whatever UAVs are coming from Iran. Then Iranians started launching UAVs from northwest via Syria, via northern Iraq and Syria. This took the Israelis 1 or 2 times by surprise, but eventually they have closed this gap as well. So the fighters are always the first line of defense against such targets like UAVs. The second line of defense are medium-range and short-range missiles. However, they're expanding them to strike such targets or to intercept such targets like UAVs is extremely expensive. One has to keep in mind that a single Shahid costs less than $20,000, but a single missile costs well over $1 million. So therefore, both the Americans and the Israelis are trying to use other means to shut down UAVs. Foremost, these modified guided rockets. Simple, relatively small rockets, which have now they were modified to have a laser guidance. And then such aircraft like this F-15, which crashed, was actually shot down over Kuwait. Yes.
We were just putting out those visuals of the F-15. The pilot is safe. He's been moved to the U.S. base. That's what we had, the pictures. But the F-15 was actually shot down by a Shahid 136.
No, apparently, at least that's the latest info, is that it was shot down by Kuwaiti air defenses.
Kuwaiti air defense.
Why? It was busy with shooting down UAVs streaming from Iran. So whether these UAVs went to Kuwait or to Israel is presently unclear. But while operating against them, it flew into the area protected by the Kuwaiti air defenses. And there is a foreign problem.
Friendly fire.
They do not see each other. We are talking about such ranges over which this war is fought that they do not see each other. So therefore, nominally they would have integrated and or adjusted their identification framework for IFF systems. Apparently they haven't. Therefore, Kuwaitis have opened fire and shot down the F-15E of the U.S. Air Force.
U.S. Air Force. So clearly, the F-15E, as per Tom Cooper here inside the bunker, he's saying that it was shot down by friendly Kuwaiti fire because they were trying to negate the Shahid 136. So let's try and understand via graphics why the Shahid 136 is so important, viewers. The Shahid 136 drone is Iran's low-cost kamikaze drone with long-range strike capability. So that's what it looks. It's cost just about $20,000, but it's like a bomb, flying bomb. That's what they have built it, and that's why the Russians have used this even in the Russia-Ukraine war. It's got a delta-wing loitering munition. That's what it is. It's designed for one-way attacks. It's not coming back. That's why it's called a suicide drone, kamikaze. Now, it can strike targets up to 2,500 kilometers. So the Iranians can fire low-cost loitering munition all the way up to Israel if they find that flight path. That's what Tom was also saying. and it can get away with 50 kilograms of warhead. 50 kilograms is a lot in terms of based on what is it that you packed inside the warhead to cause damage. It's used in swarms to overwhelm the air defense systems. Why? Because if I'm sending you a swarm of 250, 300 drones plus or 600 drones, your systems can only shoot down perhaps 250 or 300 of them. Even if 100 of them pass through, that's a lot of damage at the coordinate that's been keyed in, because it's 50 into 100, 5,000 kilograms of explosives landing together. That's what happens suddenly, in terms of scale, the amount of explosives that land. Also around 185 kilometers, that's the flight speed, and of course weighs approximately 200 kilograms. So it's quite lightweight compared to a lot of other munitions.
This size, yes, but lightweight, yes, because of composite construction.
It's an MD-550 piston engine that powers it with distinct buzzing sound equipped with AI, GNSS and inertial navigation systems, rocket-assisted launch from trucks, truck-mounted rack. That means they can keep moving, shifting locations, and then have their tubes all across Iran. Now, where all are these Shahid 136s placed, and what is going to be Iran's strategy in this region, especially against its neighbors in the Gulf, the Persian Gulf? We will talk about this with Tom Cooper inside the bunker, along with Ambassador Rajiv Dogra and Burzine Wagmar, who's there outside, and we will catch up with him too on what next from Iran for this region, and of course the Strait of Hormuz, when we come back after a short break. Stay with us.
As we keep up with these visuals. But yes, this is how the war in West Asia is playing out on day 3. No signs of de-escalation as yet. Do remember today, this morning, at least Indian Standard Time, we began by picking up visuals really of how Israel was going after some of the Hezbollah targets, which in fact have begun fighting this war for Iran. Ambassador Dogra is with us in our studio here. Good morning, Ambassador. Your thoughts really on what we're tracking. These are big, important visual sets that continue to trickle in, that go on to also highlight we're far, far away from looking at any signs of de-escalation as yet.
F-15 is just one small part of the story. Fortunate, but in wars, these losses are the normal. The news that is trickling in from Israel is much more serious. There are reports that a nuclear power plant has been targeted by Iranian missiles. There are reports that some of the generals, Israeli generals, have been sort of killed in strikes by...
Apologies, Ambassador. I need to quickly come in because this is another important piece of information that's coming in. We need to cut across to CNN Live.
Was unable to use their bases, to use their airspace in order to carry out this attack. They had been lobbying hard the United States president to try and convince him not to go ahead with these strikes against Iran. They believed that that would show that they had distanced themselves from what is happening right now, but it has not. We are seeing an unprecedented retaliation from Iran against these Gulf nations, and the leaders of these nations are extremely angry, some of them saying they reserve the right to retaliate should this continue. And Jim, as of now, it is continuing.
So, Paula, in Dubai and Abu Dhabi, in the UAE, who is providing the missile defense? Is that a combination of their own resources in the U.S. military, or is it primarily the U.S. military?
Well, here in the UAE, they actually have among the strongest air defense systems in the Middle East, with the exception of Israel, of course. They have worked very closely with the U.S. military over a number of years.
Back live here on Inside the Bunker with Tom Cooper, Ambassador Rajiv Dogra and Burzine Wagmar. The importance of the Strait of Hormuz. As of now, the Iranians are saying they're not closing the Strait of Hormuz, but they're not allowing any traffic in the Strait of Hormuz. Any oil tanker attempting to enter or any oil tanker attempting to exit is being attacked, be it an Omani tanker or an Emirati one. This is all, there is a huge traffic jam on this side and on this side of the Strait of Hormuz. The import, strategic import of it from Burzine Wagmar, Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, and the tactical reason why this is becoming a huge pain point for the world, for the, not just the region, but the entire world, with Tom Cooper here. But first, Burzine, yes, thank you for your patience. Strait of Hormuz.
Never mind the Strait of Hormuz. Let's go to the other side, the Minab School, which is located where your map is, Anand. If you could just turn back near Hormuz Island and Hormuzgan province, where the red line is on your map. That's where the town of Minab is, opposite Oman's Musandam Peninsula. And the school in question that was hit was, again, you could call it friendly fire, as Persian networks are putting it now. It was an IRGC missile that hit the school, so that needs to be clarified. It was not a coalition force missile. That needs to be amplified and pointed out, and I'm clarifying it here and now. And the school in question was cheek by jowl with an IRGC complex of ballistics and munitions depot and the rest of it, which is so typical in the Middle East with Hamas and others, that they have these civilians embedded within the same region or the location of how they operate from. That is typical modus operandi.
Burzine, let's zoom in zoom in on Minab, yeah.
The town of Minab is right there in Hormuzgan province. And opposite, and Arun, your left finger is there near, Arun, your left finger was, and your left finger was near Oman's Musandam Peninsula on the opposite side.
Yes.
So that's it, right, correct. So that's where it was.
Just a second.
Khasab, Sur, Buraimi, those parts are Oman, and that's Oman. And Arun, just on your left, is that large bit is Keshem Island, which is the Iranian oil terminal area.
This one, the Keshem Island, this is where it is. Keshem is here.
That is very important, and coalition forces can keep that in mind, because if you remember, Anand, during the war last year, in April, never mind the 12-day war, Biden did prevail upon Jerusalem not to bomb Iranian oil facilities, and he had Keshem in mind, President Biden. And Israel did not, if you remember that.
Correct.
That was the first round in April as such.
Let's just stay with this part, because there is another interesting area that is Kish. Tom, would you want to come and explain the lay of the land to our viewers, why the Strait of Hormuz, that is peppered with these small islands, becomes strategically very, very important, viewers, even from a kinetic, tactical point of view, not just trade. Yes, Tom.
Okay. I said again, we have the inboard line, Gulf running like this. And then past Kish Island. Oh, sorry, these are Thumb Islands, yes, these are here.
Okay.
And the outboard goes like this. So now the point is that this inboard line is passing through Iranian territorial waters. This means that Iranians have the right to stop and search, or at least check the reasons why is the ship passing by, every ship, no matter what, including the US Navy warships. Besides, this is also close to Iran, to Iranian coast, that they ships passing by from the coast, not to talk about their own vessels. Nowadays, we are going to see less of their traffic. They are monitoring what is going on from Keshem and from Kish. Kish also has an air base. Furthermore, I have to zoom in now, just a second. These two islands here, these are Greater and Lesser Thumb. They are disputed. Their ownership is disputed between Iran and the United Arab Emirates ever since the British have left in 1971. Here, the IRGC has anti-ship bases and also surface-to-air missiles. Probably these were some of the first targets that the Americans have hit. 48 hours ago.
To try and save all the ships.
Yes, to keep the shipping lines safe.
Keep the shipping lines safe. You see how narrow this is, this entire Strait of Hormuz. And that's the Iranian side. That's deeper. This is deeper. This side is deeper. The inbound side is deeper. The outbound area, this And that's why they still have to stick closer to the Iranian side than this one.
What's more, I said 25 to 50 meters on this side, 25 meters or less south of here.
Right. Now, as you explain it here, that camera stays with you. Now, we are also showing here the traffic that's building up on both sides. Now, this is the Strait of Hormuz, so they've got to pass here. But if you look at Bandar Abbas, if you look at the ports here around Ras Al Khaimah, and more importantly, before they enter in the Arabian Sea. So this pileup is going to increase because the Iranians say they haven't closed the Strait of Hormuz, but they have. They blew up an Emirati tanker. They blew up an Omani tanker.
Control problem. Iranians have a command and control problem. The Israelis are striking their commanders. The Americans are striking their command nodes. They are having a command and control problem. Their troops in the field, deployed in the field, they have their orders, which might be days old. In the case of this, do that. In the case of that, do this. So correspondingly, if they are out of touch with their command, or that if they can't reach their commanders, they are doing what they've been told 5 or 6 days ago.
Right.
And this is when then happens that they are threatening the international shipping or even striking tankers because they do not know what is going on. They are cut off. They are in the field. They are outside in the wilderness, and they do not know what is going on. They do not have the TV. They do not have the internet because this would reveal their position. They have to hide all the time. They are afraid because they see the U.S. and Israeli aircraft flying above them. So therefore, they're trying to survive. That is first point. And the second point is to do something under apostrophes, whatever this something is.
Right. Yes, Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, Group Captain MJ Vinod, this is why we like you in the studio more, but because we forget sometimes that you're there with us. Yes, Ambassador Rajiv Dogra.
Very informative discussion. Just to add to it, because there is a feeling that why not blockade? After all, the passage is very narrow, and in fact, at the narrowest point, it is just 3 kilometers wide for ships to pass through.
Yes. Right.
But the real reason why...
This here.
Yeah, this is the narrowest one.
Yeah.
No?
The real reason why Iranians have not decided on blockade is very intelligent, very clever, very practical. Because they don't have enough ships. They do not want even their small boats to be engaged in this exercise while they are needed elsewhere.
Yeah.
And the threat of action is enough. It acts as a blockade.
It's a deterrent in its own. Yes, Tom.
They know since 1988, when the U.S. Navy ran the Operation Praying Mantis and sunk several warships of the Iranian fleet, they cannot survive not even in these narrow waters without air support. And they are not going to have air support because of American air superiority.
Right. So I'm just going to quickly, Group Captain MJ Vinod and Burzeen, please weigh in. This is the narrowest point. This difference is just about 3 kilometers. There are also the small ships, the mini subs that are under this, which can perhaps try and do something from below the sea and damage these tankers. There is a base here. These are contested areas. There is a base here. This is Kish.
Here as well.
There is Kish. There are SAMs and missile systems placed there. And of course, this is Keshem. Now, in Keshem again, these regions, they are very, very close to this entire merchant route, and the Iranians are watching very, very carefully. Nearly 40% of the world's energy, etc., moves through this narrow strait before it ends towards South Asia. The Chinese will be watching, the Russians will be watching, and of course, you've also been very patiently watching for a while, Vinod. So please go ahead. Thank you for your patience.
I'm just taking a leaf from what Tom was talking about. And I remember sending this to you yesterday. 3 bases that is going to be, a big issue for shipping lines of communication getting disrupted. When I put behind me the Tum and the greater Tum and the smaller Tum, both has runways. And both has military capable runways. Another one which I sent it to you on your WhatsApp, Anand, is a place called Siri. Siri is nearly 100 kilometers.
Siri is right here.
Right there.
Yeah.
100 kilometers from Dubai, and that is where I think the smaller drones have come attacking Dubai. So Siri, what really beats me, Anand, is you and I on the map are able to analyze with a little, and Tom, what UAE commanders and others couldn't do is my question mark. If they had done it, they would have done something about it, isn't it? So they didn't do anything about it is what really, it beats me absolutely.
See,
where is the logic to protect yourself?
There is real
when you see
intelligence,
such
there
a
is
thing
artificial intelligence, and there is real stupidity.
Yeah. They have all the three systems. That is the THAAD system, PAC-3 system, and also they have got something from Russia, the Panjshir system, and the integrated command and control network. This is UAE I'm talking about. All that seems to have completely fallen on its face. So there is someone's head needs to roll, and they need to go back to the drawing board, looking at what they will do in the future, Anand.
Right. Now, Tom, there is news just coming through. So we're going to move from the Strait of Hormuz, and I'm going to request you to help us find the Ras Tanura. That's the Aramco refinery, because these are pictures that have just come in, viewers, that Iran has started attacking Saudi Arabia's oil refineries and oil infrastructure overall. Big explosion here at the Ras Tanura. That's the Aramco factory, Saudi Arabia's biggest oil company there. And of course, this is state-backed. And you see, look at the plumes of smoke. Now, this is real escalation, Tom. And what are the dynamics of this, Iran moving to this level? Is this going to further intensify? Because the Saudis have already, they're very, very peeved. Yes, Tom.
Ras Tanura is on the coast of the Persian Gulf, northwest of Bahrain, near Jebel Ali, for example. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. No. So that the viewers can see it better. Oh, sorry, now it's here. And, well, obviously, once again, the Iranians haven't had it very hard to strike the place, because it is something like, 100 kilometers away from their coast.
Yeah, now Jebel is coming here.
Okay,
sorry, I don't know why
we have a problem with this map all the time, but that is not a problem.
Yeah, so
we can serve it.
Yeah, so that's Bushehr, and from Bushehr, Al Jubail is not so far away, and that's it.
Ras Tanura was here somewhere.
Yeah.
So, what does this mean? Again, it can mean two things. That first is that somebody is out of control and shooting UAVs at what he was told to shoot several days ago. The other is that the leadership in Tehran, the new leadership, has decided, okay, there is nothing to negotiate, there's nothing to talk about. We are with our back against the wall. We have no other options. If we go down, everybody goes down. Therefore, Ras Tanura.
Ras Tanura here, Al Jubail here. This is Iran here, and they are firing from here. And what you are saying is, Tom, that there is no current chain of command coming through. So there are local commanders here who are perhaps deciding to say, okay, let me look at the old playbook. Day 2 of the war, day 3 of the war, these are the targets that I am supposed to target. But there must be some communication going that they have decided to do this now. Why not do it 24 hours ago? Why do it now?
I said, break down in a chain of command, or somebody acting on his own hand. We shouldn't forget several years ago, that was around 10 years ago, a local IRGC commander has brought the decision, because they were deployed in the field, and he saw a US UAV, Global Hawk, flying over the Strait of Hormuz. According to his radar data, the UAV was inside the Iranian sky, so therefore he opened fire, shot it down. This is how they act, because they are trained to act on their own.
On their own.
Without an order from above. If there is an order from above, if he can reach the commanders, okay. But if not, he is acting on his own. And this is probably one such case, I guess.
Well, I think somewhere is the Indian military also being told to act similar to the IRGC. You know, act as you feel appropriate at that particular time of mean, because to try and decentralize the command chain so that if it's gone. Yes, Ambassador Rajiv Dogra.
You know, I mean, you're both absolutely right that local commanders may have taken this decision, and it is part of the Iranian plan. Even when the Supreme Leader Khamenei was alive, they had been given the authority to take action if they felt it necessary. So far, it has worked all right. But as far as attack on Saudi Arabia is concerned, I am not exactly sure whether part of it is owned by the Americans. But even if it is not, the fact is that Saudi Arabia had openly been instigating Trump to start attacking Iran.
Yeah.
So this is the message from Iran. They did not do it in the first few days, first 2 days, but they've done it now.
Yeah, this is Saudi. Yeah.
And the message is quite clear that, you cannot be working against us and hope to remain unscathed, hope to remain unchallenged. So this is, a first indication to Saudi Arabia that please do not get actively involved in war, which some messages are conveying that Saudi Arabia is thinking of getting involved in war. So Iran, the other point, sorry to digress a little, the other point which I wish to make is that compare the regime change threats by Trump to what actually happened in other countries. In Iraq, everyone folded up. In Libya, everything folded up. In Afghanistan, they tried, but the Taliban are back.
Yeah.
So regime change does not work everywhere. And in Iraq, it has not worked. Iran, it has not worked.
Right.
So far.
Somewhere they believe that if they can install a clerical head who's a little more moderate and perhaps does not toe a line of death to Israel, death to America. We've got Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaking on the joint statement between Bharat and Canada. Cutting across to that.
The next two documents are Terms of Reference for Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement or CEPA and the Declaration of Intent on Joint Pulse Protein Center of Excellence. These documents will be exchanged by the Honorable Maninder Sidhu, Minister of Export Promotion, International Trade and Economic Development of Canada, and Shri Piyush Goyal, Minister of Commerce and Industry of India. We next have the Department of Atomic Energy Cameco deal on supply of uranium ore concentrates. This document will be exchanged by the Honorable Scott Moe, Premier of Saskatchewan, and Mr. Tim S. Gitzel, President of Cameco on the Canadian side, and by Shri Dinesh K. Patnaik, High Commissioner of India to Canada. The last document is the MOU for Global Link Research Internships. This document will be exchanged by His Excellency Mr. Christopher Cooter, High Commissioner of Canada to India, and Shri Dinesh K. Patnaik, High Commissioner of India to Canada. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the exchange ceremony. I would like to inform that Prime Minister Modi will be addressing the media in Hindi. Members of the audience may use the audio device provided to listen to the translation in English language. I now request the spokesperson of the Ministry of External Affairs to conduct the rest of the proceedings.
Namaskar, good afternoon. The Right Honourable Mr. Mark Carney, Prime Minister of Canada, Honourable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, Honourable Ministers, members of both delegations, distinguished guests and friends from the media. We will now have the press statements. May I request Honourable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, to give his remarks to the media.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister Mark Carney, दोनों देशों के डेलीगेट्स, मीडिया के साथी, नमस्कार। प्रधानमंत्री कार्नी का भारत में स्वागत करते हुए मुझे बहुत खुशी हो रही है। प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में यह उनकी पहली भारत यात्रा है। हम इसे एक महत्वपूर्ण माइलस्टोन के रूप में देखते हैं। पिछले वर्ष कनाडा में आयोजित G7 बैठक में उन्होंने मेरा और मेरी डेलीगेशन का गर्मजोशी से स्वागत किया था। आज उसी आत्मीयता से उनका स्वागत करना मेरे लिए सौभाग्य की बात है। दुनिया में बहुत कम लोग हैं जिनके सीवी में 2 देशों की सेंट्रल बैंकिंग लीडरशिप लिखी हो। हमारी पहली बैठक से ही हमारे संबंधों में एक नई ऊर्जा, परस्पर विश्वास और सकारात्मकता आई है। सहयोग के हर क्षेत्र में बढ़ते मोमेंटम का श्रेय मैं अपने मित्र प्रधानमंत्री कार्नी को देता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और कनाडा लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों में अटूट विश्वास रखते हैं। हम डाइवर्सिटी को सेलिब्रेट करते हैं। मानवता की भलाई हमारा साझा विजन है। यही विजन हमें हर क्षेत्र में आगे बढ़ने की प्रेरणा देता है। आज हमने इस विजन को नेक्स्ट लेवल पार्टनरशिप में ट्रांसफॉर्म करने पर चर्चा की। हमारा लक्ष्य है कि 2030 तक हमारा व्यापार $50 बिलियन तक पहुंचे। आर्थिक सहयोग का पूरा पोटेंशियल अनलॉक करना यह हमारी प्राथमिकता है। इसलिए हमने कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इकोनॉमिक पार्टनरशिप एग्रीमेंट को जल्द ही फाइनलाइज करने का निर्णय लिया है। इससे दोनों देशों में निवेश और रोजगार के नए अवसर बनेंगे। कनाडा के पेंशन फंड्स ने भारत में $100 बिलियन का निवेश किया है। यह भारत की ग्रोथ स्टोरी में उनके गहरे विश्वास का प्रतीक है। आज हमें दोनों देशों के बिजनेस लीडर से भी मिलेंगे। उनके सुझाव हमारी आर्थिक साझेदारी का रोड मैप तय करेंगे। फ्रेंड्स, टेक्नोलॉजी और इनोवेशन में हम नेचुरल पार्टनर हैं। विथ कनाडा एंड इंडिया इनोवेशन पार्टनरशिप वी विल टर्न आइडियाज इनटू ग्लोबल सॉल्यूशंस। पिछले महीने भारत में हुई AI इम्पैक्ट समिट की सफलता में कनाडा के बहुमूल्य योगदान के लिए मैं प्रधानमंत्री कार्नी का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। हम AI के साथ साथ क्वांटम, सुपर कंप्यूटिंग और सेमीकंडक्टर्स में सहयोग बढ़ाएंगे। क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स पर आज हुआ MOU रिजिलियंट सप्लाई चेन्स को मजबूती देगा। स्पेस सेक्टर में हम दोनों देशों के स्टार्टअप्स और इंडस्ट्रीज को जोड़ेंगे। फ्रेंड्स, प्रधानमंत्री कार्नी के लिए एनवायरनमेंट कोई अलग एजेंडा नहीं, बल्कि इकोनॉमिक स्टेबिलिटी का हिस्सा रहा है। ऊर्जा के क्षेत्र में हम नेक्स्ट जनरेशन पार्टनरशिप बना रहे हैं, जिसमें हाइड्रोकार्बन के साथ साथ रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन और एनर्जी स्टोरेज पर विशेष बल दिया जाएगा। हमें खुशी है कि कनाडा ने इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस और ग्लोबल बायोफ्यूल अलायंस से जुड़ने का निर्णय लिया है। हमारे साझा प्रयासों को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हम इस वर्ष इंडिया कनाडा रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी एंड स्टोरेज समिट आयोजित करेंगे। सिविल न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी में हमने लॉन्ग टर्म यूरेनियम सप्लाई की लैंडमार्क डील की है। हम स्मॉल मॉड्यूलर रिएक्टर्स और एडवांस रिएक्टर्स पर भी मिलकर काम करेंगे। कृषि में वैल्यू एडिशन, एग्री टेक्नोलॉजी और खाद्य सुरक्षा हमारी साझा प्राथमिकताएं हैं। इस दिशा में भारत में इंडिया कनाडा पल्स प्रोटीन सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस स्थापित किया जाएगा। फ्रेंड्स, रक्षा और सुरक्षा के क्षेत्र में बढ़ता सहयोग हमारे गहरे आपसी विश्वास और संबंधों की मैच्योरिटी का प्रतीक है। हम डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रीज, मैरीटाइम डोमेन अवेयरनेस और मिलिट्री एक्सचेंजेज बढ़ाने पर काम करेंगे। इसी उद्देश्य से आज हमने इंडिया कनाडा डिफेंस डायलॉग की स्थापना करने का निर्णय लिया है। फ्रेंड्स, पीपल टू पीपल टाइज हमारे संबंधों की असली ताकत है। आज हमने इन्हें और मजबूत करने के लिए कई महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय लिए हैं। एआई, हेल्थ केयर, एग्रीकल्चर और इनोवेशन में आज कई यूनिवर्सिटीज के बीच नई पार्टनरशिप्स की घोषणा हो रही है। हम कनाडा की यूनिवर्सिटी द्वारा भारत में कैंपस खोलने पर भी सहमत हुए। इंडिजिनस और ट्राइबल कम्युनिटीज हमारी साझा सांस्कृतिक विरासत का महत्वपूर्ण हिस्सा है। सांस्कृतिक आदान प्रदान बढ़ाने के लिए दोनों पक्षों के बीच आज एमओयू किया गया है। फ्रेंड्स, भारत के लिए कनाडा इंडो पैसिफिक में महत्वपूर्ण साझेदार है। इंडियन ओशन रिम एसोसिएशन में डायलॉग पार्टनर बनने में उनकी रुचि का हम स्वागत करते हैं। इससे हमारे मैरीटाइम सहयोग को नई गहराई मिलेगी। हम सहमत हैं कि टेररिज्म, एक्सट्रीमिज्म और रेडिकलाइजेशन दोनों देशों के लिए ही नहीं, पूरी मानवता के लिए साझा और गंभीर चुनौतियां हैं। इनके विरुद्ध हमारा करीबी सहयोग वैश्विक शांति और स्थिरता के लिए अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है। विश्व में चल रहे अनेक तनावों को लेकर भारत की सोच स्पष्ट ही है। हमने सदैव शांति और स्थिरता बनाए रखने का आह्वान किया है और जब दो लोकतंत्र साथ खड़े होते हैं तो शांति की आवाज और भी सशक्त हो जाती है। पश्चिम एशिया की वर्तमान स्थिति हमारे लिए गहरी चिंता का विषय है। भारत डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी के माध्यम से सभी विवादों का समाधान का समर्थन करता है। इस क्षेत्र में मौजूद सभी भारतीय नागरिकों की सुरक्षा के लिए हम सभी देशों के साथ मिलकर काम करते रहेंगे। एक्सेलेंसी, आपकी यात्रा से हमारे सहयोग के हर क्षेत्र को एक नई ताकत मिली है। भारत के प्रति आपकी गहरी प्रतिबद्धता और दूरदर्शिता के लिए मैं एक बार फिर आपका हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. May I now request the Right Honourable Mr. Mark Carney, Prime Minister of Canada, to give his remarks to the media.
Thank you very much. I will make my remarks in English and in French. And may I begin by thanking you, Prime Minister Modi, for the generous hospitality that you have extended us here in New Delhi. You've extended my ministers as they've visited, and the spirit of partnership with which you've approached our relationship since we first spoke in my capacity as Prime Minister last June. And as you mentioned, a few weeks later, you made time to come to the G7 summit in Alberta, Canada. 5 months after that, we met in Johannesburg at the G20, and now, today, the first bilateral visit of a Canadian Prime Minister here in 8 years. In the intervening months, our foreign ministers have been busy. They've met 5 times. 4 of my ministers have led delegations here to India. Provincial premiers have been here, including today. There has been more engagement between the Canadian and Indian governments in the last year than there has been in more than 2 decades combined. So, this is not merely the renewal of a relationship. It is the expansion of a valued partnership with new ambition, focus, and foresight, a partnership between 2 confident countries charting our own course for the future. In the last decade, let's just reflect on what's happened. In the last decade, under your leadership, Prime Minister, India has become the fastest growing economy in the world. Per capita incomes in this country have risen at a pace never seen in history, seldom in human history. The most ambitious projects in clean energy, in the digital economy, in biofuels, in the next generation of artificial intelligence talent are all here in India. Prime Minister, Canada shares such ambition and your sense of purpose. Comme l'Inde, le Canada voit un monde en profonde transformation. Comme l'Inde, nous savons que les certitudes qui ont structuré le commerce, la sécurité, la finance et la diplomatie pendant plus d'une génération ont été renversées. Et comme l'Inde, nous reconnaissons que le système multilatéral sur lequel nos 2 pays ont longtemps compté est mal adapté aux défis de notre temps. We both know that nostalgia is not a strategy, and that those who succeed in this new era will be those with the confidence, the ambition, and most importantly, the partnerships to build a more inclusive, sustainable, and prosperous future for all our citizens. And I believe the prescription for success in this new era is well exemplified by the theme of your G20 presidency in 2023, which I had the honor of attending. That theme, of course, one Earth, one family, one future. Because the challenges of our age cannot be solved by one country alone. And only by building on the principles of one Earth, one family, one future can we forge the partnership worthy of our countries. Reconnaissons que nous partageons une seule terre, nous renforçons notre collaboration en matière de climat et d'environnement. Le Canada prévoit de doubler son réseau électrique d'ici 2050 et d'accroître considérablement le déploiement des énergies renouvelables et du stockage de l'énergie. De son côté, l'Inde est une chef de file mondiale dans le domaine de l'énergie solaire à grande échelle. Les technologies de stockage d'énergie et d'autres formes d'énergie renouvelable. C'est pourquoi le Canada et l'Inde tiendront cette année un sommet sur les énergies renouvelables réunissant l'industrie, les investisseurs et les décideurs publics afin d'élargir et de diversifier le commerce des technologies propres. Et nous bâtissons, à partir de maintenant, un partenariat énergétique pour un avenir plus durable. India is a country whose demand growth for energy is projected to double by 2040. And to meet that demand sustainably, India plans to increase its renewable capacity by 500 gigawatts by the end of this decade, and to almost double the share of LNG in its primary energy mix over the same period. Canada is well positioned to contribute as a reliable supplier of the world's lowest carbon, responsibly produced LNG from our west coast. As India seeks access to critical minerals for its manufacturing, its clean tech, and its nuclear plans, Canada's resource base and world-leading companies position it as a strategic partner. As one example, the nuclear agreement, the uranium agreement signed today. As another, the fact that 40% of the world's mining companies are listed in Canada. Today, we are launching a strategic energy partnership with significant potential to expand bilateral energy trade. We've signed, as you've seen, a new critical minerals partnership spanning development, processing, and secure supply chains for clean energy, electric vehicles, and advanced manufacturing. We're deepening our cooperation in clean energy, expanding collaboration across wind, solar, and hydrogen. Because Canada has big plans as well. We plan to double our grid by 2050, and India can be a major partner in this expansion. As you've seen, the government of India and Aramco have signed a major $2.6 billion uranium supply agreement supporting India's nuclear ambitions and our shared commitment to clean, reliable baseload power. All of these agreements, under one planet, are beginning of a new prosperous relationship that will offer generational opportunities for workers and businesses in both our countries, and which will protect the planet for future generations. Secondly, we are one family. The greatest, most enduring strengths between Canada and India are the families who call our nations home. Nearly 2 million Canadians trace their roots to India, including leaders in business, science, culture, and government. Tens of thousands of people travel between our countries every year to visit friends and family. 400,000 talented Indians study in Canada. That is twice the number in the United States. It is 4 times the number in the United Kingdom. These students, these connections, deepen our ties. And so we're collaborating to build on those strengths. We've launched the new Canada-India Talent and Innovation Strategy with 13 new partnerships to deepen our ties in education. And this includes collaborations involving McGill, the University of Toronto, University of British Columbia, to work across artificial intelligence, health sciences, and digital architecture. Notre partenariat va propulser des centaines de chercheurs canadiens et indiens grâce à des projets de recherche conjoints de pointe. Nous lançons de nouvelles bourses et de nouveaux programmes de fellowship pour l'Indo-Pacifique afin d'accroître la mobilité universitaire et de former la prochaine génération de talents. Over the longer horizon, the Prime Minister mentioned a moment ago the $100 billion of investments already in India by our pension funds. Those pension funds have $2 trillion in capital. There are already some of the largest foreign investors here. Potential for significant growth, particularly given the scale of the infrastructure build in this country. And thirdly, we share one future. That's why we're forging deeper ties in frontier technologies from AI to space. At the G20, India and Canada signed a landmark trilateral partnership with with Australia on AI and critical minerals. And we've already identified key sectors such as digital infrastructure, semiconductors, electronics manufacturing, and high-performance computing. With the agreements today, we're going to expand our collaboration between the Canadian Space Agency and the Indian Space Research Organization on Earth observation, on climate monitoring, on generating the data that powers agriculture, disaster response, climate resilience across the Indo-Pacific. And our partnerships will be reinforced by the strong foundations we are building in trade and defense. We're advancing towards a Canada-India Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement with the aim to conclude by the end of this year. This ambitious agreement will reduce barriers, increase certainty, unlock opportunity for exporters, investors, and workers in both our countries with the aim to double trade by the end of this decade. And we're renewing defense and security cooperation through a new defense partnership, through maritime collaboration in the Indo-Pacific, through professional military exchange, and practical coordination and cooperation on our shared security interests. One of the things that has always struck me in Prime Minister Modi's stewardship of this country has, well, India becomes a great power, the focus has remained on all households, ensuring that all households benefit from the progress. So give an example. The Ujjiwala scheme, which provides liquefied petroleum gas for tens of millions, actually hundreds of millions of rural and low-income households. Cleaner cooking fuels, reducing pollution, saving lives, and reducing costs. Or another example, and I speak under the control of the former Governor Das, I should say. It's always tough to give up being a governor, isn't it, Governor? But the revolution in digital payments to provide income support, crop insurance payments directly to individuals, but the spillover benefits are enormous. And part of our agreements is to explore an ability to cooperate further so that Canada benefits from this innovation. The bigger point is that our partnerships from energy to AI share this spirit so that Canada and India can harness technologies, deliver equally transformative benefits to hundreds of millions of people. Now, to close, we're charting a future of one Earth, one family, one planet, or one future. And I was reminded as I was coming here, as Swami Vivekananda, of course, one of the greatest philosophers. And more than a century ago, I hadn't realized this until I read it, but he, in his travels, spent time in both Vancouver and Winnipeg. And in his travels and his texts, he personified this maxim: arise, awake, and stop not till the goal is reached. With this partnership, we will advance, we will not stop until the goals of Viksit Bharat 2047 and Canada Strong are reached. It moves us forward, it builds our prosperity, it builds for all, and it builds for a better world. Thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you, sir. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney there in their joint statement. This is, of course, an important visit as far as the Canadian Premier is concerned, because this is indeed an absolute resetting of ties. This is a complete 180-degree turn, really, from the relationship that India and Canada had under his predecessor, Justin Trudeau. Mark Carney, of course, has made no qualms about the fact that he wants a better relationship with India. He considers India a great power and a rising economy and wants to partner with the country. Interestingly, the Prime Minister there also gave his first statement as far as tensions in West Asia is concerned. He has talked about how the situation prevailing in West Asia is a concerning one for India. He said that India expects that with dialogue and diplomacy, all conflicts and problems can be resolved. And he also said that they are coordinating with all the Gulf countries for the safety of Indians who are present there. Time for a very short break. We'll be back in just a bit.
as we keep up with these visuals. But yes, this is how the war in West Asia is playing out on day 3. No signs of de-escalation as yet. Do remember today, this morning, at least Indian Standard Time, we began by picking up visuals really of how Israel was going after some of the Hezbollah targets, which in fact have begun fighting this war for Iran. Ambassador Dogra is with us in our studio here. Good morning, Ambassador. Your thoughts really on what we're tracking. These are big, important visual sets that continue to trickle in, that go on to also highlight we're far, far away from looking at any signs of de-escalation as yet.
F-15 is just one small part of the story. Fortunate, but in wars, these losses are the normal. The news that is trickling in from Israel is much more serious. There are reports that a nuclear power plant has been targeted by Iranian missiles. There are reports that some of the generals, Israeli generals, have been sort of killed in strikes by...
Apologies, Ambassador. I need to quickly come in because this is another important piece of information that's coming in. We need to cut across to CNN Live.
Was unable to use their bases, to use their airspace in order to carry out this attack. They had been lobbying hard the United States president to try and convince him not to go ahead with these strikes against Iran. They believed that that would show that they had distanced themselves from what is happening right now, but it has not. We are seeing an unprecedented retaliation from Iran against these Gulf nations, and the leaders of these nations are extremely angry, some of them saying they reserve the right to retaliate should this continue. And Jim, as of now, it is continuing.
So, Paula, in Dubai and Abu Dhabi, in the UAE,
So the West Asia war has entered its 3rd day with violence intensifying across multiple fronts. Israel has launched fresh airstrikes on Hezbollah targets across Lebanon, including strongholds in Beirut's southern suburbs, following rocket fire from the Iran-backed group. An F-15 fighter jet has crashed in Kuwait. The pilot ejected safely, but the cause of the falling is under investigation. Iran claims it has inflicted major damage on U.S. assets in the region, including alleged drone strikes on bases in Kuwait and Bahrain and missile attacks on the USS Abraham Lincoln. In Baghdad, protesters stormed the U.S. embassy amidst rising anti-American anger. U.S. diplomatic missions in Pakistan have suspended operations after violent protests there too, following the killing of Ali Khamenei. UAE has shut financial markets in Abu Dhabi and Dubai for 2 days. Global markets have reacted sharply with gold and silver prices surging, while the Indian rupee weakened against the dollar. As far as the downing of some American jets in Kuwait is concerned, Kuwait has confirmed that there have been crashes of U.S. fighter jets during this war. Kuwait's Ministry of Defense has said that several U.S. fighter jets have crashed, but the pilots are safe. They're further adding that relevant authorities are immediately initiating search and rescue procedures. The crews are being evacuated and transferred to the hospital to check on their health status, and necessary medical care is being provided, noting that the condition of those U.S. airmen is stable. We have those visuals, at least, of one such American jet that has been downed. Now, exactly how it went down, we don't know, but those are the visuals of at least the pilots trying to parachute out. So this is what Kuwait is saying, that there have been crashes. So this is the new update. We knew of one crash that had happened, but Kuwait's Defense Ministry is confirming there have been several such crashes, but there is no loss of life of American servicemen, is what they're indicating, and that they're also coordinating on ground for search and rescue missions. Crews are being evacuated and transferred for medical care. One F-15 jet went down in Kuwait. The pilot ejected. Those are those visuals. But Kuwait is now confirming that multiple such crashes have taken place. But all pilots are safe. Remember, America announced last evening that 3 of their servicemen have lost their lives in this operation. But will there be more casualties that are reported as the hours progress, especially in the second 24 hours of this conflict, remains to be seen. Donald Trump has certainly indicated that there could be more casualties on their side, or at least they're prepared mentally for the toll to be a little bit higher, even as both US and Israel indicate that this conflict or their operation could last at least a week. Donald Trump even seemed to suggest it could last up to a month. Let's go across to my colleague Anand also, who's joining us. So Anand, 2 important updates coming in from Kuwait. One, that there have been multiple such crashes. We knew of one so far, but that the pilots, all of them, are safe.
Vani, now this is something which is which happens. Perhaps this is something, and the UAE and this entire region, Kuwait, Qatar, all these nations don't seem to have gamed. The fact is that the Kuwaiti air defense systems are not talking to the rest of the air defense systems, and in a concerted effort where you have a joint operation which is pushed by the US military and the Americans along with the Israelis, the Kuwaitis were actually fighting against the Iranian drones. And somewhere what's happened is the F-16s which were traveling in that region were not aware, nor were the Kuwaitis, and some of these aircraft seem to have been downed by friendly fire. And this is a collateral or cost which perhaps could have been avoided, because the F-16s don't come cheap. And this is something that's happened. Luckily, all the pilots are safe, but this has not been, these F-16s have not been brought down by the Iranians. They've actually been brought down by the Kuwaiti air defense systems, which are actually trying to tackle the UAVs that were being sent by Iran. And the F-16s have come into that flight path, and they've been caught. That's what the intelligence is suggesting. Now we have the Kuwaiti defense minister confirming that yes, there have been crashes of US F-16s, but it's not the Iranians who brought them down. It's because of friendly fire, because all these systems and all these entities are not actually talking to each other, and the skies, you're blind. Nobody knows at that distance who's firing and who's not, who's coming and who's not, and that's what seems to have happened.
Right. Anand, I do appreciate you joining us. So multiple such crashes are being confirmed by Kuwait, but no pilots have lost their lives, is the update that is coming in. We'll get you more as and when we learn from Kuwait, from Israeli forces, and of course the Americans as well. Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Mordechai Kedar, former IDF military intelligence member, is also joining us. Your sense of some of these F-15s going down, what do you think could have happened?
When it comes to Kuwait, I have no idea. But what I would like to point out is the fact that the United Arab Emirates, means the 7 Emirates, were targeted by Iran 6 times more than Israel. It's unbelievable, but hundreds of drones were launched against Dubai and against Abu Dhabi. Israel also, we have casualties because of ballistic missiles. But the United Arab Emirates are targeted deliberately by Iran, because Iran today wants to take revenge from all those Arabs who betrayed Iran through the years and had relations with Israel. This is how the Iranian regime acts against peace. We have wonderful peace with the United Arab Emirates, and this is the reason why Iran attacked, especially the United Arab Emirates. Here in Israel, we have some 10 people got killed, and dozens got injured, but we continue to grind the Iranian defenses in Tehran and in other places as well.
So, you're talking about this unexpected strategy by Iran, where they're targeting the Gulf nations more than they're even attacking Israel itself. The reaction from some of these Gulf countries we've seen, including UAE, as you mentioned, that may have borne the biggest brunt of these counterstrikes from Iran. what do you expect the long-term impact of the relationship between these Gulf countries and Iran, regardless of what happens, for example, at the end of this conflict?
No, I don't think that there is any future to these relations, because the Iranian regime will collapse. The mullahs will have to run away from the people with the knives who will challenge the connection between the heads and the shoulders of the mullahs. Their regime is breathing its last breaths. They are finished, because Israel and the United States of America are determined to put an end to this junta of mullahs who control Iran already for 47 years, too many 47 years, and is the end of the regime in Iran. Read my lips. They will not have any chance to survive. The power of Israel and the power of the United States combined today in the Gulf.
Yes. Stay with me, Dr. Kader. I do have some more updates coming in, and this is also concerning how the conflict is becoming much more serious than even yesterday in the Gulf. Saudi's Aramco refinery has been struck by a drone now. Saudi Arabia's Ras Tanura refinery has had to shut down operations because of this. Top government sources say official confirmations from Saudi Aramco or the government are pending on the exact origin and the full extent of the damage. But this incident shows how quickly the Middle East conflict is spreading to critical energy infrastructure as well. My colleague Anand Narasimhan continues to be with us. Anand, we also saw this in the UAE. There was, a refinery or some sort of a tanker facility that was attacked yesterday. And we've just been talking about this with our guest. This strategy seems to be a self-defeating one by Iran.
It is self-defeating, but one has to also look at the details of this entire oil refinery, which is in Ras Tanura. Ras Tanura is not so far from Al Jubail and also not so far from Bahrain or Manama. It's right on the coast and right across the Iranian coast where they can very easily send their drones. Now, these Shahid 136 or these kamikaze drones, they are cost-effective warfare for the Iranians. Each drone costs not more than $20,000, but carries about 50 kilograms of warhead, and a swarm, or even about 10 or 15 of these drones coming in together, have a payload upward of 500 kilograms of explosives. And when they drop, they're not supposed to come back. They can cause damage. But for the Saudis, for the Americans and for the Israelis, for everybody else, the cost of interception is higher. The other part is Saudi Arabia, along with Israel, are seen as the ones that have coaxed America to get into trying sorting out Iran and toppling this regime. And somewhere this seems also could be a message that has come out, and top government sources are saying it's still not confirmed whether it is the IRGC or Iran's proxies, like the Hezbollahs or the Houthis, who may have been involved in firing these drones or using these drones, because these drones can travel nearly 2,000 kilometers and they follow their GPS coordinates. And this may be a message that's being sent. It's also not yet confirmed whether this particular refinery had a certain amount of American stake and whether or not there was a quasi-base near this area. And that's why this message has been sent. But the Saudis now, the Emiratis now, and some of the other Gulf countries, the Arab nations, will now start collaborating together and bringing in their muscle and might into this war, because Iran has now poked them.
All right. I do want to go across, Anand, thanks a lot for joining us. Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Mordechai Kedar continues to be with us, and former diplomat Rajiv Dogra is also joining us. But Dr. Kedar, I want to ask you, how long before you think that Saudi Arabia and UAE both could join some defensive military action? They've warned Iran about these targets, especially now, not just on civilian sites, but also on critical energy sites. How long before they actually join the action with US and Israel?
I don't know, really, because I don't know what happens behind the scenes. Maybe now, after Iran targeted the United Arab Emirates, maybe now they will start acting decisively against Iran, but I'm not sure that their military force can afford attacking Iran. I have no idea about the forces of United Arab Emirates regarding attacking Iran. Saudi Arabia its army is bigger, and they definitely can do something. The only question is if they want to join the war and to really act against Iran. So far, they didn't start. Maybe behind the scenes there are all kinds of talking between Netanyahu and Mohammed bin Salman, the crown prince. Maybe, I have no idea, but it's a good idea. Maybe they watch India CNN, and now they know that this idea came from here.
Do stay on with us. We are continuing our coverage here and how the Gulf has now gotten involved because of these constant strikes that are coming in from the Iranian side. And here we are talking about Saudi Arabia's Aramco refinery that has been struck by a drone. And these are the visuals that we are putting out for our viewers. And this is what has happened in Saudi Arabia. This is the Ras Tanura refinery. It has been shut down. The operations have been shut down. All of this after these drone strikes were reported. And you can see the impact of the damage as we can assess after this drone strike has taken place. Smoke bellowing from the refinery. A major attack that is coming as far as one of the greatest powers in the Gulf is concerned. We're talking about Saudi Arabia. This is the Ras Tanura refinery, and this is what is the state strike by Iran. Now, after these strikes, top government sources are also revealing that official confirmations from Saudi Aramco or the government still pending, but this is what we managed to, in fact, source. These are visuals that, in fact, are telling the story of how these strikes have gone ahead and attacked the refinery there in Saudi Arabia, and the exact origin, so to speak, and the full extent of damage can only be accessed from these visuals and these smoke-laden scenes that are being reported out of this refinery. This incident particularly shows how quickly the Middle East conflict is now spreading to critical energy infrastructure, because so far what Iran was going on and mentioning was how they are going and attacking US assets, and that's why the Gulf region has been involved. But this tells a completely different story. Let me take this across to Rajiv Dogra, former diplomat who continues to be with me here in the studios. Ambassador Dogra, I'd like to understand from you. The earlier version that was coming in, particularly from Iran, was how it is a vindictive attack against the United States of America, against the assets that the US has, particularly in the Gulf region. And that's why this scorching of the earth, as has been mentioned by many of the senior world leaders, that has been done when it is Iran. What about this? What does one say about this refinery in Saudi now being attacked?
Well, attacking the US or Israeli assets anywhere in the world is only one part of the story, because Iran has been attacked. So it has to do its own against the attackers. So that is one part. The second is, before even this war started or conflict started, Iran had made it very clear that in case it happens, then the region cannot escape the effects of war. That is exactly what has happened. But still, Iran has been careful in attacking American assets, American bases, American facilities, commercial or otherwise, or American presence, for example, in Dubai, or Israeli presence in Dubai. This attack on Saudi Arabia can be ascribed to two reasons. One, Saudi Arabia had been instigating, according to reports, Trump, that attack Iran. Okay. So it was well publicized and known in the media. So that is one reason. The second is that this refinery, Aramco refinery, is one of the main productive units of Saudi Arabia. So it's a message to Saudi Arabia that don't join the war, which Saudi Arabia has been threatening since yesterday. Another aspect of the same thing is the recent agreement between Saudi Arabia and Pakistan that attack on one is attack on the other. So will Saudi Arabia's decision to defend itself or go on offensive lead to Pakistan also joining in? Now that would make things very, very complicated, which are already complicated because there are reports that American fighter aircrafts and American drones are using Pakistani soil and Pakistani airspace to attack Iran.
Ambassador Dogra, while you mentioned that, I still want to understand so far as retaliatory strikes coming in from these Gulf superpowers, that has not yet happened against Iran. Although UAE has gone on to mention in as many terms that it will eventually lead to that, but do you think this is the tipping point?
Well, you know, it's a very iffy kind of a situation because there will be then costs to be paid even by the Gulf states. Iran has so far not attacked them directly, except for this refinery in Saudi Arabia. But for example, there are also differences between the Gulf states themselves. UAE does not see eye to eye with Saudi Arabia. So if Saudi Arabia does A, UAE is unlikely to do the similar action. So I am not very sanguine that a united Gulf front against Shia Iran would happen.
Okay. All right. Let me also bring in Dr. Kedar now, former IDF military intelligence person who is with us on the broadcast. Dr. Kedar, so far, the entire, in fact, the heft that Iran has as far as the Strait of Hormuz is concerned, that was this one aspect that was brought into the picture very early on. But with this attack on a Saudi refinery, things have been blown out of proportion, and that was something that is why this particular escalation has spilled out of West Asia. It is getting an entire region involved, and this really spells big, and this is something that, like Ambassador Dogra was mentioning about how this escalation, this retaliation, so to speak, which has so far been lacking from the Saudis, might just happen now. What's your assessment on the situation?
Look, the Iranian regime these days is actually fighting to survive because both in Israel and the United States, people started to talk not only about the nuclear program or the missiles or the terrorism all over the Middle East. Now people are talking about regime change. Regime change means to kick out all these mullahs, whether to Russia or to China or to North Korea, wherever they can go, or to the tombs, and to reinstall maybe the son of the Shah, who is today in the United States of America. And
while you mention him, where is he really, other than a couple of tweets that he has put out in solidarity with the US soldiers who have been killed? So far, the significance of Reza Pahlavi is clearly lacking. And as far as this entire narrative of regime change goes in Iran, we all know how this is a very, very layered story that still needs to be played out. It will at least, in fact, be played out in these coming weeks. Because right after the assassination of the Supreme Leader Khamenei, there was an interim Supreme Leader that was announced after the IRGC, in fact, top leadership was assassinated, was taken out by US and Israel. There were already leaders that were put in place. So it's a multi-layered leadership when it is about Iran. It is not like Iraq, for that matter, where there was one man who had been killed, one statue that has been, in fact, pulled down, and the regime collapsed. It's a different story altogether with Iran.
You're definitely right, because the regime still is united. We don't see people defect. We don't see people starting fighting within the regime, and therefore they can continue to kill their citizens as they did 2 months ago by killing who knows how many dozens of thousands of people who demonstrated in the streets. Definitely, today they are struggling to survive, and in this struggle to survive, they actually warned that if this comes to this stage, they will burn the Gulf and they will attack other countries which are the allies of the United States and Israel. And this is what they do in order to deter the Americans and the Israelis from continuing hitting Iran. And as you know, today, Israeli Air Force and American as well can fly above large parts of Iran without any problem to attack any target. And Israel actually got rid of Khamenei. Israel got rid of the head of the snake, Khamenei, and now they are struggling to stay in power and to stay alive, actually. And this is why they couldn't care less about air pollution. They don't care about the oil prices. They don't care about Saudi Arabia. They don't care about anyone. And let everybody burn only in order to save themselves from the inevitable
while you're making that
punishment.
assessment, let's once again for our viewers take a look at what are these new developments that are coming to fore from the region. The first one that we're talking about is, of course, Iran striking the Saudi Arabia oil refinery. So we are just putting out these visuals once again for our viewers. This is this largest oil refinery in Saudi Arabia that has now been struck by the Iranian drones, and there you see smoke bellowing out of the refinery. The extent of damage is still being assessed, but this is what we are in fact putting out as far as the refinery damage is concerned. The other version that's coming in, particularly from the IDF, is satellite imagery of the attack on infra, which is to do with Hezbollah, and this is the satellite imagery that has been put out by the Israeli army, where Hezbollah infrastructure has been significantly impacted. Remember, all of these proxies that have come back into the forefront after the Iranian attack by US and Israel, they again started functioning, and this attack by Israel, by the IDF particularly, speaks about considerable damage on the Hezbollah infrastructure. Again, another video that is right now going viral is US Embassy in Kuwait that has been attacked. And this is the US Embassy. These attacks happened in Kuwait, and that's why we constantly talk about this entire region that has been brought into this escalation by Iran. And this is, remember, one major development as the Embassy of the United States of America in Kuwait that stood attacked. This is another video that has been going viral, remember. If we take a look at the next set of slides, these ones are talking about Iran's attack as far as the US Consulate base in Turkey is concerned. And this is a major attack that happened from the Iranian side. You can see reporters there on ground. They're talking about these really, really dramatic developments and how there is fire in the background after this particular attack was reported at a US base in Turkey. So all of these things have come to fore so far. These are the developments that we will be continuing to speak about. This is another dramatic development that has come in as US Marines ended up shooting at protesters in Karachi. Remember, protests in Pakistan have been witnessed throughout ever since Khamenei was taken down. He was assassinated by US and Israel, and these protesters, particularly at the US Marines, the US Consulate there, after the vandalism was reported and the protesters really gathered outside this particular venue, is when they were shot at. And these are the visuals that have been also doing the rounds. So all of these things have, in fact, been brought to fore, and that's something that we'll continue to, in fact, speak about. My colleague Akansha is also standing right here. This is going to be impacting the entire shipping and world oil as far as
that conversation now becomes even more critical, Griha, because there's been an attack on Aramco. Remember, the OPEC plus countries have vowed to increase the overall production, but if the attacks are going to happen at Aramco, then how will the OPEC plus nations even be able to increase their production in the next, say, 1 month or so by 35% is what they had pledged. Now, let me tell you where the Strait of Hormuz is. It's a very tiny place over here between the Persian Gulf and between the Arabian Sea, also adjoining to the Gulf of Oman. Now, why is Strait of Hormuz a leverage for Iran? Because it's adjacent to the port city or port bandar over there. And this choke point is now going to, in fact, if Iran is going to use that as leverage or as a bargaining chip by occupying this particular choke point over here, that Strait of Hormuz is, it's going to lead to increased costs, also delay in the shipments. Why so? Because Strait of Hormuz is also a very key passage when it comes to, say, the overall 1/5 of the global exports in terms of energy, in terms of LNG. Much of India's own LNG is procured via the Strait of Hormuz. All of Europe, China, all of these countries.
The other aspect that we are looking for, and as Akanksha was mentioning, how this is just a 31-kilometer stretch, and that's how narrow this entire Strait of Hormuz is. One aspect that has come to fore, Akanksha, is while
Iran is blocking each and every shipping vessel in the Strait of Hormuz. There is one particular country's vessel that has been allowed, and that's China.
Exactly.
And that is something that is completely...
You remember, if you look at the overall global scenario, it's not just about their nuclear program or the missile program. It is about oil. It is about energy. Venezuela is already under the US control. You're looking at Russia, which is heavily sanctioned. Where does China go to? Iran was their key supplier. And now if US does want to overtake China's own industrial advancements, it will have to be by curbing, by clamping down on their energy supplies, which go via the Strait of Hormuz. And as I said, it's not just bad news for China, it is bad news for India. Look at the rate at which Brent crude has opened up today. It's opened up above $80 per barrel, which was in fact 72 on Friday when the markets shut down. So this is indeed already impacting the overall energy and oil supplies, and we'll have to see for how long will Iran be able to occupy Strait of Hormuz.
Right, Akansha, there with all of that information, we'll constantly take a look at developments that are happening in and around the Strait of Hormuz and how the entire world shipping now has to be rerouted from the Cape of Good Hope, which adds 10 to 17 days, in fact, to that entire shipping process. What happens to this entire global oil prices and Brent crude for that matter is a key concern that everyone is watching out for. We go into a very, very short break. With that, coming right back with all the developments.
That's exactly the point that we've also been discussing, and Tom was also saying that the target is meant to be these US assets in these ally countries, but because these are densely populated areas, they are inadvertently hitting civilian targets, because if civilians were indeed the target, the casualties could have been in hundreds.
That is, to use the American terminology, collateral damage.
Right, right. Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey, the sheer escalatory nature of this, as Ambassador Dogra was also highlighting, they've gone on to ask for Germany's help. They're also trying to involve France over here, because, say, UK has already reacted. In fact, Sir Keir Starmer also spoke about their fleet being involved. But if NATO were to get involved, what is the end game of this war? If NATO and these Middle Eastern US allies were to get involved, what happens? And Iran has already indicated that they are not looking towards any negotiations now.
Yeah, Kansha, it's too early for Iranians to talk about negotiations. It's just, again, this is something, not a war which is being fought between two street people. That also goes for a very long time. We are fighting a war with two military powers and two nations and two ideologies which are totally disparate and different. And it's about survival of Iranian regime's thought process, which is absolutely contrarian to this thing. While the Gulf states have already changed their thought process and they have aligned to the Western ideology to a great extent, but Iranians are totally polar opposite, and they have never changed their views for the last about 45, 50 years. They remain where they remain. So to believe that it's going to just crumble, IRGC is not just not a slap dog onto a street that they can wish away. They will fight, they will control, and this will go on for some time. But I just want to add both the countries, the Israelis and Americans, and a lot of times people are saying that Trump has put Israel first this time. I don't think so. I think it's a war of Americans with Iran, and it is something to do with the Chinese. It is just not about Iran itself.
Yes,
so
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, so I think I told last time also on your on your channel, but American immediate political objective is to change the strategic orientation of Iran. They should give up the ballistic missile systems, and because that was threat not
who, what, where, when, why. You see the bits, I see the whole. To know the inside story on Iran, get with me inside the bunker. Only on CNN News 18.
That's exactly the point that we've also been discussing, and Tom was also saying that the target is meant to be these US assets in these ally countries, but because these are densely populated areas, they are inadvertently hitting civilian targets? Because if civilians were indeed the target, the casualties could have been in hundreds.
That is, to use the American terminology, collateral damage.
Right, right. Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey, the sheer escalatory nature of this, as Ambassador Dogra was also highlighting, they've gone on to ask for Germany's help. They're also trying to involve France over here because, say, UK has already reacted. In fact, Sir Keir Starmer also spoke about their fleet being involved. But if NATO were to get involved, what is the end game of this war? If NATO and these Middle Eastern US allies were to get involved, what happens? And Iran has already indicated that they are not looking towards any negotiations now.
Yeah, Kanchal, it's too early for Iranians to talk about negotiations. It's just, again, this is something not what is being fought between two street people. That also goes for a very long time. We are fighting a war with two military powers and two nations and two ideologies which are totally disparate and different. And it's about survival of Iranian regime's thought process, which is absolutely contrarian to this thing. While the Gulf states have already changed their thought process and they have aligned to the Western ideology to a great extent, but Iranians are totally polar opposite and they have never changed their views for the last about 45-50 years. They remain where they remain. So to believe that it's going to just crumble, IRGC is not just not a slap dog onto a street that they can wish away. They will fight, they will control, and this will go on for some time. But I just want to add both the countries, the Israelis and Americans, and a lot of times people are saying that Trump has put Israel first this time. I don't think so. I think it's a war of Americans with Iran, and it is something to do with the Chinese. It is just not about Iran itself.
Yes,
so
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, so I think I told last time also on your this thing on your channel, but American immediate political objective is to change the strategic orientation of Iran. They should give up.
Namaste, Jai Hind, Vande Mataram. Welcome to this special coverage as we continue to be on our non-stop rolling coverage about the fury in the Gulf. Viewers, I'm Anand Narasimhan. With me in the studio is Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, and there are a few concerns. We'll address them, talk about them after a quick check of the headlines at 2 p.m. this Monday afternoon. Saudi Arabia's Aramco Ras Tanura refinery shut down after a drone strike. Brent crude jumps to about 9% up from Sunday amid fears of a broader supply disruption in the escalating Middle East conflict. US F-15 fighter jet crashes in Kuwait amid West Asia war. Pilot ejects and survives as tensions soar. Cause unclear in the ongoing conflict. Death toll from Iranian missile strike on Israel's Beit Shemesh rises to at least 9, deadliest since war began, with dozens injured amid escalating Iran-Israel conflict. US President Donald Trump makes big claims on the killing of Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, asserting that he moved first to neutralize what he described as an imminent threat to his own life. US Embassy and consulates in Pakistan suspend services after violent protests erupted following the killing of Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Brent crude jumps 13% to $82.37 per barrel, highest since January 2025 as West Asia tensions and Strait of Hormuz disruptions push oil to 4-year highs, raising global energy concerns. Bharat urges restraint and dialogue as Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaks with Benjamin Netanyahu, calling for calm amid escalating Middle East tensions. The conflict in West Asia has entered its third day with escalating violence across the region. In the latest development, Iran has reportedly struck an oil refinery in Saudi Arabia. Meanwhile, a US F-15 fighter jet crashed in Kuwait, though the pilot ejected safely. Kuwaiti authorities are investigating the cause of the incident. Iran claims it has inflicted significant damage on US assets in the region, including alleged drone strikes on bases in Kuwait and Bahrain and missile attacks on the USS Abraham Lincoln, which the US Army has refuted. They launched 4 ballistics, but they've been neutralized. The USS Abraham Lincoln is fully functional. These ballistics didn't even get there. That's what the Americans said. Kuwait's Ministry of Defense has confirmed several US fighter jets were involved in incidents, but all pilots are safe because they came in the way of friendly fire, largely because most of these systems of these nations are not talking to each other, and in a joint operation, that is very, very important. And that's why the F-16s have come under friendly fire while the Kuwaiti air defense systems were trying to negate the threat of the incoming wave of kamikaze drones from the Iranians. Now, the conflict has now drawn nearly all Gulf nations into this crisis, and in response to mounting security concerns, the UAE has shut down financial markets in Abu Dhabi and Dubai for 2 days. Global markets reacted very sharply, with gold and silver prices surging and the Indian rupee weakening against the dollar. Now, let's try and understand that even as we see multiple barrage of attacks by the Iranians, what they are doing is a low-cost counter-attack because they are using their kamikaze drones and their ballistic missiles technology because that's where their strength is, compared to the Americans and the Israeli, for whom this cost of this conflict is only mounting by the minute, viewers. Iran's missile barrage against the US-Israel. Now, let's try and understand. US-Israeli are pounding all these locations all across Iran. So there is the capital, Tehran. There is the religious head, that is Qom. Then, of course, you have attacks which have come. Can we just go back to the previous graphic, please? Yeah. I was talking about, thank you very much. Now, US-Israel pounding Iran. There is Ilam, there is Kermanshah, Tabriz, Isfahan, Shiraz, and Minab. Why all of these areas? Because most of the ballistic and nuclear operation sites, and of course the IRGC headquarters and the bus militia headquarters, this is where these targets have been, and they're all located around these areas, these cities and these regions in Iran. Let's look at what has been the response. Iran has come back and struck almost all the regions all around it because they have taken attacks here in Israel. 9 killed, 121 is injured. Over in Iraq, in Erbil, 2 killed, 5 injured. In Kuwait, 1 killed, 32 injured. Bahrain, Manama, 4 injured. And of course, we had UAE, 3 killed, 58 injured, and Oman, 5 injured. All of these places, the Iranians claim they were targeting US bases there, but a lot of their projectiles have landed in civilian areas because of interception, because of debris, or because of the loitering munitions getting confused, or tall skyscrapers coming in the way, and there are thereby deflections happening and then civilian casualties or them landing in civilian areas. These are visuals that have come through in Israel's Katz. The IDF minister has said Hezbollah will pay a heavy price. News just coming through for firing rockets at Israel, and he threatened that Naim Qassem, the Secretary General of the Hezbollah, who decided to fire under pressure from the Islamic Republic, will be killed. That's the claim, and the IDF has not ruled out the option of putting feet on ground in Lebanon to do away with the threat of the Hezbollah. This even as the Lebanese government has said that they do not want the Hezbollah to use Lebanese soil for attacks against Israel and put lives of Lebanese civilians in danger. Akanksha now joins us with more. Yes, Akanksha. We'll try and go across to Akanksha in a bit. But now, this is the one head that still remains as far as Hezbollah. What the IRGC, what the Islamic Republic of Iran under the Ayatollah and the IRGC have been able to do, and so have their proxies, is decentralize the leadership, decentralize the command, which they have been doing for more than a decade and a half now, ever since Iraq and the war against Iraq happened. and of course the the regime change in Iraq happened, the Iranians learned a lesson saying if the central command is killed, then you cannot be headless, you cannot be leaderless, you cannot have no scope or a dimension of how to take the struggle or fight forward. And that's why, despite nearly 40 top commanders and leadership killed, the entire defense mechanism top downwards, we'll put that flowchart in a bit, of people being neutralized, assassinated or eliminated by US-Israeli operations, the IRGC and Iran continues to respond. And it's similar with the Hezbollah. Top leaders of the Hezbollah, the big names, along with Hamas and also of the Houthis, have all been neutralized. But now, again, the IDF saying that Naim Qasim, who's ordered this firing against the Israelis from using Lebanese turf, will also now be dealt with. He will be neutralized. Akanksha now joins us with more. The IDF not ruling out putting boots on ground in Lebanon to do the same.
Absolutely, Anand. In fact, in the latest that we are getting in is the defense minister's reaction. Israel's defense minister has already sworn in that all of these proxies, the militia proxies of Iran, will be dealt a severe blow. And as we all know, that today in itself, we've seen a set of renewed strikes targeting Hezbollah in Lebanon. They will not settle for anything but the end of Hezbollah this time around. They're saying any of these proxies, whether it is Hamas or Hezbollah, Hamas, as we all know, has been nearly decimated. That was the big bone of contention to put the end to the war in Gaza. But more importantly, it is Hezbollah, which seems to be resurfacing now, especially in this war against the United States and Israel. Ever since the killing of Ayatollah Khamenei, they swore that they will be seeking revenge, they will avenge the killing. But now, with the IDF targeting Hezbollah, what we can tell you in the latest inputs, they are coming in that the Secretary General of Hezbollah, Naim Qasim, has in fact already threatened action. He has decided to fire under pressure from the Islamic Republic and he will be killed. This is the response coming in from Israel's defense minister. Need not, in fact, expand much on how the IDF operates. Once they set their eyes on a target, they ensure that that particular target is completely wiped out. It is decimated. We'll have to see how Lebanon actually responds to this tit-for-tat war between Israel and Hezbollah.
Well, thank you for that, Akanksha. Ambassador Rajiv Dogra is also with us here in the studio. Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, thank you for your time and thank you for being with us in our continuous coverage. I know it's a long day for you too, but dynamics are changing by the hour. Suddenly, Donald Trump, the Americans and the Israelis are also realizing that this is costing them a lot. You know, a few F-16s downed is a few $100 million, if not close to $1 billion, gone down. And that too via friendly fire. So they don't seem to have gamed this properly. The Iranians on the other side are saying, listen, we will make the cost of war dear as long as you drag this on because we know how to fight long wars.
Well, exactly. In fact, Trump was advised by his army chief of staff that do not get into it. This is going to cost us heavy. But Trump didn't care because there was a sword of Epstein hanging over him. And there was Netanyahu, who for his own reasons wanted this war.
Right.
Plus, Saudi Arabia was egging him on. Now, chickens have come home to roost. And they have come home to roost in a very bad way. Because, let me give you just one example. Since yesterday, people were wondering why is Iran concentrating on wiping out the American bases in Gulf countries. There's a method to that. Because if those bases are wiped out or made non-functional, then American ships can't be serviced. Nor can American fighter aircrafts get servicing and refueling arrangements in those bases. So Iran has done it very cleverly. The consequences are that American radar facilities on those bases will not be able to give the coverage that American forces may want.
Correct.
The second thing is, Israel thought it was impregnable. Israel's confidence has been badly wounded, badly tested, and Iranian missiles are having relatively free passage, even compared to the last time. That is why Israel is now diverting attention to Hezbollah. Hezbollah comparatively are sitting ducks because they don't have that firepower. So I think the fighting is entering a very dangerous phase.
Well, there was a very interesting insight that Tom Cooper got us, and we'll see if he can come back to us in the studio in a bit. The interesting insight was the Iranians have masked their ballistic missiles behind a flood of UAVs. So this is confusing the systems, and then they're also very smartly using their ballistics and SAMs in such a way that there are the old missiles which are coming in, and then there are the UAVs, and by the time the Israeli Arrows, Iron Dome and David Sling figure that out, they are firing a new age ballistic missile which has a loop or a curve and wavers its trajectory, and then they are able to break through these. So clearly wargaming is going to happen. A lot of people are going to learn future wars. But one thing is that the nature of war seems to be everybody is fighting from a distance. Nobody is getting too up close to each other. But these loitering munitions, ballistic missile technology, advanced aircrafts and air defense systems, it's all making it long-distance standoff wars that we are seeing, and which both sides seem to be ready to drag on. Where is Iran getting its money from? That's another part. Yes, you were saying something. We got more news, but yeah, after your comment.
Your previous session with Tom Cooper was so educative because it brought out in clear relief as to what is happening on ground or air. But to supplement your point, Iranians learned a lot from the previous confrontation.
Right.
They analyzed, along with Chinese and Russian help, as to what were the weak points in terms of Israeli capabilities to deter their attacks by drones and missiles. And learning from that, they have made themselves invincible in a way.
True.
That is why, as I said earlier, they are almost getting a free passage.
And nations are thinking that let's have good drones and 10,000 in number at all of their military installations. The Iranians seem to have added another 0. And they are looking at these drones as kamikaze drones carrying nearly 50 kilograms of payload, and then they are going there in swarms and dropping it. Dropping them. That's what they're doing. And even if we don't tell it to the Pakistanis are already watching how the Iranians are doing it, and they're trying to learn. Now, whether they're going to be effective enough, or our Akash Tir is far more impregnable than the Israelis right now because we've gamed our enemy, that's a different conversation. But we got more news coming through. Let's now tell you an inside story of how these fatal attacks by Israel unfolded on the Iranian territory. In June, the attack that lasted days, Israel had successfully located the top leadership through the bodyguard cell phones. Now, this came to the Khamenei's knowledge, but he failed to act nevertheless. This plain oversight led to the precision strikes by Israel, which it had been planning for months. The report we are now mentioning also highlights how different weapons were used to strike the targets. Surprising, when Khamenei was expected to be in hiding, he was at his anything but secret residential compound. Not any underground bunker, not any secret location, but his own residential compound. The supreme leader on and above the ground. Now, this is surprising many, especially when they would have thought that the Khamenei and his close aides would have taken to an underground shelter or a deep bunker and moved away from the perhaps perceived location to another hidden location. Why didn't they do it? That's another question. Or did they underestimate the firepower that was going to be unleashed upon them and the speed and alacrity with which it could happen? Siddhant Mishra joins us with more. Yes, Siddhant.
Well, that's right, Anand. In fact, this piece of information, this story has been published in the New York Times. And according to this story, the lessons were learned last time when during the 12-day war, in fact, many of the Iranian senior officials' phones, the bodyguards' phones were compromised, and perhaps on the basis of that only US and Israeli forces conducted strikes in Iran. But nothing changed. In fact, this time around, again, their locations were, they were located at the secret residence of Ali Khamenei, and he was expected to be in the hideout or in the bunker, below the ground. But this meeting was happening in broad daylight, above the ground at the official residence, secret residence of Ali Khamenei. And perhaps there where the intelligence was passed on to Israel, and the strikes were conducted. So last time around, there were lessons learned, but you know, those protocols, those measures were not followed this time. And when it was much anticipated that US and Israeli forces could come after Ali Khamenei, you know, he could be assassinated. The build-up was going on from last 15 days, but despite that, no precautions were taken, and perhaps which led to the assassination of Ali Khamenei.
Right, we've got more news coming through. Siddhant, coming back to you in a bit. Saudi Arabia has summoned Iran envoy in the escalating Gulf crisis amid US-Israel attacks. And Siddhant joins us with more. This is obviously Saudi would want to give the Iranians a dressing down, but Iran is going to do what Iran wants to do because Saudi, they believe, were involved along with the Israelis in goading the Americans to act against them and their leader, supreme leader. Siddhant.
Well, that's right. So, in fact, this morning, Anand, we got to know from the release by the UAE government that UAE summoned the Iranian envoy this morning, and now we're getting to know that the Saudi Arabia now has summoned the Iranian envoy, and perhaps in a very strong word, you know, the message is being conveyed, perhaps the rogue attitude of the Iranian leadership, you know, which is carrying out a missile attack on these Gulf countries, the brotherly Gulf countries, and you know, in a very rogue manner, these missiles, drones are being sent, civilian infrastructure are being targeted. There have been several hits also in these countries. The air defense systems are trying to bring these missiles down, but you know, there have been several hits as well. So you know, UAE has in fact ended all its diplomatic ties with Iran. In fact, they have already shut their embassy. This morning they summoned the Iranian envoy. Now we're getting to know that Saudi Arabia has summoned the Iranian envoy.
Thank you for that. Let's try and understand what's happened a short while ago, viewers. And we'll get Ambassador Rajiv Dogra to also explain to us the import, the strategic import of this. Now, what's happened is, I'm just trying to share with you what I learned from Tom. This is Ras Tanura. Now, if you see Ras Tanura, it's not so far away from Bahrain, and this was also bombed by the Iranians. The Iranians are right across, just right across the Persian Gulf, and this distance is not more than, it's actually less than 500 kilometers. So this is what it is. So, and since this is less than 500 kilometers, all right, let me just correct that. This is less than 500 kilometers. These drones, the kamikaze drones across all these stations, they can fire it across this region from anywhere at will. And these drones, they're just GPS coded to this Royal Refinery, and they will fly unobstructed all this way. And it's a swarm. So the air defense systems cannot shoot down all of them. So if they send across 500 drones, even if 300, 400 are shot down, the remaining 100 can cause enough and more damage here. And that's exactly what's happening. The other part, the Saudis have a huge amount of territory to cover. There are also bases here. And for the Iranians, this is low-cost warfare, comparatively. Each Shahid 136 drone is about $20,000. But the SAMs, the interceptors that these people have to fire, that means the Americans, the Saudis have to fire in their defense system, cost at least 5 to 10 times more. That means for every fire, the cost of defense is very, very high. But by firing at the Saudis, what have the Iranians done? Is it because the command now is decentralized, everybody is acting according to the playbook that's been said? That's what Tom was sharing with us. Does this now complicate things for Iran? Or does it actually complicate things for the alliance here and this grouping here?
Well, that's the question in everyone's mind, that has Iran opened too many fronts at the same time? Will it be able to have so much of these drones and other stuff that it can carry on indefinitely? Let's say indefinitely, even in terms of 1 week or one fortnight. The other part is whether strategically they will be equal to their opponents, the many opponents. there I think I'm a little more optimistic of Iran's capabilities, because Iran supported Houthis totally, completely when they were fighting Saudi Arabia and UAE.
Right.
And Houthis did not bend down, Houthis did not go down. In fact, Saudi and UAE had to withdraw.
Correct. Now, this is another point, sir. The Houthis need not be firing from here. So it's not necessary that the drones have actually come from here. If the proxies in Bahrain and in Qatar have fired this from here. So that's another point, because we don't have the confirmation if the proxies are active in this region. The other thing, if all these countries have got bases, let's just squeeze this a bit, and if I can squeeze this a bit, this is Saudi Arabia, there's Bahrain, there is Qatar, there is the UAE, and then there is Oman. All of them have bases, US air bases. So that means they're all in alliance with the Americans somewhere or the other, or they've been forced. And then there is also Kuwait somewhere here in the mix, which is going to reduce the size, and you'll find Kuwait also coming in. Yeah, so there's Kuwait. Kuwait had it downed a few F-16s. That's because the Kuwaiti systems are not talking to the Bahraini ones or talking to the Qatari ones or the Saudi ones, and a joint military operation with the US and this one, they have no clue who's firing at them. They're blind. Now, is this something which they should have gamed? But the Iranians seem to have figured out, and they are using this to confuse the opponents.
That's very important, Anand, because there are a couple of points here. Despite the outward appearances that there's a GCC, Gulf Cooperation Council, and that they meet regularly and have some kind of a cooperation even on the defense matters, the fact is they're deeply suspicious of each other. They have not had the kind of cooperation which you are referring to in defense terms. The second thing, and that is more important, while a Pakistan-type Shia uprising may not have happened in these countries, but the fact is that there is a large Shia population in each of these Gulf countries. They may not come out openly, but who is to rule out the sabotage part of it?
Right.
So Gulf countries have to consider very carefully before they get on to an open fight.
Abhi, what is also happening is there is a huge traffic pileup of ships here, because this place is closed. This is the Strait of Hormuz. So this place is closed. There's no traffic. So there is a pileup here of ships. There is a pileup here of ships. And again, there is a huge buildup that is happening. There will also be slowly ships that will start piling up here, because they will not know where to park. So they'll have to pile. This is Pakistan, this region. The Chinese are quietly watching. We have not talked about the Chinese. You have said that China is sharing intel with Iran.
Absolutely.
Iran plus China intel. Now this is similar to Operation Sindoor, where China was sharing intel with the Pakistanis. Now, the Americans will be watching this. What happens? Will China and Russia actively get into this game?
Well, China and Russia may not jump into an actual war, but China, even before the war started, had sent a huge amount of airborne supplies to Iran.
Okay.
And right from that stage, China had been helping with intelligence information. Not just satellite information, I think there were other means also which China was supporting. Russia has issues of its own in Ukraine, so it may not actively actually get involved in the war, because it was depending on Iran to supply it drones. But Russia has given other facilities to Iran, including, I think, some satellite information.
Right.
The other question which we have to ponder about is that if Saudi Arabia, for some reason or the other, decides to join the war, then please remember, there's a Saudi Arabia and Pakistan pact. Will Pakistan jump in openly? Pakistan is already allowing USA to use its airspace and soil to attack Iran.
Yeah, but what are the Pakistanis going to do? Pakistan, because Pakistan has issued a statement. Beg your pardon, I'll just clean that up. Pak has issued a statement in favor of the Iranians. They have in favor of the Iranians, but they have, like you said, pact with SA, pact with Saudi Arabia, Republic of Saudi Arabia, plus Pak. Okay, and then Pak is also saying pact with Iran. So what do the Pakistanis do now? And then they are giving bases to US. Bases are here, Karachi, everywhere they are giving bases to the US. So what happens in this regional dynamic? What does this pesky neighbor of ours do?
Pakistan, meaning Shehbaz Sharif's statement yesterday, the timing was interesting because it happened after Pakistani forces and US Marines killed a number of Pakistani Shias.
Right.
So that was to cover its base domestically.
Right.
But the physical fact is that Shehbaz Sharif is just a puppet.
Right.
He does not count for anything. And his statement was not taken seriously by Iran. No. Iran knows that Pakistan is giving airspace and its bases to USA. That is why Iran had also...
Did he say to calm the Shia population in his country down because they were going berserk on the streets?
Exactly. That's what I said for domestic purposes. But Shia population in Pakistan is already alienated and they are significant in numbers. They have been discriminated against politically, economically, in every sense. Not as badly as Hindus and Christians who were decimated, but they are discriminated against. So Pakistani establishment is now getting restive that what if there are terror attacks by some of the Shia elements.
And then if you look at Afghanistan, Herat and all these regions, they have a connection with the Iranians. There is a sizable Baluch population in Persia, viewers. They will also want to assert themselves. So what's going to happen in this region is a big question. There is trouble even closer home for us in Jammu and Kashmir, where there has been trouble in Srinagar that's been reported. But we'll move to other news that's just coming through. The United States, Bahrain, Jordan, Kuwait, Qatar, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates have issued a joint statement, and they strongly condemn the Islamic Republic of Iran's indiscriminate and reckless missile and drone attacks against sovereign territories across the region. They have warned Iran against escalating the conflict further. Akanksha now joins us. Are they going to just stop at a warning, or does this mean that these nations who are often at loggerheads with each other, involved in proxy battles with each other in Africa and also in this region, may now just combine ranks against the Shia nation of Iran?
Right, that's a very key question. How will the US allies in the Middle East now choose to respond? Will they play mute spectators as there are civilians which are getting targeted, even though many are claiming that the actual targets are US assets and not civilian targets? But eventually the kind of collateral damage that we are seeing play out, whether it is in Kuwait, UAE, Jordan, Bahrain, they are all bearing the brunt of this, because remember, you're looking at various civilian locations, especially the airports getting targeted, Anand, and that is of course going to also impact the inflow of tourists and expats. But more importantly, they've all joined hands with the US, because this statement that you have just put out there has been put out there by the US State Department, which has in fact condemned this. They are saying that we are calling for diplomacy, we are calling for negotiations, and we will not take any killing or targeting of the civilians or the military assets. We'll have to see if these US allies are going to respond or not.
Right. Thank you for that, Akanksha. We got more news coming through, so stay on. We'll come back to you. Rafal Grossi, head of the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, has said that there is no indication so far that Iran's nuclear installations have been hit or damaged amid ongoing military tensions. Grossi added that radiation levels remain normal, with no elevation detected in countries bordering Iran. However, he warned that the situation is very concerning, cautioning that a potential radiological release cannot be ruled out, a scenario that could force evacuations on a scale of major cities. Akanksha now joins us more. He's saying all is well as of now, but it need not necessarily be so if this continues.
You know, he's also gone on to say that efforts to contact the Iranian nuclear regulatory authorities continue with no response. And that is the vexing part of this, Anand, because we all know that Rafal Grossi was also sharing inputs with regards to the Iranian nuclear missile program. Their software, Mosaic, was the one that was providing Israel with a very crucial intelligence input before they conducted the June strikes last year. So it seems like Iran is also feeling extremely betrayed, because this is the second time around that they have been attacked, that too when peace talks are concerned. But to come back to the point and the breaking inputs that are coming in, the IAEA chief in fact ruling out any sort of radiological release over here, but he's also warned that this is a very fragile situation. They do not know that because the possibility of a nuclear release still remains. But he's at the same time also gone on to indicate that they have no evidence to back the claims that any of Iran's nuclear installations have been damaged. For how long? Because remember, the US president has already established that they will meet all their objectives. One objective is to destroy and decimate all of Iran's nuclear facilities. So for how long is Iran going to be safe?
But the civilian nuclear facility, is that also now part of this entire operation, or will they leave that aside? That's the other question. David Collier, investigation journalist, with us at this point. David, thank you for joining us here at CNN News 18. Your assessment of how things are developing at this point, because we had President Trump not so long ago that things are happening faster than they expected. But in the last few hours, Iran's drone warfare, their UAVs and their ballistic missiles, seem to have pushed the Americans and the Israeli back a bit.
Well, I mean, there's not any doubt or illusion here that Iran has, over the years, managed to collect a large number of offensive weapons. We knew that this was the case. In fact, part of it is it just shows us that appeasement doesn't work. These conversations and these deliberations have been going on now for not years, but decades. And all the time, Iran has been building up this military arsenal. So it's a surprise that they have it. The question is, how deep do their reserves? The Americans obviously believe that this intensity of Iran striking out at all of it, all at once, cannot carry on for long, which is probably why the messages from the US appear to be suggesting this is going to last possibly weeks, but not much longer than that.
But increasingly, what do you believe will be America's priority? To dismantle their ballistics missile program, or to dismantle the regime?
Well, look, Trump has obviously set a very high bar. I mean, the initial comments have been regime. So, look, neither of us have all of the information to our hands here. All we can do is we can watch of what is taking place, and we can try to build an assessment. The Americans obviously believe that the anti-regime feeling on the street in Iran is obviously quite large, because that's what this is going to be about. You're not going to be able to bring down the regime with military power from the outside. You can do it down, you can weaken it. And I would imagine that what the Americans and the Israelis here is that by doing that, they will embolden and empower the people on the street to rise up and change the regime.
But do you see that happening? Do you see that happening? Do you believe that there is enough traction on ground for the people to take over? Raza Pahlavi and President Trump have repeatedly exalted the people to come back onto the streets. But is that really happening?
Well, this is the question. I mean, firstly, you can't expect people to come up on the streets when there are airplanes in the air bombing the buildings on the ground. So the first hit is certainly about weakening that regime, making them look vulnerable. Strikes, for example, like the assassination of the Ayatollah, are going to send a message to these people that, you know, the Americans can do this, but they need your help. So the first period, what we're going to see is American power trying to dismantle and weaken the regime and make them look vulnerable. Then the question becomes, is it there? Look, history is going to show us. It's going to unfold one way or another. I truly hope, because look, Iran has been feeding poison into the entire region for decades. What we've seen from Hezbollah, what's going on in the Houthis, this jihadist angle that they created, using Syria as a funnel system to destabilize Lebanon. This is what Iran has been doing for decades. So we can hope that this is the case, that the American power will bring up the street, and the street will actually change the regime. Whether it's going to happen or not, I really cannot tell you.
But Iran's proxies, and Iran also seems to be fighting a low-cost war, and also they are trying to bring the Americans and the Israelis to play to their strengths rather than the other way around, because the mix of UAVs and ballistic missiles seems to be befuddling the defense systems that the Americans and the Israelis have put together in this region.
Well, look, firstly, we have to accept that no system is perfect. You can't stop all of these missiles coming through, and there are various means to try to get the weapons. There are also different distances between, for example, Israel is further away than some of the Gulf states, so they have more time to react. Look, nothing is hermetically sealed. There will be some missiles getting through, but I still believe that the amount of weaponry that the Iranians are firing and the smaller amount that's getting through suggests that Iran cannot keep up this intensity for very long. It just can't. It does not have the reserves to be throwing hundreds of missiles, all of their neighbors, consistently for a long period of time. At some point, the Iranian reserves here of the bigger weapons, the more dangerous weapons, are going to start.
True. David, just stay on with us. Ambassador Rajiv Dogra is also with us, and he's getting a flurry of videos and new information, which he's very curiously been trying to scroll and have a look at. What is it that you are getting, Ambassador Rajiv Dogra? We got news coming through. I'll come back to you, sir. We'll take this and then get your views on. The Saudi Ministry of Energy has announced that a limited fire at the Ras Tanura refinery of Saudi Aramco is under control and has had no impact on oil supply. So was this nothing but a smoke screen, just an impact then? So that's the story. Akanksha now joins us with more. Yes, Akanksha.
Right, and that indeed is going to be a sigh of relief for all of these OPEC plus nations, because remember, Anand, they have vowed to increase their overall oil output by 35%. They are currently producing over 550,000 barrels per day, but this Ras Tanura facility had to be shut down soon after that attack was happening. And in fact, after that attack, they were saying that this is also going to, it's a very key critical oil refinery which could have impacted the output. But right now, that statement coming out from the Saudi Oil Ministry goes on to say that this is perhaps a temporary shutdown, and they will be resuming operations very soon and will not sort of impact the overall output of the oil production. But remember, it's not the first time that Aramco has witnessed such an attack. It was in September of 2019 also, and Aramco happens to be one of the heavily fortified oil refineries. And so
well, one thing, Akanksha, I've got limited time. I just want to get a quick comment from Ambassador Rajiv Dogra also, that these pictures also show it's not fuel, because then the smoke would have been, plumes of smoke would have been black. This seems to be a lot of dust, explosion. Of course, there is fire. Some amount of fuel maybe, but not large amounts of fuel. Ambassador Rajiv Dogra. Yeah.
Exactly. As anyone who has seen a large refinery, including those in India, they have these automatic cutoffs that even if one part, and oil is hugely inflammable, still, even if one part is struck, then the others are not damaged or not put under fire. So it's quite possible that the fire may have been contained, as the Energy Minister has said, but he's also cleverly said that the overall oil supply is not affected. Oil supply from this refinery may be affected, but not the overall.
And this is not a small blast. There is a significant impact at the Ras Tanura refinery, but it's not that the entire refinery has gone up in smoke, because large portions of it seem to be unaffected. There is a particular section which has suffered huge amounts of damage, but the overall oil supply does not remains not disrupted. How they word it beautifully and how they try and ensure that what is important is put out. I must also tell our viewers that there is a clear stoppage on any kind of footage to be released on social media by civilians, and this seems to have been announced not just in the UAE but across the region there. And in the UAE, in fact, they have announced that there will be imprisonment for up to 1 year if video footage or any footage is uploaded on social media by locals without approval or sanction from the government. They've actually said you can't put out anything that's coming out or whatever is happening around there. So the state is actually trying to control the dissemination of information. And this is happening over in Iran, in Israel, everywhere. It's happening. And it happens when you're in a state of war. We're going to take a short break. Stay with us.
That's exactly the point that we've also been discussing, and Tom was also saying that the target is meant to be these US assets in these ally countries, but because these are densely populated areas, they are inadvertently hitting civilian targets, because if civilians were indeed the target, the casualties could have been in hundreds.
That is, to use the American terminology, collateral damage.
Right, right. Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey, the sheer escalatory nature of this, as Ambassador Dogra was also highlighting, they've gone on to ask for Germany's help. They're also trying to involve France over here because, say, UK has already reacted. In fact, Sir Keir Starmer also spoke about their fleet being involved. But if NATO were to get involved, what is the end game of this war? If NATO and these Middle Eastern US allies were to get involved, what happens?
So look, while
and
I
Iran
think,
has already indicated that they are not looking towards any negotiations now.
Yeah, Kanchal, it's too early for Iranians to talk about negotiations. It's just, again, this is something not a war which is being fought between two street people. That also goes for a very long time. We are fighting a war with two military powers and two nations and two ideologies which are totally disparate and different. And it's about survival of Iranian regime's thought process, which is absolutely contrarian to this thing. While the Gulf states have already changed their thought process and they have aligned to the Western ideology to a great extent, but Iranians are totally polar opposite and they have never changed their views for the last about 45, 50 years. They remain where they remain. So to believe that it's going to just crumble, IRGC is not just not a slap dog onto a street that they can wish away. They will fight, they will control, and this will go on for some time. But I just want to add both the countries, the Israelis and Americans, and a lot of time people are saying that Trump has put Israel first this time. I don't think so. I think it's a war of Americans with Iran, and it is something to do with the Chinese. It is just not about Iran itself.
Yes,
so
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, so I think I told last time also on your this thing on your channel, but American immediate political objective is to change the strategic orientation of Iran. They should give up the ballistic missile systems, and because that was threat not only to America but more importantly to Gulf states eventually. So if you recall, while Saudi Crown Prince has said about a month back they will not allow their own airspace and ground to be attacked for Iran, but the fact of the matter is
Back live with our coverage on the fury in the Gulf. David Collier with us, Ambassador Rajiv Dogra with us, and let's ask them this. How did the Israelis and the Americans get so much intelligence, that to ground intelligence, unless there is a mole within, very, very higher up within the entire Iranian regime, David? You are the investigation journalist, so tell us.
Well, this is not a mole. We're talking about a regime that has millions of people inside the country who are opposed to the regime.
I'm just going to ask for some fallback audio in the studio so our Ambassador Rajiv Dogra can also hear you. Yes, go ahead, David. Yeah.
Okay, I mean, we saw, for example, in the conflict with Hezbollah, where the Israelis managed with the beepers to supply the Hezbollah, communication network that started exploding on them. The Israeli, I would say, informants in Iran are many everywhere. This is effectively how the Americans and the Israelis have done it.
Your thoughts?
Well, I think it works both ways. Yes, of course, Mossad claims it has a considerable network, and all the actions by Israel and Iran over the last couple of years point to that fact. There have been some very, very daring and adventurous attacks by Israel in Iran. So it cannot happen without having human end. But on the other hand, Iran must also have some Palestinian moles within Israel. That is why, besides the satellite intelligence that China is providing, it has reasonably accurate information about where the Israeli generals are meeting, because there's a report that one attack took place on that particular meeting. So it works both ways, and it's also a lesson for India that we may have good information all through, we have excellent agencies, but there is need in this present day world to have 100% accuracy.
Yes, and to have precision hitting like the BrahMos did, that this is not something that both the Iranians and the Israelis have been able to do, and neither of their air defense systems are impenetrable. The Israelis are now seeing that their three-way defense system that has arrows, that's got David Sling and also the Iron Dome, it's quite vulnerable because there have been a lot of hits that have happened. Meanwhile, drone hit the British military base in Cyprus, and locals and UK officials are confirming this, that there has been a hit at the British military base in Cyprus. So clearly this after the UK came out and said that they will offer logistical help to the Americans. Sanjay Suri is joining us live. Sanjay, you were in Beit Shemesh. What did you see? There is a lot of debris, 9 people killed, many injured. That death toll could go up. It was a civilian area not far away from an Israeli military installation. But where are you now? And are those projectiles still flying in the skies? Is the Israeli defense, air defense, working well? Sanjay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Yes, I'm here back in Tel Aviv. And Beit Shemesh was, of course, a tragic incident. This was a direct hit on a synagogue. We are told that there is a military base close by, but there's a military base close by to almost any place in Israel, depending upon how close you measure close. So we do not know whether this was intended, whether this was a miss-hit, whether it was aimed at a synagogue. What is certain is that in one attack after another, the famed Israeli defense system is not quite working in as foolproof a way as a lot of us had imagined it would. So there are chinks in the defense, and the Iranian missiles are getting through. We heard a lot of threats from very senior Iranian leaders that they would be able to penetrate these defenses, and we were not certain whether that was due rhetoric or whether there was some substance to it. But this is just now the very start of this. This is going to go on for weeks, if not longer. If this is the kind of penetration that Iran is able to manage, and they have said that they're holding on to their yet more devastating missiles, then certainly Israel can see yet more hits than it has so far.
Well, they've just launched, issued a warning, the Iranians sometime back. Tom Cooper is back with us in the studio. You stay safe, Sanjay Suri. Did you see that warning where the Iranians have warned Israelis to stay away from civilian areas near military installations? They have said, if you know your military installations, stay away from them because we are launching our superior ballistic missiles. Now, we got more news coming through. Amazon's AWS has temporarily cut power at a UAE data center after unidentified object struck an availability zone, causing a fire and brief service. Now, so supply chains are now being hit, or there are corporates who are getting involved. Akanksha joins us with more. Yes, Akanksha.
So you hit the nail on the head, Anand. They're saying that their availability right now and perhaps their services are going to bear the impact of And at roughly 4:30 a.m. is what the local time that's being reported so far of this entire attack was. This was the Amazon data center in the UAE. So UAE, as you can see, is bearing the maximum brunt of this. It also happens to be one of the key sort of hubs for commerce and trade, and we'll have to see how they will be able to go ahead and even protect their supply chains right now. It's in fact caused a fire, even a halt to the services at the moment. So we'll have to see how much time will Amazon take to actually even resurrect this data center. But at around 4:30 a.m. PST is what we're being told.
Right. Thank you for that. Tom Cooper and Ambassador Rajiv Dogra were discussing something between themselves. What was it?
Yes, we are discussing latest calculations regarding the number of remaining interceptors missiles in US and Israeli arsenals. And if Iranians continue like this for 2 or 3 days, the Americans and Israelis are going to run out of
interceptors,
anti-ballistic missile interceptors. Yes.
So what's the way that they can actually counter the UAVs so that they can save the interceptors for the ballistics? Because what you said, and please explain it to our viewers, is that they are hiding the ballistics behind their the new ones and the more potent ones, behind the old ones and the UAVs.
If you permit me to
move
over
please,
to
please,
the map.
please. You don't need permission. It's all yours.
Easier to explain.
Yeah.
Look, so far we have primarily seen strikes on targets in northern and western Iran.
Okay.
So up to Tehran, to this line, and down to Bandar Abbas.
You want the pencil? Yeah, go ahead.
It's okay, don't worry.
Yeah.
We haven't seen any kind of strikes, at least I haven't seen any kind of strikes up on targets in central and eastern Iran. And this is where Iranians are hiding their heaviest, longest ranged weaponry. It means they can still shoot over at Israel as they like. That is the point. So unless they find a way to destroy these missiles before they are launched, there is going to be a problem. We have seen last night and this morning there were reports about US B-2 bombers using bunker buster bombs and B-52s even using bunker buster bombs to destroy some of these so-called missile cities. And this is precisely because of that. They are trying to destroy these underground facilities. Problem is now the following. Bunker busters, this is a so-called BLU 109 warhead. They are penetrating specific depth.
Yes.
50, 60 meters. And the Iranians began constructing their underground missile cities a few years after they have entered service in the United States. Precisely below that depth.
Precisely below the depth. But so they'll have to have not 1, 2, but 3 bunker busters, one after the other, to have any impact below 60 meters. If it is, let's say, 100 meters, 120 meters down.
Depends on the hill above.
And then they'll also have a concrete layer that will have to be busted. So that's not going to be easy to do. Yes, Ambassador Rajiv Dogra?
You know, I'm thinking from the Indian viewpoint, because interception and interceptors, there is the result which is before our eyes. Israel, the report said, was trying to sell Iron Dome and Iron Beam to us. Iron Dome, as both of you have explained very well, has not acted the way it should have acted. But what about the Iron Beam?
That is the point. Iron Dome is actually a short-range system. It's designed to intercept short-range artillery rockets, mortars, and artillery shells. Iron Beam would be a longer-range system.
But Iron Beam is very cost-effective, and it's laser, if I'm not mistaken. Or
the Iron Beam? Or
Iron Beam. Iron Beam.
I don't have the details now by heart, but it could be, yes, that it is laser guided.
Yes. The larger question is, the Israelis, the Americans don't seem to have a solution for the kamikaze drones.
No.
A cheaper, most effective, more effective. Because a kamikaze drone somewhere is just around $20,000.
This is now the paradox in this situation. Excuse me to interrupt. The problem is this. The Iranians are releasing lots of UAVs in direction of Israel as well. And most of US efforts in this regards are concentrating on defending Israel.
Right.
But they are not protecting all of their allies in the Persian Gulf, or very little in comparison to Israel.
Right.
Because you can be certain that the Americans have their combat air patrols. Let me
Right. What are we going to do is, Tom, we're going to come back to this conversation. I'm compelled we're coming to the top of the hour, so we're going to close this conversation for the moment, but it continues on the other side. Stay with us.
That's exactly the point that we've also been discussing, and Tom was also saying that the target is meant to be these US assets in these ally countries, but because these are densely populated areas, they are inadvertently hitting civilian targets, because if civilians were indeed the target, the casualties could have been in hundreds.
That is, to use the American terminology, collateral damage.
Right, right. Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey, the sheer escalatory nature of this, as Ambassador Dogra was also highlighting, they've gone on to ask for Germany's help. They're also trying to involve France over here, because, say, UK has already reacted. In fact, Sir Keir Starmer also spoke about their fleet being involved. But if NATO were to get involved, what is the end game of this war? If NATO and these Middle Eastern US allies were to get involved, what happens?
So look, while
and
I
Iran
think,
has already indicated that they are not looking towards any negotiations now.
Yeah, Kanchal, it's too early for Iranians to talk about negotiations. It's just, again, this is something not what's being fought between two street people. That also goes for a very long time. We are fighting a war with two military powers and two nations and two ideologies which are totally disparate and different. And it's about survival of Iranian regime's thought process, which is absolutely contrarian to this thing. While the Gulf states have already changed their thought process and they have aligned to the Western ideology to a great extent, but Iranians are totally polar opposite, and they have never changed their views for the last about 45-50 years. They remain where they remain. So to believe that it's going to just crumble, IRGC is not just not a slap dog onto a street that they can wish away. They will fight, they will control, and this will go on for some time. But I just want to add both the countries, the Israelis and Americans, and a lot of time people are saying that Trump has put Israel first this time. I don't think so. I think it's a war of Americans with Iran, and it is something to do with the Chinese. It is just not about Iran itself.
Yes,
So
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, so I think I told last time also on your this thing, on your.
Viewers, the rolling coverage. The war is widening, it is deepening. And I can tell you, viewers, that there is a palpable sense of unease amongst US allies. They don't quite know what to do now. They didn't expect this. Iran has completely changed and opened the theater. It is using unconventional sources. It is using all sorts of other proxies. It is also using a number of its drones to harry some of the US's allies. It is punishing these allies for standing with Trump. It is punishing these allies for providing bases to America. It is punishing these allies, viewers, for siding with what Iran says is the great Satan. Trump was thinking that he would get an off-ramp, that by decapitating the Iranian regime, he thought that he could go back to the American public and say, look, I have achieved what no other US president could have achieved. Unfortunately for him, the Iranians, though degraded, though decapitated, are in no mood at this point in time, are in no mood to throw in the towel. They're digging deep, their backs are to the wall, and they're beginning to start a very calibrated response. Whether it will add up to much, I can't say, viewers. But clearly, it is upsetting the timelines that America perhaps had set for itself, and even Israel. They were thinking this is going to be a quick in and out. We'll soften up the Iranian leadership. We'll knock out enough of them. Of course, we have Tom Cooper with us. We have Mr. Dogra with us. These are one of, the world's and India's top analysts. We're going to break down this story, but viewers, the defining visual came this morning, and I'm going to show you that defining visual. You remember what Trump said about Operation Sindoor? He said when India lost Rafale, we lost the war. That's what he said, viewers, if you remember that. He said it not once, but he said it several times, and he made those gestures. This is karma coming back, viewers, to bite Trump. This is what happened. An American jet coming down. friendly fire. And guess what, viewers? Authorities in the UAE are now saying there could have been multiple fighter jets. So he was getting great kicks, Trump was, when a few Rafales allegedly went down. Now, viewers, his pilots are bailing out. His jets are hitting the ground. Will Trump come out saying that I've lost the war? No, viewers. This is a problem with reckless commentary from reckless leaders. They don't know their red lines. And what we are seeing, viewers, is this F-15 hit by friendly fire. Tom, what happened here? What do you think happened? Come and talk about this. Let's talk about it. Look at this death spin. It's going slowly. It's floating almost. Come to me. Come to me. This is an interesting visual because this was the least expected. This is happening over Kuwait, I think.
There is another video showing the hit, actually. So the missiles scored a direct hit somewhere in the rear of the aircraft, blew up both engines. So they're both afire, and the control surfaces are out of control. So that means that the control lines in the aircraft are out. The pilot cannot steer the aircraft anymore. So everything that was left for the pilot and his weapon systems officer in the rear was to eject, and one of them is visible on the video. This was an F-15E. You can see this by targeting navigation pods visible under the intakes. Not clearly visible, but they're there. Otherwise, there wouldn't be these bulges visible on the video. What happened? The problem is this US jet was probably involved in intercepting UAVs, low-flying UAVs. But due to miscoordination with the Kuwaitis, their identification friend and foe systems were not synchronized. And therefore, the Kuwaitis did not recognize this US Air Force F-15E as friendly. They have opened fire and shot it down.
So this is someone bungling the chain of command, you're saying? This is what happened. How does this happen?
This is the following. They didn't expect Kuwait to be dragged into this war. Whether Kuwait, nor United Arab Emirates, nor Bahrain, or whoever else. Therefore, they didn't care to coordinate with the Kuwaitis on time. And now they have to make do with whatever they have to improvise. And in this case, this proved nearly deadly for this crew.
Nearly deadly. And the crew came down. We're going to just show you those pictures of the two pilots ejecting. And one of them then was shown sequestered. Those are the parachutes opening, and they've come all the way down. And one of them was sequestered in the back of a car. And we have pictures of that also. He's sitting in the back of the boot of the car. And basically, viewers, everyone else has formed a circle around him and saying, keep back, keep back. Because, viewers, as you know, America is not very liked. Kuwait's leadership might be in alliance with the Americans, but the public reaction is different on the ground. The public in these Muslim Arab countries, they may see Iran as an adversary, as a civilization adversary, or call it what you want to, or even a recent adversary. But still, there is a larger concept of Muslim brotherhood, and American pilots hitting the ground, they're not going to be treated well. So luckily for him, viewers, he fell on friendly soil. He fell in Kuwait, and there were enough people to quickly come and form a circle and keep him okay. We don't know what the situation is with the other one because we don't have those pictures, but there you can see him in the back of that car. You can see him there. He is there, and there are a lot of people talking.
Is his sleeve?
Yes.
With the flag, probably.
That's right.
Or unit in Zion.
Yeah. Can we pull out these pictures a little bit? Can we pull back so that they're not so blurred, because we just want to get it. That's his face. You can see his face. Now, viewers, this was one visual, but we're being told, and there's a lot of chatter, and I don't know how accurate it is, but I'm just bringing it out to you because there is talk that perhaps some American bases are facing some amount of pressure. Now, I don't know if they've been hit. Some people are speculating that there have been hits on US bases. What are you hearing, Tom, from your larger ecosystem?
There have been hits.
There have been hits.
On almost all the US bases in the Persian,
so let's pull out the map.
Let's
pull out the map. Yeah, let's pull it out. I want Tom to go over this map, and let's talk about which are these bases which are finding it a little difficult, or they're facing the heat. Yeah.
Indeed, the newest report is that the Incirlik air base outside of Adana in Turkey.
That's in Turkey. Can we go to the map that shows?
Over here.
Okay, let's go to this map. There we are. Let's come in closer. Yeah. There we go. This is one cypress, and that's, yeah, we'll just...
Waiting for it to open.
There. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Okay, we've also got it on the wall, by the way.
Incirlik is here near Adana.
Okay.
In southern Turkey.
Right.
This is a NATO base with nuclear weapon storage facility.
Wow.
So 20-something nukes are usually
And
held
is that,
over
is that the reason why the IAEA has just come out with a statement saying that, look, we've got to be very, very careful? That statement we've been reporting over the last 10, 15 minutes. Probably. Because this is Adana, and you're saying that this is where?
This is a nuclear weapon storage facility.
Nuclear weapon storage facility.
Yes, the NATO is holding here so-called nuclear warheads for which there is a dual key arrangement, which means these weapons can be used by Turkish Air Force in the case of a nuclear attack on NATO. So nearby, and there were reports about this already yesterday, there is Akrotiri Air Base. I think this is here somewhere on Cyprus. This is a British base on Cyprus. That there were also that it was narrowly or something like missed by Iranian ballistic missiles, which means Iranians are now. This is not anymore out of control.
So let's come here. How is all this happening? How are these bases being hit? From where is that Iran there? You can see at the back. How is this happening? Where are they going from, these missiles?
These missiles are coming from Western Iran, not Western Iran. This
Okay.
would be here, Zakoduhov. This is still in Iraq.
Right.
It's of this area.
Can we...
just a second.
Can we bring this down? Oh, sorry.
Turn off this.
Yes.
So, and then...
Yeah.
Opa. Ah, God.
There we go. Yeah. That's it.
So,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah. So this is where it's coming
from. They are
from.
hit from here.
Yes.
And this is now particularly characteristic, particularly important, because Israelis are claiming they have destroyed this and that military or missile base. And still, obviously, the Iranians have the ability to fire shorter-ranged ballistic missiles at bases in the Dana area and in Cyprus area.
Yes.
So this is very important. Why? Because it means they are not knocked out yet. Also, the fact that we have seen UAVs flying over Shiraz and Tehran, but no combat aircraft of either the US Air Force or US Navy or Israeli Air Force, means they are still limited to operating just UAVs over, for example, Tehran and Esfahan. So this means they are not flying their jets much deeper over Iraq.
Let's just connect with Jonathan Conricus, who was the former IDF spokesperson. Let's go straight across to him. Thank you very much, Jonathan, for speaking to us. I want to talk to you a little bit about the end game, so to speak. Are we in that phase where we are moving towards an end game? Has this war and the Iranian resistance surprised Israel and the United States? What are you seeing from Israel's perspective, sir?
Yes, hello again. I think to speak about endgame after less than two days of war, it's a bit premature. But I think we could conservatively say that things are perhaps moving in the right direction. Moving in the right direction in the terms of the fact that the former so-called supreme leader and 40 of his senior military and political advisors and commanders are no longer going to oppress the Iranian people. That's a good thing. From the fact that Israel has full freedom of action in Iranian skies, including over Tehran and any location where we need to strike targets. The IDF just announced that it has dropped more than 100 pieces of ordnance from fixed-wing aircraft in various places of Iran, including Tehran. That announcement came out a few hours ago. You perhaps missed it in studio. But I'd say that the surprising part, there are a few things that are surprising here in terms of Iran and the environment. One, the relatively limited amount of ballistic missiles that the Iranians managed to fire. We anticipated more. We were bracing ourselves for salvos of dozens of missiles simultaneously and hundreds of missiles per day. And I'm very happy to say that we are far from that. We still have to investigate what the reason is. Maybe they are conserving their firepower, or maybe they're not able to fire because Israel and the US have struck many of their missile launchers and they're struggling to fire. I'm also surprised by Iran's strategy to kill civilians all across the Middle East. I think it's a strategy that it's not going to be very beneficial for them. Killing civilians in Israel is not a surprise and it's not a new thing. That's what the Iranian regime does. But killing Arab Muslims in Qatar, in the UAE, in Saudi Arabia, in Kuwait, firing at Jordan, that's a very odd choice of strategy for the Iranians, one that I think will eventually backfire. So summing this up, I think good early progress from, let's say, the representatives of the brave free world against this oppressive regime, but we are far, far from anywhere near a finish line or anywhere where we can speak about concluding or end game.
Very quickly, Colonel Conricus, you said that this would backfire, this strategy of targeting other Gulf nations. In what way will it backfire on Iran? What is expected to happen?
Yeah, I assume that what the Iranian regime expected was that by firing at various countries in the region, they would, in their weakness, cower before the Iranians and apply pressure on America in order to stop the war. That doesn't seem to be the case. And what the Gulf nations have said, joint statement by the GCC ministers and also other communiques from the UAE and from Saudi is, well, we don't like being fired at. We don't like our civilians being targeted. This is blatant aggression from Iran. And we reserve the right, and we actually are now thinking about actually defending ourselves, which is, far below what I would expect any sovereign country to do when fired upon. When somebody fires at you, you retaliate. That's how you keep yourself safe, but at least they're moving into that direction. Iran is running out of strategic support and by its own action, by its own aggression, is now finding itself quite alone. Russia, which I'm sure the Iranians wanted and thought would come to their help, really isn't. Russia is busy trying to occupy Ukraine and is suffering from its own endeavors and misfortunes, military ones. China seems not to be interested enough in order to jeopardize their own interest, and I'm quite sure that there's some behind-the-scenes deal that has been made between the US and China regarding export of oil in order to compensate for what the Chinese were buying illicitly from Iran before that. And currently, Iran, by its actions, by its aggression, they find themselves quite alone and they are deepening their isolation by their actions. Doesn't look to be a very smart move, and all the charming and all the diplomatic rhetoric and all the propaganda that they'll be able to spin out won't undo that reality.
But the idea was to force, the idea of the preemptive strikes was to force or soften the Iranian regime enough that it would come back to the table. It's refusing to do so, despite the decapitation strikes, despite 50 or 60 of their top commanders gone, including the Ayatollah, and most of their leadership wiped out. They seem to be hunkering down. Why is this happening?
I don't know what you base the premise of the question on, that was the desired outcome or the intent. I don't think that it was. I think that the intent of this operation is to bring the Iranian regime to its knees and eventually make it so weak so that it can be overthrown by the Iranian people. That, I think, is the desired outcome. If the regime would be smart enough in its instincts of self-preservation to come to the Americans and say, okay, you know what? We won't enrich on Iranian soil. We will immediately stop firing ballistic missiles and producing them, and we will immediately cease in supporting terror organizations and building terror networks around Western Asia. I'm sure that the US would find that quite okay to make a deal and to say, okay, we'll call off the war. I doubt that the Iranian regime will do that because they are filled with hubris, with pride, and it's clouding their judgment. And from an Israeli perspective, what Israel is now pursuing, in my mind, way, way too late in terms of the amount of aggression that we have sustained from the Iranian regime over at least 3 decades. What Israel is doing now is finally returning and taking initiative against the Iranian regime and attacking them because they have been managing an indirect war against Israel and actively pursuing our destruction. And that's the framework. Will the Iranians come to the table and, plead for a ceasefire, capitulation? That will probably save them a lot of effort. I doubt that they will, and judging by what Larijani, last man standing or current man standing, is saying or tweeting, they're not inclined to do so.
Well, Colonel Conricus, what we're also seeing is that some of these Gulf countries that are aligned with America are now going into what is known as lockdown mode, economic lockdown mode. Can they sustain, or will they say, well, maybe if this stretches on a few too many days, we're going to start bleeding economically, the expats that came to work will feel a little uneasy, and perhaps their economic prospects might begin to dim? Is there a possibility that that could change calculations on the ground as far as Israel and America are concerned?
I think the Iranian regime will suffer more, bleed more economically and actually than what these countries will, and the amount of damage that the Iranian regime will sustain every day of this war is far more than what these Gulf countries will have to deal with. Granted, these countries are not battle hardened. They do not have the DNA of fighters. They do not have the DNA of resilience. They have the DNA of oil-rich countries that have flourishing financial systems as a result of it, and it's a different culture. But at the end of the day, I think the balance of power here is one where every day that goes by, the Iranian regime will be weakened. Its capabilities will be really limited in terms of what they can do. And I don't think that they can play a long and patient waiting game, because at the end of the fighting, there will be the Iranian people. The Iranian people, the moment the bombs stop flying, will, in my assessment, take to the streets and seek to free themselves from the yoke of the Iranian regime and its oppression. So playing a waiting game, not entirely sure that that's a good strategy for the Iranians either.
Colonel Conricus, I have to ask you this, because you said that there has been now air dominance that has been maintained by Israel and the United States. Yet we're seeing bases of the United States in Turkey and in Kirchik, even in Cyprus, where there was an attempt to knock out a British base. There have been obvious strikes on other US bases in the region. We don't quite know the extent of damage that they have sustained. How is this happening? How is Iran being able to sort of strike these targets? And of course, there has also been damage now in a few places in Israel, and we have those pictures in Beit Shemesh and other places. So what is making Iran capable of hitting or counter-reacting in this way?
Yeah, one issue doesn't necessarily have to do with the other. Aerial dominance is a fact. I think it would be very difficult to dispute that Israel and the US enjoy aerial dominance and superiority over Iranian skies. There are no effective air defense systems. The Russian S-300 systems have been taken out of commission long time ago by Israeli jets. Actually, most of them were destroyed in June last year, and the residual capabilities were wiped off by Israel and the US 2 days ago. So that's one thing that we can set aside. Their offensive capabilities, Iran's ability to fire missiles from bunkers, silos, all across Western Iran, mostly Western Iran, that still exists, and they do fire missiles and they dispatch drones from various bases. But every time they fire, those places are mapped by drones and by other aircraft that are currently constantly hovering above hovering in Iranian airspace. And the moment they fire, they become a target. And what we're seeing now is that the US and Israel are hunting missile launchers, and the sum of it will be that the longer the fighting will go on, based on the aerial dominance that the US and Israel enjoys, Israel and the US will be able to gradually degrade Iranian capabilities more and more. They already started at a weakened position, and they've been able to fire less than what was anticipated. And my assessment is that their capabilities will continue to be degraded more and more until very small or nominal. How long will that take? That's a business of days and weeks, I would assume, until most offensive Iranian capabilities have been dealt with. And maybe that's the despair and panic that we see in Iranian decision making, that they're lashing out, firing at Gulf countries, firing at civilians all across the Middle East, because they are understanding that they have very little time left to fire the missiles that they have.
So a couple of questions before I let you go. What is the timeline that we are looking at here? Could this become a protracted conflict, a battle of attrition? You might have Iran beginning to engage proxies. They could go asymmetric. Those are possibilities. We're already seeing visuals on our screen of how sympathetic in the Muslim world, in Pakistan, for example, elements sympathetic to Iran and its regime there are attacking US consulates. Tomorrow they might start attacking other US allies and their assets and consulates. So what is the timeline we're looking at?
Yeah, I mean, for you in India, it's definitely not a newsflash to see radical Muslims do crazy things, whether it's in Pakistan or on Indian soil, and that shouldn't come as a surprise. Timeline here, I think neither the US nor Israel want or need or aspire for a protracted conflict. What you can see is high-intensity military operations, aerial operations against the Iranian regime. And as anticipated, Iran's most important proxy organization that they spent 35, 40 years building, Hezbollah in Lebanon, has now joined in the fray. They are now dragging Lebanon into the war at the behest of the Iranian regime. By the way, much to the frustration of the democratically elected government in Lebanon, who are saying that Hezbollah's actions are reckless and are endangering Lebanon, which actually is very correct. And yes, you're right. There's the risk of Iran using other venues, terrorists, and other smaller capabilities in order to deflect. But that, I don't think it will make a meaningful strategic impact. And, if we focus on the core issues here, what Israel and the US are doing now is gradually degrading the Iranian regime, its ability to manage, command and control and conduct military operations. And I think within not a very long period of time, those capabilities will be degraded to such an extent that the Iranian people can actually rise up without mortal fear and actually reclaim their country. Iran will try to, use terrorism and use the dirty tricks that they usually do, but that's not news. And both the US and Israel are prepared, battle-hardened for it. There may be surprises. The Hezbollah or other Iranian proxies may get something off and may surprise either of us. I hope that doesn't happen, but that's what happens in war. But we're prepared for that. But the bottom line, when we keep our focus on the big strategic picture here, is that the sand in the hourglass is running in a very clear direction, and it is not one that is in the favor of the Iranian regime.
So I just want you to accommodate a question or two from Tom Cooper, one of the world's leading military historians. He's here with us in our studio. He's a colleague. Tom Cooper, would you like to ask Colonel Conricus a couple of questions on some of the views that he has expressed?
Well, perhaps one would be the question of semantics. I'm curious to hear how comes that when somebody from Lebanon attacks Israel, that is aggression against Israel. When somebody from Syria attacks Israel, that is aggression on Israel. But when Israel attacks somebody else, then that is self-defense, but no aggression.
Attacks Ukraine, that's aggression. And just like when, and the basis for this, for instance, the Iranians have been conducting indirect and direct warfare against Israel for the better part of 30 years. They have fired ballistic missiles at our civilians. They have manned and funded terror organizations that have killed thousands of Israelis over the years and wounded many thousands. And they are openly saying and really trying to destroy the state of Israel. So when Israel takes military action against the Islamic Republic of Iran, it is within that context. You can go back, many years and spot the first act of Iranian aggression against Israel.
I tend to come back to many years ago because it is foremost Israeli historians and journalists who are publishing books, writing about the beginnings of Hezbollah in Lebanon of the 1970s, late 1970s, Murabiton militia before Hezbollah, and they said they came into being, these Israeli historians, Israeli journalists say both of these militias came into being because of Israeli massacres on the Shia population of southern Lebanon. So how do you explain now that Iran has started this war?
I don't really follow your train of thought here, the connection between Hezbollah and what Israel is, the attack that Israel is
because
doing
the same journalists,
on Iran.
It's very simple, because the same journalists and the same historians say that this is how Israel has started a secret war with Iran back in the early 1980s.
Oh, Israel started.
Yes.
By when militias and terrorists in Lebanon invaded into Israel in the early 1970s, attacked Israeli civilians. Israel responded by striking in Lebanon, and then afterwards Iran built a militia.
May I now use your words from earlier? You said this is a different war because you are now talking about Palestinians, but I'm talking about Shia population of southern Lebanon, which was killed by dozens by Israeli armed forces.
I'm talking about Lebanon.
Yes, and you are talking about Lebanon, but I'm talking about Palestine. You are mixing Palestinians who were operating from Lebanon.
Believe me, I'm not mixing anything.
Yeah, you are very much. You very much do. And then there are Shia of southern Lebanon. There are Shia of southern Lebanon who have organized themselves into Murabiton and then the Hezbollah.
You're in the studio, so you have an obvious advantage over me, and we're not going to be able to speak over each other. Yeah. So I can happy, just if you want to ask a question, I can.
I'm asking you a question.
Answer it, but we can't have a debate because you're in studio.
I'll ask you a question. Why are you mixing Palestinian incursions into Israel of the early 1970s, avoiding to answer the question about Israeli massacres on Shia of southern Lebanon, and then not discussing the emergence of Murabiton and then the Hezbollah, and thus the start of the secret war between Israel and Iran, which was, according to Israeli historians and Israeli journalists, started by Israel.
Yeah, so I think you have it kind of flip side, upside down. The country, the nation state that has built terror organizations and equipped them and deployed them around our borders is Iran. Israel has not deployed any militia or terror organization in Azerbaijan, in Iraq, in Afghanistan or Pakistan.
So southern Lebanese army was also not militia.
Hold on,
one at a time.
Hold on, please.
Yeah, one at a time.
Let me answer.
Yeah.
Let me answer. Israel has not done that. The country that has done that is Iran. Iran has a strategy formulated by the former supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, which is to build a ring of fire around Israel, equip different proxies, different useful idiots from the Iranian perspective, Lebanese Hezbollah, Gazan Hamas and Islamic Jihad, various jihadi organizations in Syria before Assad was removed, and various organizations in Iraq, and of course the Houthis in Yemen. The strategy that the Iranians built over the years was to build that ring of fire around Israel and to try to bleed Israel of internal cohesion, international support, to weaken it. And then when Hamas attacked Israel on October 7, that was what was supposed to be the opening shot of the last war, the last campaign, the flood of Al-Aqsa against Israel, which is an Iranian strategy, and all of the Iranian proxies were supposed to join in fight and defeat Israel. So the one that is conducting war is Iran. And Israel is retaliating against that.
So, all of that we can discuss at another time. But the fact is, viewers, that the Israelis and the Americans are now quite sure that it's only a matter of time before there is going to be regime change in Iran. And that's the top headline coming out of this interview with Colonel Jonathan Conricus, because they are ready, as they are saying, to degrade the regime to the extent that the popular will of the people will rise up and complete the job, and therefore they will find liberation. Well, thank you, Colonel Conricus, for speaking with us. As always, it's great to speak with you. Stay safe.
Thank you.
We'll touch base at a later date. Thank you very much. Let me go straight across to Sanjay Suri, who joins me now from Israel. He's been covering this conflict. What's the latest coming out of Israel? We're seeing some pictures, and we also got a report from you from Beit Shemesh, where you were at the site of that synagogue that had been flattened out. What's the general information flow in Israel with regards to other strikes that might have been conducted, if at all? Sanjay.
Rahul, there is some concern within Israel that a lot of the Iranian missiles have been getting through. And that concern was, of course, understandably most keenly and most painfully expressed in Beit Shemesh, which I visited a short while back. And that's where we had the attack on the synagogue that you described. And there were people who were hiding in the shelter, and the shelter itself was blown up. That came a day after the missile that got through and hit Tel Aviv here, and a woman who was in her 40s was killed. Many were injured. An apartment block was almost demolished in that, brought down in that attack. There is some concern that these missiles have been getting through. We know that there has been a pattern in the June war of last year, where there was a rather low volume of missiles fired at first from Iran, and after some time they began to fire more. So at the moment, each is testing the defenses and the capacities of the other. Whether Iran is holding back from firing more, as we just heard, because they simply are holding back to their and strategizing this use, or they have just been degraded and blown up, or they've abandoned ship. We don't know yet, but it's too soon to say that the capacity is over. And this capacity will have a long tail, because if even just one remnant unit fires one missile days after we believe the war has ended, and that enters the airspace in UAE, there can be no plane taking off, and then they'll wait further. So the knock-on effect from these attacks on the economy of the UAE and of these countries is going to be serious, and it's looking long-term, and they are being attacked because Iran sees them as hosting their enemy.
So this is a war by other means, some would say, that is being waged by Iran, because clearly it knows that it's going to be completely knocked out of the skies. So it is using other means. It's using drones, which are relatively cheaper. It might even engage proxies. It could get very, very hot in the Gulf, viewers, for a large number of US allies, as Sanjay Suri has been saying. And one of those is Israel, who is that is being targeted. There's no doubt about the fact that there are now strikes on Israel. And here is a report from Sanjay Suri, sent just about an hour or two back from Beit Shemesh. Let's go straight across to that.
We are here in Beit Shemesh, and this here behind me was a synagogue. Would you believe it? There's no sign of it anymore. Complete devastation, a direct hit by a missile. People sought shelter below the synagogue in a dedicated shelter, and they were all killed. And with me is Ben, who has lived long here. He lives right next door to this. So Ben, were you here when the missile struck?
Yes, I was at my house. I was sleeping. It was around 2:30 p.m. And I wake up by horrific noise, horrific boom, like the most significant shock wave of of boom that I heard in my life.
And the people who took shelter here, they of course live here. What kind of work do they do? I mean, do they work for the government or are they just local civilian people?
No, Bet Shemesh is it's a city of normal people, regular people, you know, white collars, blue collars people.
But
Yes.
tell me, the people who died here, they had gone to the synagogue. Underneath the synagogue is a dedicated shelter.
Yes.
They took shelter, they went into the shelter and
Yes.
still they were killed. So a shelter is not necessarily safe.
That's true what you said. The statistics in this case is really, really cruel because the chance of that is less than 1%, I believe. But the problem, it was a direct hit. Where they went is perfectly fine. They did everything that they could do. They didn't neglect the situation. They didn't disrespect it. They went to the safe place underneath. But the problem, the missile was directly hit.
So finally, not even a shelter is safe from a direct hit.
Yes, from a direct hit. And people like the military department who are responsible on the civil life, it's called Pikuda Oref, they say that if it's a direct hit, it's a big problem. This is a military aircraft jet. It could be F-15, F-16, F-35. That options, especially when you hear this kind of sound, which means it goes really fast. It's not helicopter, it's not something like that. About this incident, from what I've read, the situation is that they're saying they launched the wrong system. Apparently, they launched not the arrow, they launched David Sling, and it wasn't enough to catch it. They launched 2 missiles to catch the flight to catch the missile that was bombed here, but they didn't catch him.
So there was some error in defense as well.
A human error, yeah.
What was here? Can you just describe this place to me?
Yes. So, let's say from over here to over there, it was the synagogue. Here you have one private house, as you can see. Here you have another one. Over there you have another one. Over there where you see the I think it's olive tree, there was another house. You don't see any wreckage of it. It depends, the amount of destruction depends on how old is the house. If it's really old, then as like here, you see the differences? The destruction is much more bigger. Here it's more modern house. You can recognize by the Jerusalem stone that cover the house. And it's more endurable to sustain earthquakes, missiles, fires, and so on.
Right.
That's exactly the point that we've also been discussing, and Tom was also saying that the target is meant to be these US assets in these ally countries, but because these are densely populated areas, they are inadvertently hitting civilian targets, because if civilians were indeed the target, the casualties could have been in hundreds.
That is, to use the American terminology, collateral damage.
Right, right. Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey, the sheer escalatory nature of this, as Ambassador Dogra was also highlighting, they've gone on to ask for Germany's help. They're also trying to involve France over here because, say, UK has already reacted. In fact, Sir Keir Starmer also spoke about their fleet being involved. But if NATO were to get involved, what is the end game of this war? If NATO and these Middle Eastern US allies were to get involved, what happens? And Iran has already indicated that they are not looking towards any negotiations now.
Yeah, Kanchal, it's too early for Iranians to talk about negotiations. It's just, again, this is something not a war which is being fought between two street people. That also goes for a very long time. We are fighting a war with two military powers and two nations and two ideologies which are totally disparate and different. And it's about survival of Iranian regime's thought process, which is absolutely contrarian to this thing. While the Gulf states have already changed their thought process and they have aligned to the Western ideology to a great extent. But Iranians are totally polar opposite and they have never changed their views for the last about 45, 50 years. They remain where they remain. So to believe that it's going to just crumble, IRGC is not just not a slap dog onto a street that they can wish away. They will fight, they will control, and this will go on for some time. But I just want to add both the countries, the Israelis and Americans, and a lot of times people are saying that Trump has put Israel first this time. I don't think so. I think it's a war of Americans with Iran, and it is something to do with the Chinese. It is just not about Iran itself.
Yes,
so
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, so I think I told last time also on your this thing on your channel, but American immediate political objective is to change the strategic orientation of Iran. They should give up the ballistic missile systems, and because that was threat not only to America but more importantly to Gulf states eventually. So if you recall, while Saudi Crown Prince has said about a month back they will not allow their own airspace and ground to be attacked for Iran. But the fact of the matter is that he was the one who went urging, and Trump has said as much, that he came to me and telling this is going to be eventually a challenge. Because when the ballistic missile numbers, which in 2027 they were aiming to make to 8,000, that crosses, and the speed of missile crosses, there was no way Saudis could have protected themselves. So that is one, I think they want to change. The second, they want to change orientation was about the nuclear ambition. With 440 kgs of uranium lying with them for 60% enriched, it was just a matter of time, I think in a couple of months, while the process of integrating, process of weaponizing further takes time, but they would have had the capability to use nuclear weapons. So this was, I think, the Americans wanted, but you know, look at it from the Iranian side. Iran is a sovereign nation. They wanted to have a weapon, nuclear weapons. When Pakistan, which is a terror state, known terror state, can have nuclear weapons and Americans can continue to engage with them, Israel can have in the region, why should not Iran have its own? So I think these were two polarized actions that are taking place, and both have their own mission, and therefore they are both legitimate to fight the war, even at the cost of regional.
Viewers, America might have plunged the Gulf into chaos, and there's big breaking news coming in, and I'm going to go straight across to Aman to get it. Aman, this is very big news that is coming through. We are being told that the Iranian media has made some astonishing claims.
Well, yes, Rahul, what we are learning is that Iran's IRGC is now making a big claim that in the latest missile strike, they have targeted the Prime Minister Netanyahu's compound. They are saying that the Israeli Air Force commander's location has also been targeted in a surprise attack by the IRGC, and they are claiming that Netanyahu's fate is unclear. They are saying that they have carried out a very surprise attack where Netanyahu was, and Netanyahu's future fate is uncertain. Has he survived? Has he not survived? That is the IRGC's claim, big claim coming in today after Israel's big strikes in which Khamenei was taken out.
Well, you know, viewers, there is a lot happening on the ground there. I'm going to bring in Tom Cooper in just a few moments, but I'm going to go straight across to Akanksha also. Let's go straight across to Akanksha. Let's get some news from Akanksha. Akanksha, you're here with us, and I want to come straight out to you. It's a long newsroom, but there is some news breaking about the U.S. Embassy.
So the biggest that we are getting right now is with regards to Netanyahu's office being bombed. This is at least what Iran is claiming, that their IRGC has managed to bomb them. At the same time, Rahul, we must keep in mind that there's already information doing the rounds that Netanyahu has left the country. He's headed either to Greece or Germany. The whereabouts of the Israeli Prime Minister are not known. You know that the British Consulate has also been attacked. So Kuwait very much on the radar.
And the US embassy in Kuwait has been shut down because apparently that was also targeted.
Yes, and why just Kuwait? Look at the way Pakistan has in fact been responding. 20 protesters already dead. Their consulate officers over there were retaliating severely. US is currently on tenterhooks because their IRGC is very much digging in their grounds. In fact, there's a warning for the viewers over here. A lot of misinformation doing the rounds as we speak, because there's already viral videos showing how Iranian nuclear sites have been bombed on the other side. There's also a confirmation coming in from IAEA that the Iranian representative has shared information that there is enough damage being done to the Natanz nuclear facility, which means there could be very much risks of radioactive leakage taking place. What is the IAEA going to do about this? How is the UN going to respond? We'll have to see. The next few 48 hours are going to be extremely critical.
So what now we are being told, and I'm going to come into with Aman here, what we are being told, and let's walk through. Aman, what have you got with you?
This is, Rahul, the picture put out by the AFP. This is where the smoke is billowing out very near the US embassy in Kuwait. This is the picture that the AFP has put out and clicked by their own correspondent. This is why the US embassy in Kuwait has been shut down, and earlier in the day we saw those horrific visuals coming from the US consulate in Karachi, which was also attacked by people, and this was the exclusive visuals, in fact, that our internal security editor Manoj Gupta had brought us. Horrific visuals, you know, people being brought out, bloodied faces, one person was also being carried out, his body after he was shot. We believe that the US Marines had shot 20 Pakistanis dead for storming their consulate yesterday, and that is why today...
Yeah, there you're seeing it. There you're seeing some of those bloodied hands and faces and people shot and being carried out. You can see some of those pictures, those are dramatic pictures. And then, of course, let's just go back to the other photo, of the Kuwait photo of the suspected attack on the US consulate there, and that's why the consulate is shut. Now, we don't know if there were people inside that consulate or not, but AFP putting out this photo of an area very close to the US consulate. Now, how are these missiles getting through if there is complete aerial dominance over Iran? One doesn't know. This is the question, viewers, because it is the Gulf countries, and let's talk about this. There are many Gulf countries that are facing a lot of heat, aren't they, Aman, because of these attacks. Let's go straight back to Tom Cooper, because I'm going to talk to him a little bit about that. We're going to also open the map. Viewers, this has been a war that could now turn into a bit of a quagmire for the United States. I know it's very early. I mean, it's very early to sort of talk about timelines, because it's only been 37, 38 hours. But the Americans were hoping. Yes, the Americans were hoping. The Americans were hoping that, look, at the end of the day, we were going to go in, we're going to knock out a few people, and that would be it. The Iranians would put their hands up and say, okay, sorry, we've come back to the table, and we're deciding to move with dialogue.
Well, that is the way Americans would have wanted it, but I think Iran is in for a long haul. Iran wants a long, protracted war, and that is why you see their strategy of bombing all the Middle East nations, and they're also attacking the US embassies because they see them also as a part of the US establishment in these countries. So after the various airports which were on attack, now we have the embassies of US also under attack from Iran.
Well, more news breaking, viewers, on your screens, that France is ready to defend the Gulf states and Jordan. So this is now becoming a problem for the Western world, viewers. These are countries in the Gulf that had actually begun to give bases, or their land for US bases, and they had allowed these Western nations to give them what is called a protective umbrella. Now, the Iranians have started hitting these countries. I'm not saying that there are massive damages, but some very tactical strikes. So on civilian infrastructure, as we have seen over the last few days, and Tom, let me bring you into this, because there has been information coming, and I'm going to pull out these pictures, and let's come to this map, if it's possible for you to do so. We're going to look at these maps now, because this is Tel Aviv, isn't it? And we're being told that at least the Iranian media is claiming that the IRGC has reached this far and has struck a place where Netanyahu was having a meeting with his Air Force chief, so to speak. and that both are now sort of not around. So is this a wild claim? How could they have done it? Where would this missile have come from? And let's have a look at this first.
Well, I would guess. I can only guess. I don't know where exactly would this meeting have taken place. Somewhere in downtown Israel or further north, where there are big headquarters of the Mossad and Unit 8200, for example, which are frequently targeted by Iran already since 2 years. But I guess that the intelligence came actually from the Chinese again. They have so-called COMINT, this is communications intelligence, signals intelligence, ships underway in the Mediterranean, in the Indian Ocean and so on. They are tracking the movement of US warships, they are tracking the movement certainly of Israeli warships. So they might have, for example, tracked down movement of Prime Minister Netanyahu.
So if you just open this map up.
Just for one more detail. Netanyahu is not a new target for Iranians, or actually for Hezbollah. Last year, Hezbollah attempted to hit his residence with a UAV.
I see.
And this was shot down shortly before reaching the residence. So, and he was in the residence in that moment. So it is possible that they have detected his movement in one way or the other. There are also sympathizers who might have reported, and so on and so on. So options are open.
So stay with me. Let's go straight across to Sanjay Suri. Sanjay Suri, thank you for joining us once again. I know difficult times, and there probably are air raid sirens sounding all around you from time to time. So thank you for taking this risk. But we're getting news that the Iranian media is claiming Iran's IRGC says that it has struck some locations where Netanyahu was meeting with one of his commanders, the commander of the Air Force, and that his whereabouts are no longer known. Now, is this what many people say psyops? Is this deliberate disinformation warfare? What is going on here? What are you hearing in the Iranian media? Israeli media.
Well, we've seen these we have seen some social media posts floating around. There is no confirmation of this. So far, the indications are that this is a rumor, but we've only just come across this kind of suggestion that is being circulated. So no official word on this yet, no word in the Israeli media, no word in any media out of Israel on this as yet. This would be quite extraordinary if true. It would have taken a lot for this to happen. It would have been a very dramatic hit. It's unlikely to be a small little drone here. We would be looking at a hypersonic ballistic missile that would seek to deliver a blow like this. And we have seen no evidence of that as of now.
Okay, so we don't quite know. Mr. Dogra, let me bring you into this conversation. You heard Lieutenant Colonel Conricus at one time in the Gaza conflict. He was the voice of the military in Israel, and he was broadcasting quite often from Israel and giving us updates. He's quite confident that this war is a one-way street, that the Iranians have nothing in the tank, that after a point they're just going to wither away the regime and the people will overthrow it. How do you assess that claim?
Well, I don't want to assess a propaganda reportage. That is what your Israeli guest was doing. But let me come back to this news about the attack on the Israeli Prime Minister's office. The public memory is short, but if you remember in the earlier confrontation between Israel and Iran had struck the garden of Netanyahu's residence. It did not cause much damage, but to the question as to how Iran was able to reach his office presently, the answer is that yes, if Israel has the capability of finding out where Khamenei was, Iran too has some resources. And the proof is, if indeed this missile hit the office of Netanyahu as it had hit one of the missiles or drones had hit his residence in the previous.
Iranian sources be? Would it be Chinese? I've been seeing a lot of pictures on the internet of Chinese technology, which is now able to firmly focus on ships and exactly what those ships are carrying on the ground. Apparently, there is this photograph, I don't know if you've seen it, of one of the US aircraft carriers with the entire weaponry lined up. All the crafts are lined up, different types of crafts are lined up, and you can see almost every plane individually. It's very clearly visible. Would this be the Chinese that are supplying this data? Because that was a commercial satellite almost. It's open source. It's all there.
Well, China has been...
Go ahead.
China has been quite open about it. In fact, it has been posting photographs after photographs of various ships carrying armament, one of which was hit.
Yeah.
But in this case, the question you're particularly asking, I would not like to pinpoint that it was Chinese. It could very well be Iranian sympathizers among Palestinians or anyone else.
Anyone else? Yes. Yes.
Add one more thing.
Yeah.
Early this or late last year, an IDF officer was arrested for espionage for Iran.
Right.
For doing this for money.
Okay.
So it could be that this is a similar case.
Similar case. I just want you to also direct your attention to this photograph.
Yes, please.
Now, this photograph, can we just bring that photograph back, please? Thank you. That's the photograph. Now, we are being told that this is of the UK mission that was attacked. And this is an AFP photograph which shows some sort of a craft approaching this particular mission.
I can explain you. This would be Akrotiri on Cyprus.
Yes, Cyprus, that's right.
And this is a C-17 transport aircraft.
Okay.
So Akrotiri is on Cyprus, and it's a former British colony.
Yes.
And then they have retained some specific area of the island, and are using it ever since for military purposes.
So where would this be?
Just a second.
Yeah. There we go.
Always a little bit.
It goes the other way.
Yes.
The Earth rotates. Even the map rotates. What a coincidence. There's Cyprus. Okay. So we're looking at this area, you're saying.
Just a second.
Where this particular...
for Akrotiri, because I don't remember where exactly was it. This is quite a big part of the island. It's actually British military zone.
Yes.
So, is it down here?
There's something called Cochlea here.
I'm searching for Akrotiri.
Okay, Akrotiri. Anyhow, so we know that this has happened, and this is where we'll look for it, and we'll come to you in just a few moments. But you're saying that basically this is the area where this attack has taken place. So this military plane has flown all the way from Iran. Are you saying that? I mean,
not a military plane, but a missile.
Missile. Okay,
yes.
so this is a missile.
Apparently, 1 or 2 missiles were fired in that direction.
Right.
There are conflicting reports in regards whether they fell into the sea or whatever. The British wouldn't say more than that they have missed.
And they have missed. But clearly, something has happened because that British base is constantly looking under siege, viewers, and we're getting news now from there. And you also saw, of course, the other base in Kuwait that was struck apparently, or an area close to that, and that was the photo that Aman was showing on his phone, which we are going to bring out. We're going to take a very short break. We'll be right back with more updates, viewers, as this conflagration widens by the moment. We're right back. Don't go away.
That's exactly the point that we've also been discussing, and Tom was also saying that the target is meant to be these US assets in these ally countries, but because these are densely populated areas, they are inadvertently hitting civilian targets, because if civilians were indeed the target, the casualties could have been in hundreds.
That is, to use the American terminology, collateral damage.
Right, right. Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey, the sheer escalatory nature of this, as Ambassador Dogra was also highlighting, they've gone on to ask for Germany's help. They're also trying to involve France over here because, say, UK has already reacted. In fact, Sir Keir Starmer also spoke about their fleet being involved. But if NATO were to get involved, what is the end game of this war? If NATO and these Middle Eastern US allies were to get involved, what happens?
So look, while
and
I
Iran
think,
has already indicated that they are not looking towards any negotiations now.
Yeah, Kanchal, it's too early for Iranians to talk about negotiations. It's just, again, this is something not what's being fought between two street people. That also goes for a very long time. We are fighting a war with two military powers and two nations and two ideologies which are totally disparate and different. And it's about survival of Iranian regime's thought process, which is absolutely contrarian to this thing. While the Gulf states have already changed their thought process and they have aligned to the Western ideology to a great extent. But Iranians are totally polar opposite and they have never changed their views for last about 45, 50 years. They remain where they remain. So to believe that it's going to just crumble, IRGC is not just not a slap dog onto a street that they can wish away. They will fight, they will control, and this will go on for some time. But I just want to add both the countries, the Israelis and Americans, and a lot of times people are saying that Trump has put Israel first this time. I don't think so. I think it's a war of Americans with Iran, and it is something to do with the Chinese. It is just not about Iran itself.
Yes,
So
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, so I think I told last time also on your this thing on your channel, but American immediate political objective is to change the strategic orientation of Iran. They should give up the ballistic missile systems, and because that was threat not only to America but more importantly to Gulf states eventually. So if you recall, while Saudi Crown Prince has said about a month back they will not allow their own airspace and ground to be attacked for Iran. But the fact of the matter is that he was the one who went urging, and Trump has said as much, that he came to me and telling this is going to be eventually a challenge. Because when the ballistic missile numbers, which in 2027 they were aiming to make to 8,000, that crosses, and the speed of missile crosses, there was no way Saudis could have protected themselves. So that is one, I think they want to change. The second.
Well, viewers, big news coming through. Moment by moment, the updates are flowing into our studio. The Israel Air Force and the Israeli Navy have, from what the latest news updates seem to suggest, intercepted dozens of drones launched at Israel from Iran. The IDF publishes footage showing a Navy warship shooting down a drone before reaching Israel's borders, and those are the pictures of the drone being taken apart by an Israeli warship. So where do you think this would have happened?
It is probably Haifa area, or in the south over Eilat. This is southernmost point in Israel. And the weapon used is probably going to be well known to quite a few Indian Air Force and Indian Army servicemen, because it's a Barak missile.
It's a Barak missile.
Yes.
How would you know it's a Barak missile?
Because this is the only SAM used by Israeli Navy.
I see. Well, that is a very, very interesting analysis there. Helps to have a military historian and a military expert in the studio right next to you. In moments, you know what exactly is happening on the ground. And viewers, this is not the only place that the Iranians are looking at and targeting. I'm going to also show you some other inputs that we are getting. The US Embassy in Kuwait targeted by an Iranian drone, and I'm going to show you that picture. If we have that picture, there are also, of course, many more strikes. And if the Director Saab will now cooperate with me a little bit and show me all those pictures that we've been wanting to show you, viewers, for a while now. So can you show me all the pictures of all the multiple attacks here? So this is this US Embassy in Kuwait targeted by Iranian drones. That's what we are being told. What are we seeing here? This looks like quite a big amount of smoke.
Probably a car or something, a fire, or in the left lower corner.
That's right, here.
You see the dark smoke.
Yes. So this is a car.
Even further left, behind this mold.
Okay,
yes.
Right. Okay, so that you think is a car.
I guess it's a car or something similar, something that is containing plastic and therefore smoking.
And what is all of this?
Smoke.
This is all smoke, and
there is nothing to be seen because it's hidden by the smoke. You see the buildings are behind that.
Yes, so we don't quite know now the extent of damage, but we do know that there are claims being made that the Iranian drone has also hit the runway of a UK military base in Cyprus. Now, I want to go across to that, and we're also going to ask the Director Saab to put those visuals of the other attacks that have been taking place in the Gulf here in this screen behind me. So we're going to come to that in just a few moments. But look at this. This is what Tom Cooper has been trying to show us. This is Cyprus. And where is this UK base?
In southwestern corner, there is this peninsula. And Akrotiri Air Base is down here. You can see the runway.
Right.
Probably the rest is probably blotted out, or even if not particularly clear.
Yeah.
But this is a historic British base.
Okay.
Used already since 1930s, 1940s, and until today also used by allied nations, especially, for example, by Americans.
So we're being told that this runway is now being packed. That's what we've been told. France says it's ready to take part in military operations to protect these Gulf states. Now, why are we talking about these Gulf states? Because if you have a look at this big map that we've got and the visuals, what has been happening since the morning, friends? And I can tell you this, and Tom is here with us, so we're going to discount Karachi for a moment, but in Kuwait, there was an F-15.
F-15E of the US Air Force, shot down by Kuwaiti air defenses. The crew of 2 has survived.
So this is a friendly fire.
Yep.
Now, it's strange because the Air Defense Ministry has come out and said that there were several planes that have been struck and several pilots. That's the word they used. That's the phrase they used. So we don't quite know if this is the only one or there were others. Now, this is Jerusalem. Let's go back to those Gulf countries. There's Jerusalem last night. And there is Bahrain that is being peppered by drone attacks. This is
Manama Naval Base, headquarters of the 5th Fleet again.
This is Bahrain. Again, this is, I believe, protests that are happening.
Shia, as I announced today in the morning, during the morning show, sooner or later we have to expect them to become active and to start protesting against the king.
So these could be Shia residents, or they could be resistance, we don't know, that is now protesting against the administration in Bahrain for giving sanctuary to US bases on their land. And then you have the Dubai. Dubai is also being peppered. And you can see these drones that are coming in constantly. And you have the Ahvaz area in Iran. So this is the counter-attack. This is...
Ahvaz is one of the biggest refineries in the country.
Refineries that are being hit. So there's an attempt to also try and degrade the energy sources of Iran. And that's Bahrain, and there's supposedly a Turkey Incirlik US base.
Yes.
So let me quickly go across to David Matlin, who is from I-24 News. He's a host, and we are doing what we have been talking about over the last few days, a joint broadcast. What can you tell us, sir?
Hi. Are you with me here?
Yes, I can hear you. Is that Dan?
Oh, there you are. Sorry. Yes, we are actually under imminent missile alert here again in Tel Aviv. Just as I speak, my phone was starting to buzz in my hand as I'm waiting to come online. So it could be any minute that we get the actual air raid siren to go off behind me. And I apologize ahead of time if I have to run in that eventuality. But the missile struck here just 2 nights ago, not far from where I am, just seconds after the alert started sounding. A woman was sadly killed in that. So it's no joke around here. And I just appreciate all of the attention from you and your viewers, people across India. I closely followed President Modi's visit here, Prime Minister Modi, excuse me, this last week, and it was a very important relationship for us. So we appreciate your attention to everything going on.
Yes, so whereabouts are you?
I'm in Tel Aviv. I'm in the heart of Tel Aviv right now, in the central part of the city. You know, as we know well, we're in the crosshairs. We're in the center of the crosshairs for much of the Iranian. Their mid to longer range ballistic missiles are the ones very different from the ones being fired at the rest of the Gulf states. But that arsenal of ballistic missiles, like here in central Tel Aviv, we know we're directly in the crosshairs.
Okay, so let me also talk a little bit about the situation there in Israel, and just stay on with me. Dan, I'm going to bring in, okay, I think we've just lost, okay, I'm a bit confused. Am I speaking with Dan Iliuz? Because the director is not telling me, and we have 2 guests now.
David here. I'm David in Tel Aviv. I know you're bringing down a lot of people to talk. I'm David in Tel Aviv. I'm going down right now. I'm expecting an alert any minute.
Okay, David, thank you so much. I'm very confusing because the director is not telling me who I'm speaking with, and neither is he labeling the pictures. So I'm really sorry about that.
I understand the nature of live breaking news.
Yes, so everything is happening at the same time. So I'm terribly sorry. David, you've been obviously sequestered here for a while. There is a sort of siege, and I've been speaking. Let's split the screen. I want David on one side, and I want myself on the other. This is basic television. Come on, Director Saab, let's do it. Come on, let's put this show together. David, I want to have to ask you this because we're getting reports that from where you are reporting, it's all pretty okay. We're getting reports that, and this is Iranian media claim, that they've been able to hit a site where Prime Minister Netanyahu has been holding a meeting. Are you getting any independent confirmation of all of this, or is this all disinformation?
Look, since the beginning of this conflict, there has been a steady stream of misinformation and false claims coming out of Tehran. Extraordinary as they are at times. No, there's been no confirmed threat to anywhere where the Prime Minister of Israel happens to be located. The main successes, and I say that in air quotes, I mean, it's horrendous, but the only successes Iran has really inflicted on us so far are being able to sneak a missile through into a residential area of Tel Aviv and to Beit Shemesh yesterday, where they hit a neighborhood of homes and the family under the rubble. So unfortunately, those are the only two successful results of the Iranian tactics so far here in Israel. But there's been a lot of rocket fire. There's been a lot of missile fire on us here, a lot of interceptions. Really tense, definitely tense here.
Okay, so you are confirming that there are constant air raid sirens that are going off, and there is a sense of some amount of siege, though you're saying that there has not been too much civilian casualty for the situation to assume a dire proportion.
Look, considering what was possible for this regime to inflict on us, that their plan basically was to burn our whole country down in one way or another from all directions. Yes, this is a relatively successful moment for us to be able to face down what have so far been just over a couple of ballistic missiles. It's still an astounding amount of heavy munitions, but yes, the air defenses are robust here. We have the support of the United States and the region and other allies as well, and we're standing firm. People really do adhere to the different guidelines. We're taking shelter, but it has been steady. Yeah, I mean, every hour, if not more often than that, we've had air raid sirens and missile attacks, drones, and then Hezbollah, sort of surprising us at 2 in the morning, also started firing out of Lebanon to a small degree, at least, relatively.
Okay, thanks very much, David. Thanks very much for taking this time out. We're doing a joint broadcast. We've been doing it over the last few days. It began, of course, with the visit of the Indian Prime Minister to Israel. The conflict in West Asia has entered its third day with escalating violence across the region. In the latest development, Iran has reportedly struck an oil refinery in Saudi Arabia. This has been happening over the last few hours. The Saudi Ministry of Energy announced that a limited fire at the Ras Tunara refinery of, there you can see those pictures in the middle of your screens, of the Saudi Aramco company is under control and has had no impact on oil supply. So that's something that we've been told. Meanwhile, a US F-15 fighter jet crashed in Kuwait. Though the pilot ejected safely, Kuwait authorities are investigating this case. The cause of this incident, Iran claims it has inflicted significant damage on the US assets in the region, including alleged drone strikes on bases in Kuwait and Bahrain and missile attacks on the USS Abraham Lincoln. All of those, of course, we haven't been able to independently verify. But what we can tell you is that that was actually friendly fire. That wasn't an Iranian action that led to that F-15 falling from the sky and the pilot ejecting. And the pilot, as you can see in the middle of your screens, was sequestered in the boot of a car by some sympathizers. Kuwait's Ministry of Defense can also tell you that siren sounds across central Israel and Jerusalem area amid an Iranian ballistic missile attack. Meanwhile, an early warnings also issued in southern Israel as more projectiles are fired. That's the latest coming in. Let's also take you through some of the news reports we've been filing through our affiliates in CNN. And before that, I just want to go straight across to Akanksha for more on information that is coming through. Akanksha, what can you tell us?
Rahul, the images that we are getting in of the attack that's taken place on the US Embassy in Kuwait are going on to indicate that this has been a significant attack because the plumes of smoke billowing out of the embassy, much of it has in fact been caught in fire as well. Kuwait has openly admitted, let me show it to my video journalist Arpit over here. If you can see, this doesn't seem like an ordinary attack. If Arpit can focus on this image that's been released by AFP, this is an attack that took place at the US Embassy in Kuwait. Remember, Kuwait has confirmed that one person has also died in Kuwait. This as they have been intercepting a series of attacks that have been taking place by UAVs, most likely. Number of attacks being done by the UAVs. So remember earlier during the day, this is exactly what Rahul we were discussing, that it doesn't seem like much of a cost for Iran, but they're doing enough damage. They're not only targeting the US assets, whether it is, say, the consulates in Kuwait or say even the one in Karachi. The fact of the matter remains that they have all of these US allies, whether Kuwait.
Why don't you come across here to me? Let's have a quick look at this. Come straight across.
So the target over here, we must keep in mind, are US assets, and I'm sure Tom will also agree with me.
Yes.
These are US assets, and primarily what we are looking at is the US consulate, this one in Kuwait. They've had to shut down the overall embassy right now, and this doesn't seem...
So this is a different angle.
So Tom, if you can also weigh in, it doesn't seem like a UAV orchestrated attack. Could it be? Because you look at the plumes of smoke, there's also enough debris down there if you look at it over here.
It's only to caution, but you must always, the volume of smoke and the type of smoke always depends on what is burning. Whether this is unspent fuel from the UAV or something was hit, I don't know.
But this is the latest image that has been released by Kuwait at the moment, and that too if they are targeting
if this
the
video
US
is
consulate, that's
genuine, yes,
trouble.
absolutely. I mean, when the Iranians start to strike even consulates, so this means diplomatic facilities, they haven't done this before.
Okay.
They were reluctant in this regard, even when the Israelis have hit their consulate in Damascus. So this is getting very, very serious.
In fact, we are getting in also more information that in Qatar, the naval base of the United States has also been attacked. That's a confirmation that's already come in. So there's a strategic targeting of US
Go across to Sanjay Suri from Tel Aviv. Sanjay, now tell us a little bit more about how the Israelis and the Americans have come together and what damage are they inflicting in Iran. There have been now a lot of reports about the Iranians using all sorts of technology asymmetric to obviously the weapons that are being used by the US and the Israelis. But what exactly is happening in Iran, and what is the assessment in Israel about how long this regime can actually hang in there, so to speak?
Well, the assessment is not exactly upbeat here. The fact is that on day one, Iranian missiles got through to hit Tel Aviv. They killed one person. On day two, they hit a place, Beit Shemesh, as we saw between Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. 9 people killed there. There's 10 people killed here already. A lot of these missiles are getting through. There were 2 assumptions that were being made, and both are being questioned within Israel and no doubt within the US as well. First, that air superiority is a given. Nobody was anticipating that Iran could launch that many missiles and they would be unstoppable. It's almost like they're hitting at will. An embassy here, a compound there, a base here, a mall here, this country, that country. There's a secondary question here about their choice of targets. There are questions there. But the point is that whatever targets they are picking, they're able to launch missiles and hit a lot of them. So the protection that was assumed, the 3-layer protection, certainly in Israel, is not quite working as expected, and other countries are even less protected. Given also that there's been weeks of preparation in anticipation of this. Iran has said again and again they will widen the attack, they will hit at Arab countries hosting the US. And these were warnings made loud and clear repeatedly. And even so, these places are unprotected. Iranian missiles are getting through. This certainly would be worrying for Israel and the US. At the second level, Rahul, there has been always, from the very start, from the very planning, a fundamental limitation that whatever Israel and the US can do would be from the air. Even there, it's not quite supremacy. But then there has never been a plan that Israel and the US will get in on the ground in Tehran. Without that, how could you get a regime change? Yes, you can take people out. They have done that. But they did that last year. If you remember, so many leading commanders from the army, so many political leaders were just assassinated, decapitated, very precise strikes. But then somebody else came along. In the Iranian system now, there are 4 layers. You kill one, automatically a second takes over and so on. So they have prepared for this. And they are continuing to resist, they're continuing to attack and to defend as well. All this has not been a part of the Israeli and the US calculation. The calculation was that you hit them hard, they will lose their top, they will lose their nerve, they will surrender. But surrender to who? Who is there on the ground for anyone to surrender to? Who will the IRGC surrender to? That is a limitation, and it's a limitation on the ground, and that limitation is going to come home to Israel and the US more and more forcefully in days to come.
Okay, so viewers, now behind me, we're going to show you. Yeah, Tom, you wanted to make a quick point.
The point is this. The Typhoon interceptors of the Royal Air Force based at Akrotiri are flying air defense missions in the area.
Right.
It means that they are flying air defense missions in support of Israel. And of course, this is the reason for Iranians to consider Akrotiri Air Base, British Akrotiri Air Base on Cyprus.
So you're saying that the British Typhoons are flying operations on behalf of Israel to perhaps intercept or take out targets?
To take out UAVs.
To take out UAVs.
No, they're not moving further east than central Jordan, arguably. So they're not involved in direct strikes on Iran. But from Iranian point of view, and this is what I'm trying to explain all the time, there is also an Iranian point of view in this war. There is not just an Israeli or US point of view.
Yes.
From Iranian point of view, they are defending Israel. Therefore, they are participating in this conflict on the Israeli side. Therefore, legitimate target. This is how the Iranians think, you know.
That's the Iranians thinking, because anyone who's helping, of course, Israel and the United States is fair game as far as Iran is concerned, because they have to defend their borders and their sovereignty. So that's the other side that Tom has been sort of stressing. And that's why, viewers, it's not going to end this particular conflict in a day or so, specifically when you already have the Iranian regime saying that we are not going to negotiate. Now, here are pictures from Iran, viewers. I can't read the language, but I can tell you that these are some areas that have been struck in Iran. Hopefully, we label these pictures. I'm still awaiting confirmation as to where this location is. Okay, it's an oil pipeline in Iran. Where in Iran? Can the director tell me that? Would you know? Okay, I don't think we have that, but okay. So viewers, that's something that we're being saying. Iran International has showed a fire at the Ahvaz oil pipeline following an explosion, and that's what we're being told. These are pictures from that. You can see the plumes of smoke. These are usually associated with burning oil. Are there other pictures that we have from Iran that give us a sense of where the strikes have taken place? Do we have a map of Iran that I can refer to with Tom? That's the map of Iran there.
This is map of Iran, yes.
Yes.
Principal oil fields in Iran are here in Khuzestan province, in southwest of the country.
This is what we're talking about. Okay.
Therefore, there are 2 pipelines, so-called Y pipeline, leading to the Kark Island in northern Persian Gulf. This is the major export terminal.
Okay.
It means all the huge, giant tankers are coming up to Kark and loading oil here. And then, because of the experiences from the Iran-Iraq war, when the US Navy had it easy, for example, to stop or to disturb the transport of Iranian oil, they have constructed another oil pipeline that is leading to Shabahar.
Right.
So in order to avoid being bottled up in the Persian Gulf, but back then, Iraqis were attacking Karg, and so on and so on. So the story is a little bit longer. So there were always disruptions in Iranian oil exports. While the country was, of course,
so this is the Chabahar oil pipeline that we know, viewers. Chabahar is very strategically important also for India, because, as you know, here is Gwadar. Here somewhere is the Gwadar port.
Here.
There it is.
Oh, sorry. Excuse me.
Yeah. You can see that. Yes. So that's Gwadar, viewers, right there. And Chabahar is very close also. So we have this opening up. There you can see. I don't know if Gwadar will come out, because maybe it's one of those those sites. There's
Chabahar
Chabahar
and Gwadar.
and Gwadar is there. So that's Gwadar and that's Chabahar. This is the area where that pipeline comes out to, and that's been built as a redundancy so that Iran doesn't get stuck in that particular area. Yes.
If you permit me a little bit, a few additional explanations.
Yes.
Here and here. So we have Chabahar here.
Yes.
And we have Gwadar here. Gwadar is meanwhile the biggest airport in Pakistan, constructed by the Chinese. Chabahar was originally constructed during the Shah's time in the 1970s, but never completed. There is a big airbase nearby, and the Americans have bombed this airbase. This is meanwhile known. There are satellite photographs. And I said the pipeline is coming down, where the Iranians could continue exporting their oil, regardless what is happening over here. So it doesn't matter for the Iranians. They do not care whether the Strait of Hormuz is open or not. They can continue exporting oil unless somebody bombs this pipeline and cuts it off. And then comes the next point. Iranians are experts in repairing pipelines. During the Iran-Iraq war, they have learned to make fantastic things with pipelines. Therefore, even if they are bombed, if their pipelines get hit by whoever, they are going to be very quick in repairing them.
Okay, so viewers, these are the nitty-gritties of war. We're getting information, and Tom is breaking it down for us. We're also getting reports that there has been, now, Israeli media speculations on PM Netanyahu is Iranian propaganda. So very clearly this has been. And we've also been told that the French president has announced that France is going to increase its military presence in the Gulf. Now, where are the French bases? Would you know? Where are some of these French bases? We're going to try and get Tom to have a look at that. But these are the news updates that are coming in. The French foreign minister, he's saying, ready to defend Gulf states and Jordan. Macron says France to boost military presence in the Gulf. More and more of the Western European countries are coming to the aid of the US and Israel to try and finish this particular offensive very quickly to get the Iranians to basically step down and come to the table, because the longer this war continues, there's going to be disruption in oil supplies, there's going to be disruption in travel, and that's going to have an economic cost. So basically, fundamentally, you have a situation going where right now the entire Western world and this Five Eyes Alliance, etc., they're all coming together. France is not part of that, but definitely adding and lending its muscle. Dan Ilyuz, MP from Israel, is joining us. Now, he's a member of parliament, and of course, Prime Minister Modi has, of course, addressed that parliament. So thank you very much, Mr. Ilyuz. I know that these are stressful times, but give us a sense of how things are going from Israel's perspective right now.
So first of all, I just want to share with your viewers that I was right now in the shelter because there has been massive bombing in the last few minutes in Israel, including in Jerusalem, where I'm speaking to you from. And so I was just with my family in the shelter. And so, yes, there is some difficulty. War is difficult. It's difficult for everyone. It's difficult on our children, on our spouses. It's difficult for us, of course. But having said that, I have to say that I think that the performance of the Israeli military and the American military has been tremendous. From the start of this offensive, we have reached many of our goals in a very, very short time. And I think that what we're seeing here is the cooperation between America and Israel being a real good news for the free world, because this regime that we are fighting is a purely evil regime. And the message that we're giving here to the world is that the free nations, the free countries are ready to fight for their freedom, and that when such a regime threatens us and calls for our destruction, that we will know to ensure that they are unable to do that and not unable to fulfill the promises that they've made. And so that's what we're seeing right now.
So I'm going to ask you, Dan Ilyuz, you said that there's heavy activity over Jerusalem. Can you extrapolate? Can you tell us what exactly is the situation on the ground, number one? Number two, I also want to ask you, is there bipartisan support for the action that has been undertaken by the Netanyahu regime against, or the government rather, against the Iranian regime?
So to answer your first question first, there has been a barrage of rockets to Israel as a whole and Jerusalem more specifically in the last 30 minutes or so. And so that's what we've seen right now. It's too early for me to tell you what the result of this barrage of rocket is, but it has been larger than what we've seen until today. And we expect this to continue in the next few days. But we in Israel are very confident of our air defense systems and our ability to stop these barrage of rockets. Now, when you ask about bipartisan support, I want to be incredibly clear. There is full bipartisan support for this military offense in Israel. Coalition and opposition are completely united when it comes to this offensive. We understand the threat that Iran poses not only to Israel, but to the free world as a whole, and also to the Iranian people. Also, we know that the Iranian regime has murdered tens of thousands of Iranians. That's what it.
Okay, I think we've lost Daniel Hughes there. But we're also being told that the USS McFaul has launched a salvo of around 9 BGM, 109 Tomahawk cruise missiles at targets in Iran, and those are the pictures that are coming through. Tom, what can you tell us about this? What is this big ship?
BGM, this is a destroyer of Arleigh Burke class, and you see it's launching. It's Tomahawk land attack missiles, claims from its vertical missile launcher, vertical launch cells.
Right.
It is a similar weapon like they are also on warships of the Indian Navy. Mm-hmm. Essentially, it's a tube, and then the missile is fired out of it.
And vertically, you're saying?
Vertically, yes.
I see. Okay.
Regardless what kind of missile, they can load SAMs, they can load clams, and anti-ship missiles from it. The Tomahawk that we see climbing, there are new variants which are very dark, which is unusual. Usually, at earlier times they were light gray in color, and they seem to have also forward swept wings, not anymore straight wings like at earlier times.
So the USS McFaul, tell us a little bit about the McFaul. Is it a frigate or what is it?
It's a guided missile destroyer.
It's a destroyer.
Yes.
And how many of
with an Aegis air defense system, which is actually the most advanced air defense system on the world, can cover some 400 by 400 kilometers. It is an excellent command center as well. And essentially, it's very hard to hide anything from it.
So how many destroyers have been deployed by the United States in the Eastern Mediterranean?
In the Eastern Mediterranean, it was 2 the last I've checked. That was 2 days ago,
okay.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
But there are another 3 or 4 in the Gulf of Oman.
That's fascinating, viewers. So a lot of firepower with the Aegis missile defense system, which is basically airtight. It's one of the most advanced in the world. And that is on this USS McFaul. So barrage of Tomahawk cruise missiles launched vertically from this launch tube, and it's going to go straight across to Iran. And
what might also be interesting for viewers, firstly, the ship's construction, as you see, everything is inclined. That means this is stealth construction design.
Oh, it's a stealth
exactly like in
destroyer.
Indian Navy. Yes,
right, so it can't be detected by radar that easily.
Not that well. It appears as a very small vessel. That's the point.
I
so
see.
You think this is some fishery boat or whatever, you know, if you detect it with usual radar. So that is one point. The other point is that I guess that both of destroyers in Eastern Mediterranean, they are involved in the first opening strikes on Iran 2 nights ago. And now they have reloaded their vertical launch cells, and they are now firing additional missiles.
And the missiles that are firing are precision munition?
Yes, Tomahawk is GPS supported, plus INS, plus there are rumors, at least as far as I recall, that they have terminal electro-optical guidance, which would mean camera, which is then linked via satellite to somebody, whether on ship or somewhere else, who can then steer the missiles straight into specific point.
Well, so this is going to be a precision strike. On what target, we don't know, but we'll probably get news in a little while, viewers. The USS McFaul launching a salvo of around 9 BGM-109 Tomahawk cruise missiles at targets in Iran. The offensive is on, and this is going to be a protracted battle. We're going to take a very short break, viewers. We'll be right back. Don't go away.
That's exactly the point that we've also been discussing, and Tom was also saying that the target is meant to be these US assets in these ally countries, but because these are densely populated areas, they are inadvertently hitting civilian targets, because if civilians were indeed the target, the casualties could have been in hundreds.
That is, to use the American terminology, collateral damage.
Right, right. Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey, the sheer escalatory nature of this, as Ambassador Dogra was also highlighting, they've gone on to ask for Germany's help. They're also trying to involve France over here, because, say, UK has already reacted. In fact, Sir Keir Starmer also spoke about their fleet being involved. But if NATO were to get involved, what is the end game of this war? If NATO and these Middle Eastern US allies were to get involved, what happens?
So look, while
and
I
Iran
think,
has already indicated that they are not looking towards any negotiations now.
Yeah, Kanchal, it's too early for Iranians to talk about negotiations. It's just, again, this is something not what's being fought between two street people. That also goes for a very long time. We are fighting a war with two military powers and two nations and two ideologies which are totally disparate and different. And it's about survival of Iranian regime's thought process, which is absolutely contrarian to this thing. While the Gulf states have already changed their thought process and they have aligned to the Western ideology to a great extent, but Iranians are totally polar opposite, and they have never changed their views for last about 45-50 years. They remain where they remain. So to believe that it's going to just crumble, IRGC is not just not a slap dog onto a street that they can wish away. They will fight, they will control, and this will go on for some time. But I just want to add both the countries, the Israelis and Americans, and a lot of time people are saying that Trump has put Israel first this time. I don't think so. I think it's a war of Americans with Iran, and it is something to do with the Chinese. It is